The Legendary Mechanic. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Test subject number 24. The subject lasted for 2 minutes and 45 seconds after the administration of Valkyrie. Time of death. 4:22 a.m. I should be the only one at home. Who's talking? Xiao opened his eyes, only to be blinded by light. The familiar hatch of his VR capsule was no longer there. Instead, he was facing a white ceiling. The walls that surrounded him were also white and reminiscent of cold, hard metal. They felt like something straight out of science fiction. The room resembled an intensive care unit, and Xiao lay atop a cold metal table, bare-chested and wired to all sorts of machines. His back was freezing. Xiao noticed that there was a group of people in white coats surrounding him, and they were looking at him as though they had just seen a ghost. I thought I just accepted a leveling request? Where am I? Suddenly, Xiao felt as though a large amount of data was being transmitted into his mind, causing his head to throb painfully. The last thing he could remember was accepting a leveling assignment. He was in the midst of creating a new character in Galaxy, when he seemingly started to smell burnt eggs. Quickly, let Ms. Gila know. The test subject has come back to life. Call the guards. As the researchers started a commotion, Xiao realized that he could understand them, even though they were speaking in a language he had never heard before. Test subject, back to life, and guards. These terms unnerved him. Soon, he could hear the sound of rushing footsteps coming from outside. Should I make a run for it or just lie still? Xiao decided on the former in a split second. He was not the kind of person to just lie around waiting. He abruptly sprang up, ripping the wires off him, and made a clumsy beeline for the door. The researchers did not attempt to stop him. Instead, they backed off hastily to avoid being knocked into. Crash! He pushed his way out into a white corridor, only to be greeted by a dozen or so guards suited in black and armed with electric batons advancing upon him from both sides. Xiao gasped at the sight of the crest on their uniforms. It depicted half a plant. The Germinal organization from planet Aquamarine back in version 1? Weren't they eliminated? Suddenly, a guard swung his electric baton at Xiao and Xiao unconsciously raised a hand to block it. The ensuing current caused his whole body to spasm in pain. It felt like his bones were about to split and his entire body turned numb. Is the pain calibration at 100%? Galaxy's pain calibration was restricted to a maximum of 40% because any higher setting could potentially cause nerve damage to players. The VR capsule was also supposed to monitor the player's vitals to prevent this, but it was currently malfunctioning. It's only been 7 years and the capsule is having problems? Damn it. The repairman I paid $300 to a few days ago told me that it would still be good for another 6 months. I want a refund. The guards yanked him up and took him to a small room where they locked him up alone in pitch-black darkness. Xiao grimaced in pain as he massaged his wrist. His head continued to throb as more information poured in. It took Xiao a moment to reconcile the facts and make sense of what had happened to him. I've transmigrated into Galaxy? His eyes widened with amazement. Galaxy was a fully immersive virtual reality game that ran servers worldwide and boasted a peak concurrent player count of almost 60 million. The game was set in a vast universe with a world map and landscapes that were procedurally generated using the latest generation of quantum computers. The scale of its world was massive, and it was said to be able to run smoothly even with 1 billion concurrent players. There existed many organizations and companies that specialized in farming gold and running dungeons, and the best pieces of gear could even go for ridiculous prices of up to $1 million. Being an extremely popular game, good balance was of the utmost importance. While big spenders did have certain advantages, it was not so unfair to the extent that it displeased the casual players. Maintaining competitiveness and improving skills were key factors towards game balance, and Galaxy did a good job in these areas, facilitating its strong allure as an esport. Although Xiao did indeed make a living out of playing the game, the term professional gamer didn't fit him well. He was, instead, one of the despised power levelers and preferred to work solo. Xiao had been playing the game since its very inception, and through the numerous patches, he had made a name for himself. In the last annual Top 100 rankings, he placed 47th. He definitely had what it took to try his hand at going pro, but what he enjoyed most about the game was the leveling experience. The Germinal organization originates from one of the beginner planets. New characters were sent to back in version 1 of Galaxy, planet Aquamarine, mumbled Xiao. Before transmigrating, Galaxy had already been operating for over a decade. Version 1.0 was ancient history. Have I time traveled too? Han Xiao's expression darkened. Does that mean I won't be getting my $300 back? Am I stupid? That's the least of my concerns. Han Xiao slapped himself. His memories were still jumbled up, and he could not recall anything about his original life, not even his name. All that he could recall were details regarding this world, such as its present era. He was currently in the year 687 of the galaxy calendar, a year behind the updated timeline. In version 1, there were 3 universal powers that were upholding a peace that had lasted for 10,000 years, since the era of exploration. They were the Commonwealth of Light, the Crimson Dynasty, and the Arcane Church. The Silver Revolutionary Army had yet to be formed. The one responsible for the supernatural disaster was still fighting for dear life on some desolate planet. The World of Light had not come into existence. The civilization of the World Tree had not yet invaded from the beyond, and the shattered belt that contained planet Aquamarine was still budding inconspicuously along the fringes of the explored universe. In order to ensure that the game remained attractive, Galaxy borrowed and implemented ideas from its predecessors, such as WoW, where each version update revolved around a disaster or some major event. While Han Xiao enjoyed the game, now that he had transmigrated over. Get me out. While the germinal organization was small fry compared to the interstellar powers introduced in later updates, to the currently powerless Han Xiao, it was an entirely different story. Planet Aquamarine was modeled after Earth, and the germinal organization's aim is to overthrow this planet's government. If I'm not wrong, Valkyrie test subjects are brainwashed to serve as cannon fodder. The body he currently possessed had experienced a memory wipe. Apart from some general knowledge, all that remained were fragmented memories of captivity and experimentation. It seemed to be roughly 20 years old and bore a slight semblance to his original self. However, its state of health was as yet uncertain. He had heard the researchers mention that he had been injected with Valkyrie, one of the germinal's gene-altering drugs that was used to strengthen the brain. Valkyrie had a survival rate of only 30%, but this body had reacted positively to it. Suddenly, a glowing line of blue text blue appeared before his eyes. You have been injected with Valkyrie. +1 endurance. You have learned a new ability, concentration. You have learned a new ability, low-level willpower. Virtual interface. Han Xiao jumped for joy. Name: Han Xiao. Race: human, carbon-based, yellow. Model: NPC, countdown to version 1.0 launch, 358 days 11 hours 03 minutes. Level: 1. Experience: 0. Main class: NA subclass, Civilian LV. 1, 0/50ths. Attributes: Strength 2, Dexterity 2, Endurance 3, Intelligence 3, Mystery 1, Charm 2, Luck 1. Unassigned stats: 0. Energy: 0, LV. 0. Energy rank: 12. Grade: F. Mortal. Piece of trash with a combat strength of 5. Pick any NPC out from the streets and he will wipe the floor with you 100 times. 100 times. Health points: 23/30ths, injured. Stamina: 36/36ths. Abilities: Concentration, +10% to learning and crafting speeds. Low-level willpower, +3 resistance. Skills: none. Talent points: 0. Class talents: none. Influence: 0. Reputation: 0. Equipment: none. Thank God I still have the interface. Han Xiao was ecstatic but quickly discovered that there were several irregularities. NPC, not a player? Countdown timer? Han Xiao furrowed his brows as he organized his thoughts. First of all, although he had no idea how the interface had transmigrated together with him, he had to treat this world as his new reality, meaning that if he died, he could not bank on being able to respawn like in a game. Secondly, he could still access the system's interface despite being classified as an NPC. This suggested that he could still level up like a player, which was good news. Thirdly, if the countdown timer confirmed his suspicions that he had indeed traveled back in time to before the game's launch, did it mean that real players would soon appear? Lastly, and most important of all, he was currently in grave danger. Han Xiao felt indignant. Didn't people who transmigrated normally receive perks such as resources, companions, or, at least an ex-girlfriend? At the very least, he should have started out in a safe location. The war hadn't even begun, and he was already a lone hero deep behind enemy lines. A single slip could prove fatal. He could very well end up in the Hall of Heroes, if such a place existed. Han Xiao only had one life here. If he died, then that would be the end of it. It would be a pity. Yes, Han Xiao only felt that it would be a pity. I want to survive would be a more normal line of thought. As for variations such as my fate is not for the heavens to decide. If the heavens want to erase me, then I will erase the heavens, or swallow an Orus core to transcend life and death. Such ramblings were exclusive to people with second-grade syndrome. What the hell, why am I the only one? Xiao Ed. Han Xiao lamented, and while his senses confirmed that this was indeed reality, he started to wonder. What exactly am I now? Am I an actual life form, or am I just a bunch of data? Did my soul transmigrate, or is it something else entirely? He sighed. I guess I'll just have to make the best out of the situation and take it one step at a time. The essential thing was to survive. With a year to go before launch, he had enough time to get prepared. This was the sole glimmer of promise that he could cling on to. Clank. Suddenly, the door opened, and several people walked in. As he could only make out their silhouettes due to the light streaming in from outside, Han Xiao could not see their faces clearly. However, he could make out from their outlines that one of them was a woman with a fiery figure. The subject's condition? Said woman spoke to her subordinate in a voice that was smooth, yet intertwined with an ever so faint rasp, reminiscent of a cup of rich coffee. It appears that the test subject has calmed down. The experiment leader, Lin Wei Xian, answered the woman as he stared at Han Xiao passionately, as though he were looking at a prized possession. Who are you people? Han Xiao asked hoarsely. Amnesia? The woman's eye twitched. Valkyrie stimulates the brain, so memory loss is not unexpected, replied Lin Wei Xian, squinting. When Han Xiao's eyes had finally adjusted to the light, he was stunned by the sight of the woman. Boasting a head full of luscious, burgundy hair that concealed part of her face, the woman wore a tight-fitting, jet-black bodysuit from which her curvaceous figure threatened to burst out at any time. Her features were telling of her Western descent, but they were also composed of a certain softness that was characteristic of Eastern women. Perhaps it was her mixed heritage that blessed her with such beauty and charm. In a different world, she could have been easily mistaken for a beautiful snake demoness. If Da Ji had possessed such beauty, then King Zhou did not die in vain. One thought Han Xiao. I am Hila, the commander here, said the red-haired woman as she looked at Han Xiao. She waved a hand and ordered, conduct a blood test. I want to see the report ASAP. Two stone-faced guards walked forward to yank him away. Their massive bodies and the fact that they were carrying guns dispelled any notion that Han Xiao had of resisting. He recognized the Crimson Snake, Hila, and that this was one of the playable scenarios on planet Aquamarine, Valkyrie Experiment Lab, located in a key base of Germinal. During version 1, Hila was a boss who had caused beginners on Aquamarine much grief. She had many nicknames, one of which was the Goddess of Death. She would eventually attain celestial class strength and rise to prominence in the Cotton Cluster. Han Xiao laughed bitterly on the inside. The situation was bleak. Chapter 2, Mechanic. The blood test results were compiled quickly. Hila went over the data she had received from Lin Weixian with knitted brows. No abnormalities detected? Valkyrie mainly affects the brain. We will need to open the head up for assessment. Open the head up? Snapped Han Xiao inwardly. Open the head up. Hila waved a hand in dismissal of the idea. He is the only subject to have ever survived the experiment. We'll leave that option out for now. Han Xiao's eyes lit up as he realized that his current status was somewhat advantageous for him. Lin Weixian was not pleased by Hila's decision, but he made no fuss about it. In that case, we'll observe him for the time being to see if anything has changed. Proceed with the brainwashing, ordered Hila suddenly. Brainwashing? Han Xiao's heart sank. Brainwashing was a common method of subordination, and while in the game, a brainwashed character would simply become an ally of the faction, it was completely different now. Losing his sense of self was the worst-case scenario. No way. The good news was that memory-altering technology available on the planet was still underdeveloped, so the organization's methods were very primitive. They made use of sensory stimuli to recalibrate the subject. A character with at least 10 points in intelligence would be immune to the effects of the brainwash. Valkyrie had given Han Xiao a +1 boost to the growth potential of his endurance. Growth potential was an innate stat that affected the growth rate of the affected stat. Different races had differing starting potentials in each stat, and in the entire world of Galaxy, humans generally had a mediocre growth rate. They did, however, boast the highest intelligence potential. As they also possessed the lowest health, This single point in endurance growth potential was nice to have. Concentration gave him a 10% increase in mastery and crafting speeds, also increasing their success rates. Low-level willpower gave him 3 points of willpower, which substituted for 3 points of intelligence, so he still lacked 3 more intelligence to survive the brainwash. Leveling the civilian class will boost a random stat by 1, and also give me 1 unassigned attribute point, but the chance for intelligence to be boosted is extremely low. Han Xiao knew that he could not rely on luck. In fact, he had always suspected that he was cursed. If a god or goddess did smile upon him, it would have to be the goddess of disaster. Rather than rely on luck, finding some way to learn a new class was a more reliable idea. Although Han Xiao was incapable of moving freely, there had to be a way. After all, it was a scenario, wasn't it? Suddenly, he thought of something. If I'm an NPC, I should be protected by the system, right? Take him, ordered Gila. Han Xiao was yanked away once again and brought to another room. Han Xiao noticed that there was a bookshelf in this room. Tom's Introduction to Machinery, a theory on human genes and lizard genes. Rand's hypothesis. They were all reference books. Hold on, there's a class book there. Rejoiced Han Xiao. Han Xiao disregarded the 2 guards behind him as he stood up to walk towards the shelf. His actions startled everyone, and instantly, the 2 guards were pointing guns at him. However, Han Xiao steeled his nerves and continued to approach the bookshelf. You'd better not fire, he prayed. I'm a valuable test subject. Hold your fire, let's see what he's up to, shouted Lin Weixian all of a sudden. The 2 guards hesitantly lowered their guns. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had been banking everything on his status as the first successful subject. Tom's Introduction to Machinery. This was the book that had caught Han Xiao's eye. He picked it out from the shelf and started flipping through. Although the long paragraphs of texts and complex diagrams were hard for Han Xiao to comprehend, he patiently read on. After 20 seconds or so, the interface lit up. You have completed 1 session of self-learning in basic machinery knowledge. Basic assembly has progressed by 2.0%, based on your intelligence. Plus 0.2% from concentration. As I expected, Han Xiao rejoiced. Although he wasn't able to understand the book's contents on his own, the system's automated mastery system had allowed him to directly absorb the knowledge. Lin Weixian curiosity was piqued. The test subject seemed to be learning. He allowed Han Xiao to continue in order to observe him more. The entire room was now silent, except for the rustling of paper. Basic assembly. Progress rate, 15%, plus 1.5%, 29%, plus 2.9%, 48%, plus 4.8%. Han Xiao's reading speed increased with time. However, the pressure mounted on. Every second that passed could be his last. When Gila arrived at the room, the sight of Han Xiao reading caused her to frown. What's going on? Lin Weixian began to explain what had happened. You're saying that his learning ability has been strengthened? That is my initial conclusion. If you allow me to open his head up to perform a thorough assessment, I will be able to come up with a more complete answer. Han Xiao flinched. How much does this bastard love brains? Gila thought to herself, if his brain has been enhanced, he could prove to be more valuable than we initially thought. Is the brainwashing apparatus ready? She asked. Preparations are complete. Damn it, I have to be faster, thought Han Xiao. Suddenly, a notification accompanied with a sound popped up on the interface. Basic assembly. Progress rate, 90%, plus 10%. You have learned basic knowledge of machinery, unlocking the mechanic talent tree. You have unlocked a new profession. Mechanic, novice, STR plus 10, int plus 1, end plus 1. You have gained 2 free attribute points. You have gained 1 potential point. You have acquired new skills. Mechanic, novice, affinity, basic maintenance, basic enhancement. As warmth surged through Han Xiao's body, he realized to his surprise that he could actually comprehend the contents of the book now. I can gain actual knowledge from the game. Are you kidding me? Galaxy has been in service for over a decade. How come the Federation of Earth hasn't conquered the Milky Way yet? Strange. The character information interface had updated as well. Name: Han Xiao. Race: human, carbon-based, yellow. Model: NPC, countdown to version 1.0 launch, 358 days 10 hours 11 minutes. Level: 2. Experience: 0. Main class: Mechanic, Novice, LV, 1, 0 200ths. Subclass, Civilian LV, 1, 0 50ths. Health, 43 50ths, Injured. Stamina, 80 80ths. Attributes, 3 STR, 3 Dex, 5 End, 4 Int, 1 MYS, 2 Cha, 1 Luck. Free attribute points, 2. Energy level, 10 out of 10, LV, 1. LV, 1, 10, STR plus 1, Dex plus 1, End plus 1, Max Stamina plus 20. Energy rank, 34. Grade, F, Mortal. You still are 1 power level short of power level 5 crap. Abilities, Concentration, plus 10% to mastery and crafting speeds. Lesser willpower, plus 3 to focus. Skills, Mechanic, Novice, LV1, 0 1000ths, increases mastery in machinery. Basic Maintenance, LV1, 0 400ths, able to perform simple maintenance. Basic Enhancing, LV1, 0 600ths, able to enhance machinery. Potential points, 1. Class Talents, Arms. Basic Assembly LV1, 19 talents not learned. Energy, 20 talents not learned. Control, 20 talents not learned. Influence, 0. Legend, 0. Equipment, none. Regarding stats, Strength improved melee damage, the ability to bear weight, and was also a requirement for some heavy equipment. Dexterity improved movement speed, attack speed, and evasion. It also gave a bonus to ranged attacks. Endurance increased health and stamina. 1 endurance gave 10 HP and 10 stamina. Certain skills could influence these numbers. Endurance also affected some abilities and skills and increased HP and stamina recovery rates. All actions depleted stamina, be it attacking, blocking, walking, running, swimming, crafting, etc. Endurance also affected physical defense. There were many formulas contributing to the calculation of defense. For example, even if 2 characters' defense stats were equal, one of them might not be wearing metal armor, so they would take more damage from a bullet than the other character. Other factors that affected damage taken included attack type, melee, range, bullet type, energy, might, personal attributes, and equipment material. All of these factors were taken into consideration when calculated by the quantum computer that the servers were run on. It was impossible for players to accurately optimize defense, but this wasn't that big of a deal, as having more defense could only be a good thing. Intelligence affected perceptivity and willpower. A character with higher intelligence could master their skills faster and gain more experience. It also increased mastery and crafting speeds, and it could affect the quality of any machinery crafted by a mechanic, making it the most important stat for the class. Mystery affected a character's talent for supernatural powers, and it affected psychic powers and magic abilities, like how strength or dexterity affected physical abilities. Charm was useful when improving relationships with different NPCs and factions. It even enabled characters to enjoy discounts with certain sellers. Luck affected judgment and item drop rates. These were the 7 main attributes that attribute points could be added to. Then, there was also energy, a core component of the game that functions as mana for superpowers. It could only be increased through leveling or by acquiring certain skills, and it was described as a manifestation of the dormant power that lies in living cells. Energy was a requirement to unlocking superpowers, as well as latent awakening. A character would also receive bonus stats based on their energy level. LV 1 energy was reached at 10 points, LV 2 at 50 points, and LV 3 at 100 points. Each energy level would give random stats according to the character's class, and a character with a higher level class would benefit more from this. This bonus worked retroactively. Energy was also the mana for superpowers, and the additional stats received from energy were lost when the amount of energy remaining dropped below its tier. For example, LV 1 stat bonuses would be lost when energy dropped below 10 points. The character would become fatigued after exhausting power, and this affected their combat ability. This mechanic made micromanagement in combat important. Energy recovered automatically but at a slow rate. However, stamina could be used to recover energy faster. Also, when using superpowers without sufficient energy, stamina could be used as a substitute, and when there was both insufficient energy and stamina, health could be used. Many players ended up dying carelessly by sucking themselves dry this way. A character's grade reflected their combat strength. Characters were ranked according to their grade. The standard unit of measurement for energy was the ona. Superhumans were graded A, B, C, D, or E, based on their ona levels. An E-grade superhuman, such as the present-day Gila, possessed 100 ona. A celestial-class superhuman would fall under grade A grade as superhumans were capable of planetary-scale destruction. Of course, grade A wasn't the limit. Han Xiao knew this, having transcended grade A himself. However, then was then and now is now. Having gained 2 unassigned attribute points from unlocking the mechanic class, Han Xiao still needed 1 more intelligence in order to endure the brainwash. Apart from leveling up, there did not seem to be a way for him to obtain it. How was he supposed to gain experience? He obviously couldn't hunt monsters now or complete quests. Damn it, is there no way? Suddenly, an idea occurred to Han Xiao. He abruptly tossed the book to a side and proceeded to stare at the gun on the guard's waist with a blank expression. Gila frowned but did not act. Everyone looked on to see what Han Xiao was up to. Han Xiao walked rigidly towards the guard. As if to make his intentions extremely clear, he reached out exaggeratedly for the gun. The guard instinctively drew his gun, and although Han Xiao did not seem to have any intention of snatching it, he tightened his grip. As Han Xiao was moving extremely slowly, the guard did not see a need to fire. "Unload the gun and let him have it," ordered Gila. She was keen to know Han Xiao's motives. The guard obliged and proceeded to do so. Upon receiving the gun, some information popped up on Han Xiao's interface. 73 Wasp, small caliber handgun. Grade: Gray. Damage: 2835. Fire rate: 1.1 per second. Power output: 13. Key components: spring, slide, firing pin, magazine, missing. Basic assembly automatically gave Han Xiao knowledge about many types of machines, and the blueprints for a 73 Wasp appeared in his mind. Instantly, Han Xiao understood how to assemble it. While in the game he simply needed to load the gun after learning it. He now had to perform some more technical procedures. Everything was truly far more immersive than it had been in the game, confirming his suspicion that he had transmigrated to an actual reality. Han Xiao began to strip the handgun and reassemble it. The skill icon for basic assembly lit up. After 40 seconds, he finished the task. To a specialist, 40 seconds was nothing. However, Han Xiao was a complete newbie. He had only spent 10 minutes on a book. Everyone was shocked. Is this the effect of Valkyrie? Lin Weixian started speaking excitedly. Such learning prowess. If I can analyze his brain, perhaps I can recreate. Go to hell. How much, exactly, are you obsessed with brains? Han Xiao proceeded to repeat reassembling the handgun. You have succeeded at an assembly, basic. 69% perfection rate, 28 express gained. You have succeeded at an assembly, basic. 73% perfection rate, 32 express gained. There were many ways to gain experience in Galaxy. Apart from hunting monsters and completing quests, skills and crafting were 2 key sources of experience for mechanics. As Han Xiao repeated the task again and again, he gradually became faster and faster. He was soon able to complete the task in a mere 20 seconds. Proceed with brainwashing now, ordered Gila suddenly. Fortunately for Han Xiao, it had been enough. He had accumulated a total of 200 experience points. Use all experience to level up class. Mechanic, ding. Mechanic, novice, has leveled up. LV, 1 becomes LV. 2, energy plus 10. Intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1. You have gained 2 attribute points. You have gained 1 potential point. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. This is a meme relating to Dragon Ball Z, where Raditz meets a farmer with power level 5. Chapter 3, Life is all about acting. Han Xiao was strapped to a metal seat with his eyes forcefully pried open by extensions. Before him was a black screen with speakers on either side. He was unable to move at all. How long is the procedure? 12 hours. Keep watch here, ordered Gila before she left with some grunts. Lin Weixian activated the procedure, and the screen lit up. It began to display all kinds of geometric shapes and patterns that morphed continuously. The vivid, rapidly changing colors and harshly alternating music caused Han Xiao much discomfort. While he wanted to close his eyes badly, he was unable to, and soon, his eyeballs turned bloodshot and swollen. Ah, this is so uncomfortable. It was a primitive method of brainwashing. The theory behind it was to overwhelm and distort the subject's thoughts to make it easier to feed messages into their mind. It did, however, have the advantage of not causing permanent damage to the brain, which both Han Xiao and Lin Wei Xian could appreciate. The depraved expression on Lin Wei Xian's face enraged Han Xiao. He felt like he was a pig at the slaughterhouse. Han Xiao added 2 of his 4 unassigned points into intelligence. You are being brainwashed, low level. Your int. 7. Your resistance. 3. Brainwash failed. Han Xiao's discomfort immediately eased. At the end of the 12 hours, Han Xiao's entire body was aching, and his eyes were completely dried out. Gila returned on schedule. The boss had assigned her the task of brainwashing Han Xiao, so she had to ensure that everything went smoothly. She undid Han Xiao's shackles, revealing bruises on his limbs. Although Han Xiao was still hurting, he continued to look at the screen blankly in order to act the part. Gila suddenly bent forward, and her face came to within 2 inches of his. Her moist breath fell upon his lips, but Han Xiao was far too concerned with his predicament to be distracted. Perfume filled up his nostrils, tickling him, and it took great effort on his part to resist the urge to sneeze. Who are you? Asked Gila in a soft, hypnotic voice. Han Xiao decided to twitch his face instead of replying. Although Han Xiao had never been a good actor, it wasn't too hard to act like an idiot. Suddenly, Gila began to whisper into his ear. As her hair tickled Han Xiao's throat, 2 snowy mountains came into his view through the window of her collar. He steeled his heart with a prayer. Between the mountains is a valley, empty like the void. Atop the seas stands an island, straight as a tree. I, who have seen over 100 gourds, will not fall for your bait. From today onward, your name is Zero. The Germinal organization is your home, your country, and your everything. You will forever be loyal to the organization and will forever strive to help the organization achieve its goals. You will neither hide anything from nor betray the organization. You will carry out your orders faithfully, and you will sacrifice yourself for the greater good when the time comes. Lin Wei Xian broke out in manic laughter. Your life belongs to the organization. You will do whatever you are ordered to do, he added. Who are you? Re-questioned Gila. This time, Han Xiao knew that he had to reply. However, he did not reply immediately. Gila shot a frown towards Lin Wei Xian. I followed the procedure. It's not my fault. Suddenly, Han Xiao began to speak. I am Zero. Lin Wei Xian's eyes lit up. Valkyrie strengthened Zero's learning ability. However, as a side effect, it impaired his speech. Gila thought back to Zero's earlier behavior. He had indeed responded slowly to his surroundings. Seems like the experiment was not perfect after all. You're wrong. This is perfection. He does not need emotions. Take him to recover. I will report to the boss. I'm safe now. Han Xiao could finally relax. He had come up with the idea of acting slow to lower their guard during the procedure. Although I didn't transmigrate to an ideal location, at least it's not so bad time-wise. The Valkyrie experiment was the prototype of a later super soldier project that implemented microchips into test subjects in order to ensure loyalty. Transmigrating to then would have been way worse. They would have been able to blow him up anytime. At least Lady Luck is smiling upon me in one regard. Gila made a call through an encrypted line. Boss, the situation has stabilized. Is the brainwashing complete? The man's voice was hoarse. I oversaw the procedure. There was no issue. What arrangements do you have for Zero? The Valkyrie experiment's aim is to train soldiers, so train him. How is my sister doing? Don't forget the deal, the man warned. I gave you permission to visit her once every 2 months. Don't cross the line. Gila clenched her fists. The interior of the underground Valkyrie lab was almost entirely white. Guards constantly patrolled the grounds. After a night's rest, Han Xiao was brought to an isolated training field where Gila awaited. While he was not too sure of what arrangements the organization had for him, he was certain that they would value his learning ability, meaning he would definitely get the chance to level up his mechanic abilities. It was virtually impossible to escape from such a tightly guarded fortress, so Han Xiao had steeled himself for the long haul. Zero, you will undergo daily combat and shooting practice from today onward. Gila tossed a suit to him. Put it on. Han Xiao quickly wore it. As soon as he put the suit on, Gila attacked, launching a vicious kick at chest level. Bang! Too fast. Han Xiao was unable to react, and the kick cracked his ribs through armor. He staggered back over a dozen paces and clutched onto his chest, coughing. As expected of a superhuman. Although she was obviously not going all out, she was still several times faster than an ordinary person. 30 seconds of rest, she stated blandly. Combat training was tough, but straightforward. No words were exchanged between the pair. They continued like this for 2 hours, by the end of which Han Xiao was completely exhausted and covered in bruises. He also now suspected that Gila had masochistic tendencies. Are all Ice Queen types like this? He wondered. Gila, LV. 30, has taught you basic combat. Progress rate, 5%. Gila left wordlessly. A stout, burly man arrived to yank Han Xiao to the target practice field. I am your shooting trainer, and one of the vice managers of this base, Baltar, introduced the scary-looking man with a hideous knife scar across his forehead. He pushed a 73 Wasp into Han Xiao's hands and said, "There's 10 bullets, hit the bullseye with all of them." Han Xiao frowned. How could a beginner who had never touched a gun in real life before hit the bullseye? Moreover, the target was a moving dummy 30 meters away. I'm no Olympic champion. Han Xiao shrugged his shoulders and raised the gun with his aching arms. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 shots, Han Xiao took a look at the scoreboard. As expected, he had failed. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his back. It was only with great restraint that he did not scream out. He turned around, only to see a frenzied Baltar licking blood off a black tactical knife. Continue. 1 miss, 1 cut. Let's see how much blood you will lose today. Han Xiao moved a hand across his back, and it returned bloody. Bastard, he cursed inwardly. One of the glass panels in the room was a one-way mirror. Gila and Lin Wei Xian were observing from the other side. Baltar is being too careless with my precious test subject. Might as well let me dissect him now, bemoaned Lin Wei Xian. Gila cast a plain look at Lin Wei Xian and replied, "The organization will not approve of your request." Lin Wei Xian laughed coldly in response. I will have my way sooner or later. I created him, he is mine. Gila remained silent. Baltar, LV-15, has taught you basic shooting. Progress rate, 5%. Agent, profession unlock rate, 1%. Han Xiao was cut again and again. The cuts themselves might not have been deep, but there were so many of them that his clothes were completely drenched in blood. Baltar watched the weakened Han Xiao with a grin. He reveled in the smell of fresh blood. Why are you not screaming? He asked. A good toy screams. Damn bastard. Han Xiao took a deep breath to compose himself. While he really felt like punching Baltar, he knew that he could not afford to act recklessly. It was similar in some sense to LOL when you trash talk despite losing, you are only setting yourself up for a more spectacular fall. For now, all he could do was suck it up. Laugh while you can. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Chapter 4, 600,000 experience points. After the blood-boiling training session, Han Xiao was brought to dip in a special restorative bath for 2 hours. Although it healed his wounds, the pain from the cuts still lingered. There was an unused machinery tuning room in the base, and as Han Xiao had demonstrated some talent with machines, he was arranged to reside there. In the room were materials, tools, and a vehicle bench that he was given free rein to use. There were also shelves of books lined against the wall. Although there was a surveillance camera in a corner of the room, Han Xiao paid no heed to it. He had expected to be monitored 24/7. In the present year 687, Aquamarine was still a relatively new planet in the grand scheme of things. The planet was in the midst of a transition towards a new era. Hence its technologies were still quite far behind for a sci-fi game, similar to that of Earth. Mechanic talents were split into 3 trees. Each talent tree had over 20 talents that were divided into the 5 levels of basic, intermediate, advanced, expert, and master. Talents formed the core of a character's class. Learning a class unlocks the first talent, and subsequent talents require talent points. There are 3 ways to obtain talent points: through leveling, special quests, or mastering a skill. Han Xiao decided to hold on to his 2 talent points. Talents were not yet a major concern for him. Many new players spent them as soon as they got them, but talent points actually became harder to come by in the later stages of the game. They were to be used wisely. Outside of training, Han Xiao was basically free to do whatever he could, and he spent all his time on machinery in order to accumulate as much experience as possible to escape this prison. Time went by quickly. Han Xiao continued to assemble and enhance machines to gain experience, and as he improved, his perfection rate in assembly consistently hit over 90%. This gave him a lot of bonus experience. Although assembling the same kind of machine too many times gradually decreased the experience gained to a point where it would not yield any experience at all, there was an armory in the base that was essentially a gold mine of machines, providing Han Xiao with all the resources he needed to gain experience through assembly. Han Xiao kept a low profile and continued to remain quiet and docile. Gradually, the organization also stopped monitoring him so closely. Although the organization had high hopes for him, he knew that standing out would only be disadvantageous, so he chose to accumulate experience instead of leveling up when he could. Very soon, the research team lost interest in him. The degree of skill that he displayed in assembly was easily attainable by trained logistics personnel, and he simply did not fulfill their expectations. They continued observing him for another month before writing him off as a failure. Instead of wasting more time on him, they chose to devote their efforts elsewhere and ceased the 24/7 surveillance. This allowed Han Xiao to relax a little. As the organization's attention gradually shifted away from him, eventually, only Lin Wei Xian and Baltar continued to keep tabs on him. Although Lin Wei Xian's continued requests to dissect Han Xiao for research were still being rejected, Han Xiao knew that it was only a matter of time before they would be approved. There was not much time left for him. As for Baltar, Han Xiao had become the sole target of his affection. As recovery pills were readily available, and the researchers believed that torture could stimulate growth, Baltar was allowed to indulge in his sadistic ways. Han Xiao gradually grew numb to the pain. With nothing much to do and no one to converse to, Han Xiao channeled his focus and thoughts into studying machinery. He found solace in the sense of accomplishment that crafting brought him. One day, a number of armored guards came to the tuning room to move a large portion of Han Xiao's resources away. As Han Xiao watched them quietly, a person walked up to him. "You have let the organization down. From today onward, your resources will be cut by 80%. The person who spoke to Han Xiao was test subject number 1. "I heard that you are my predecessor. With so many resources, is all you can make garbage like this? You are a failure, and I have been chosen to replace you." For some reason, the sight of Han Xiao irked no one. Han Xiao remained silent. The organization prioritized results. Since Han Xiao was not giving them results, he was being stripped of his privileges. They planned to devote their resources to grooming the more promising no one. As the research lab did not have any maintenance personnel for machinery, Han Xiao still got to keep the tuning room for himself. He was now assigned to perform maintenance and repairs. Tisk tisk, sad rats. A few guards who saw the pair conversed among themselves. Brainwashed lab rats. Fated to be sacrificed. I'd rather die than end up like that. Shish, they can hear us. It doesn't matter, does it? They've already been brainwashed anyway. To them, test subjects were less than animals. Han Xiao walked away silently. Half a year passed. In this period of time, Han Xiao managed to figure out the layout of the entire facility and the routines of the staff. The Valkyrie Laboratory, commanded by Gila, was an underground facility that comprised of 3 floors. Because it was a secret base, it wasn't built to be very big, and was concealed within an uninhabited forest. Its supplies were delivered by airdrop. A total of 60 armored guards patrolled the facility. Every now and then, the organization would send a batch of test subjects who had had their memories wiped here for experimentation. Although there were a dozen so other Valkyrie laboratories, this base was the main one. After Han Xiao and no one, the Germinal organization had managed to produce another 76 successful test subjects. While most of them had already been transferred to other facilities, number 1 and 9 other exceptional test subjects were chosen to form a squad, and they were still awaiting orders here. Han Xiao had grown accustomed to his life here. Aside from training, he spent all his time working with machines in the tuning room. The room had become a haven of sorts for him. The guards gradually began to ignore his presence, and when he passed by, they would simply gloss over him as though he were invisible. This was extremely advantageous for Han Xiao, who was tirelessly gaining as much experience as he could. He also tried to memorize as many blueprints as he could. The experience that assembly and enhancement rewarded were separate. When Han Xiao could no longer gain experience from assembling a certain machine, he would proceed to work on enhancing it. He was always careful to revert the machinery back to its original state after enhancing so as to keep his abilities a secret. After many hours of training, Han Xiao also managed to master the 2 skills of basic combat and basic shooting, and unexpectedly unlocked a passive ability called Grinder, which gave him plus 100 health. He also unlocked the subclass of Agent, and was now at a character level of 4. After his continued efforts, Basic Assembly, and Basic Enhancement, reached LV 4, while Basic Combat, and Basic Shooting, reached LV 2. Mechanics required substantial amounts of resources and currency for growth, and while this would normally be a limitation to the class, Han Xiao had access to free materials from the organization. He had used up almost 90% of the machines in the armory, accumulating a total of 600 experience. Without monsters or missions, only mechanics could earn so much experience in such a short amount of time. Give Lin Wei Xian the green light. He has asked repeatedly. He may dissect 0, ordered the boss over the line. Gila frowned. You rejected him repeatedly. The organization has devoted so much resources to him already. We must gain something in return, said the boss plainly. The only worth that trash has is in being recycled. That is Zero's fate. Gila bit her lip. Understood. What are the results of number 1 and his team's training? Continued the boss. Very promising. I see potential in them. Very good. Send them to the Night Owl base for training. I have already sent the Night Owl squad to receive them. They will arrive in 2 or 3 days. That's the day I visit my sister. You don't need to follow them. Alright. Chapter 5. Lightweight Mechanical Arm. Ha! Cried out Gila as her bullet-like fist connected onto Han Xiao's chest. Han Xiao endured the pain of the blow to grab Gila by her collar. With a mighty twist, he threw Gila over his shoulder. However, it was ineffective. Gila effortlessly nullified the shoulder throw by performing a flip. Han Xiao paused to rub his chest. Is that all that you are capable of? Gila was visibly upset. Han Xiao remained silent. He had expected the organization to have given up on him with what little progress he had shown, but for the past 6 months, Gila had dutifully trained with him every single day. For some reason though, she was going especially hard on him today. Although Gila was the commander of this base, she did not have much work to do. Training Han Xiao was actually one of the few things that she had to look forward to. When she had learned of the boss's intention to hand him to Lin Wei Xian, it had upset her. Although they had never actually conversed before, it was 6 months of accompaniment regardless. A person could even develop feelings for an object if he or she spent that much time with it. Perhaps, due to having grown used to seeing Han Xiao every day, Gila was a bit reluctant to hand him over. How many times has it been? She wondered. All those people, all those faces. The organization's cruel methods had not only caused her to lose many of her friends, she had also lost her sister. The reason she had pushed Han Xiao harder today was to try and stimulate him. She had hoped to be able to draw out any latent talent in him. However, it had clearly been too much to ask for. The boss has approved of Lin Wei Xian's request to dissect you. She sighed. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she had ever spoken of anything outside of training to Han Xiao. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Finally, although Han Xiao had been anticipating this from the moment he decided to lie low, he did not regret doing so. His background made it impossible for him to rise up through the ranks, which meant that he would only be able to continue on as a henchman. Either way, Han Xiao did not wish to work for the organization. Suddenly, Han Xiao noticed a photograph on the ground. It seemed to have fallen out of Gila's pocket during their fight. Han Xiao bent down to pick it up. It was a group photo set in front of a vast, blue sea that was basking under a setting sun. 2 girls stood side by side in the center. One of them was Gila, who was smiling radiantly. The other girl had snow-white hair and seemed to resemble Gila somewhat. She looked both clever and gentle. Gila's face changed upon realizing that she had dropped the photo. She immediately bent down to snatch for it. When she saw that it was undamaged, she let out a sigh of relief. As she pocketed it, she took a final, probing look at Han Xiao before turning around to leave. The interface suddenly lit up with a message. You have initiated a D-class quest. Night Owl plans. Accept. Decline. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. My first mission in 6 months. Accept. Quest synopsis. The dark and blood-stained advent of the Germinal organization has always been a great mystery to the 6 nations of planet Aquamarine. Gila has a secret past that no one knows about. Where do her loyalties truly lie? You now hold one of the clues to this mystery. Will you seek to uncover the truth? You may choose to pass this clue on to someone else for a small reward. The quest had obviously been initiated by the photo. Han Xiao knew who the white-haired girl was. She was none other than Gila's younger sister, Aurora. While the sisters both possessed supernatural powers, their powers were of 2 extremes. Aurora's blood possessed mysterious healing properties that could extend life or even bring back the dead. She had been brainwashed, and was now being controlled by the Germinal. Not only were they taking advantage of her powers, they were also using her as leverage to make Gila do their bidding. Gila only cared for one person, and that was Aurora. The war between the 6 countries and the Germinal organization reached a climax at the conclusion of version 1.0. As a last resort, the Germinal organization used Aurora's flesh and blood to create an endless supply of miracle drugs that won them the war. Gila, who had been at the front lines at the time, only learned of what had happened a few months later. Losing her sister tore her apart, and the Germinal organization took advantage of her moment of weakness to capture and imprison her. After her escape, she became cold-blooded and ruthless, going so far as to sacrifice countless of lives in order to awaken her latent powers. She turned to the dark side and stopped at nothing to gain power, eventually coming to be known as the Goddess of Death, whose very name spread fear throughout the Shattered Belt. Although the present Gila was cold, compared to the future Goddess of Death who wielded the power to wipe out entire civilizations, she was a billion times nicer. If he had the chance, Xiao would definitely do his best to alter her tragic fate, not out of pity, but to prevent her from destroying his fleet of spaceships. However, he was still far too weak to do anything. Escaping the base was his primary goal. Xiao knew from Gila's routine the past 6 months that she would leave the lab in 2 days. That would be the perfect chance. Xiao returned to the tuning room and summoned the interface. He currently possessed 2 subclasses, and 1 main class: Civilian, Agent, and Mechanic, Novice. Of the 5 main classes, Mechanics were weaker in the early stages of the game. They were also more intended to be a support class early on. In version 3.0, however, they would receive new talents that greatly buffed their combat capabilities to become one of the more popular classes. In the later stages of the game, a high-level mechanic was akin to an entire galactic fleet. Mechanics were well known for having many skills. Each blueprint itself could be seen as a skill, and since there were thousands of blueprints of machines, mechanics could be played in any number of ways. The slew of skills at their disposal made them adept at all sorts of tactics and warfare. Nevertheless, they had a glaring weakness: they needed more experience than other classes to level up. Xiao contemplated for a moment before dumping all the experience he could into Mechanic, initiating a leveling frenzy. Engineer, Novice, has been raised to LV 3, plus 10 energy, plus 1 int, plus 1 end. Plus 2 unassigned stat points. Plus 1 talent point. Engineer, Novice, has been raised to LV 10, max. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 int, plus 1 end. Plus 2 unassigned stat points. Plus 1 talent point. It took 130,000 experience to level LV 2 Mechanic, Novice, to LV 10. As a result, Xiao gained 8 endurance, 8 intelligence, 100 energy, 16 stat points, 8 talent points, and was now LV 12. It was usually more cost-effective to raise the level of the main class first, as it gave more energy. As Xiao did not meet the requirement for class advancement yet, he could not level Mechanic up any further. Most classes had a starting level cap of LV 10 that could only be exceeded after performing an advancement. Xiao continued to use 80,000 experience to level up Agent to LV 9. He gained plus 1-2 strength, plus 9 dexterity, plus 3 charm, 9 talent points, and 9 points of unassigned stats from this, and hit LV 20. While a character could have any number of classes, LV 20 was the maximum character level before completing the special advancement mission. In the game, the maximum level was usually raised every major update. In version 1.0, it was LV 60. Galaxy had hundreds of classes, and this gave players unlimited combinations to play around with. It made it common for a character to have individualized skill sets. As there was no fixed strategy in particular, each and every character could be skilled uniquely. This was one of the game's strong points. Xiao discovered an anomaly. His interface did not display a maximum level. This could mean that he was allowed to exceed the limits of a regular character. The gameplay of version 1.0 and version 2.0 was mostly based around the beginner planets. Although the stronger civilizations in the universe were already implemented from the start, players were unable to interact with them. Xiao wondered if his NPC status would have any impact on this. LV 20 Advancement Mission. Learn an advanced mechanic skill. As one of the requirements to learning an advanced mechanic skill was to gain advanced knowledge, Han Xiao had no way to proceed with the advancement. He used another 150,000 experience to raise Basic Assembly and Basic Enhancement to their LV-10 each, thereby gaining 2 talent points. He then used 10,000 experience to raise the level of his Machinery Affinity, Novice, to LV-3. After some calculations, Han Xiao proceeded to use 60,000 experience to reach LV-6 in both Basic Combat and Basic Shooting, and this unlocked Grappling and Precise Aim. He intended to use the remaining 170,000 experience to do some blueprint gambling. Blueprints were an important feature of the mechanic class. The first method of obtaining them would be through leveling talents. The second method would be through completing missions. Some missions rewarded blueprints. The third way through perform reverse engineering, done by disassembling machinery. However, on top of certain conditions and requirements, this method expended experience points. The fourth way and the most important one was through combining talents. This method also expended experience points. As there were 60 talents, and the same type of combination could yield different kinds of blueprints, the possibilities were endless. Some blueprints even had hidden prerequisites, making it hard to determine exactly how many blueprints could be derived from a certain combination. The experience needed to perform talent combination also increased with each attempt, and if the player received the same blueprint again, the experience expended would not be compensated. This is why talent combination was widely known as blueprint gambling. As useful as it was, it did consume a lot of experience. Back to before he had transmigrated, players had discovered and researched thousands of combinations, and Han Xiao was familiar with many of them. As a mechanic, he would be able to overcome the early weaknesses of the class as there were a few rare blueprints of godly equipment that could be crafted by a novice engineer. Besides the 4 methods of obtaining blueprints above, there was also a lesser-used method known as free creation, where players were allowed to freely create machines that they conceptualized. However, this method had an abysmal success rate. The success rate of free creation depends on various factors such as the viability of the concept itself, the quality of the materials, the character's level in knowledge, certain abilities, tools used, and so on. Before Han Xiao transmigrated, players still had not managed to figure out the exact science behind it. It was simply too hard to succeed at this method, causing it to be largely viewed as a waste of time and effort. As Han Xiao had gained 19 talent points from leveling his classes, and 2 points from maxing 2 of his skills, he now had a total of 21 talent points. Han Xiao proceeded to pick out 2 books from the shelf before summoning the interface. Use 1 talent point to unlock the weaponry branch talent, Basic Mechanical Engineering. YN. Use 1 talent point to unlock the weaponry branch talent, Basic Bioengineering. YN. Confirm. A large amount of information related to these 2 talents began to be transmitted into Han Xiao's brain, causing him some discomfort. This continued for 10 minutes. When he was done, he used another 2 talent points to raise them to LV-2, increasing his degree of comprehension for them. Combining these 2 LV-2 talents can yield 6 types of blueprints. Each combination will double the required experience for the next. The first combination requires 10,000 experience, so 170,000 experience will allow me to combine 4 times. I must get that blueprint in 4 tries. Han Xiao nervously proceeded to combine LV-2 Basic Mechanical Engineering and LV-2 Basic Bioengineering. Proceed with talent combination of LV-2 Basic Mechanical Engineering and LV-2 Basic Bioengineering. 10,000 experience will be used. Yes. Han Xiao's vision whirled momentarily as a new blueprint appeared before him. Success. Congratulations on discovering Sky Swallow Gliders. Not this one. Han Xiao clenched his fists. Continue. 20,000 experience will be used. Success. Congratulations on discovering Bionic Limb. Damn it. This is the worst one. Again. 40,000 experience will be used. Success. Congratulations on discovering Lightweight Mechanical Arm. This is it. Han Xiao slammed the table excitedly. Haha, lightweight mechanical arm. This is what I was hoping for. Half a year of hard work almost went down the drain. Name: Han Xiao. Race: human, carbon-based, yellow. Model: NPC, countdown to version 1.0 launch. 182 days 8 hours 23 minutes. Level 20, can proceed with advancement. Main class, Engineer, Novice, LV. 10 out of 10, can proceed with advancement. Subclasses, Civilian LV. 1. Agent LV. 9, 0.25 thousandths. Health, 320 Stamina, 434 434ths. Attributes, 21 STR, 17 Dex, 22 End, 15 Int, 1 MYS, 5 Cha, 1 Luck. Unassigned stats, 27. Energy, 120, LV, 3. LV, 1, 10, STR plus 1, Dex plus 1, End plus 1, Max Stamina plus 20. LV, 2, 50, STR plus 3, Dex plus 2, End plus 3, Max Stamina plus 50. LV, 3, 100, STR plus 3, Dex plus 3, End plus 5, Max Stamina plus 100. Energy rank, 4855. Grade, F, Mortal. To the weakest superhuman, you are a slightly huge ant. Abilities, Concentration, plus 10% to mastery and crafting speeds. Lesser willpower, plus 3 focus. Grinder, plus 100 health. Skills, Mechanic, Novice Mechanic Affinity LV, 3. Basic Maintenance LV, 10, Max. Basic Enhancement LV, 10, Max. Blueprint, Cloud Sparrow Glider LV, 1, 0.5 thousandths. Blueprint, Bionic Limb LV, 1, 0.2 thousandths. Blueprint, Lightweight Mechanical Arm LV, 1, 0.10 thousandths. Agent, Basic Combat LV, 6, 0.16 thousandths, plus 6% damage when unarmed. Basic Shooting LV, 6, 0.16 thousandths, plus 6% accuracy. Grappling LV, 1, 0.3 thousandths, plus 3% parry, plus 2% damage when unarmed. Precise Aim LV, 1, 0.3 thousandths, plus 3% accuracy, plus 2% range damage. Talent points, 17, Class Talents, Arms, Basic Assembly LV, 1, 0/1. Basic Mechanical Engineering LV, 2, 0/1. Basic Bioengineering LV, 2, 0/1. 17 talents not learned. Energy, 20 talents not learned. Control, 20 talents not learned. Influence, 0. Legend, 0. Equipment, none. In one shot, Han Xiao was able to reach LV 20 and significantly boost his combat ability. He spent 5 of his 27 unassigned stat points to raise his intelligence to 20, fulfilling the prerequisite to craft the lightweight mechanical arm. Now, he had one thing left to do: suit up. Han Xiao grinned as he looked at the spare parts scattered all across the floor. I will show you what raising a tiger's cub means. Chapter 6. Taking action. The Valkyrie lab was hidden underneath an abandoned farm situated within an extremely large forest. The farm itself was enclosed by a tall electrical fence. A black Harrier helicopter descended on the abandoned farm. 6 fully equipped agents dressed in black emerged from the aircraft. I am the captain of Night Owl Squad 3, Silver Blade. I've come under orders to transport the Valkyrie squad, introduced the stony-faced captain. Stop wasting my time, replied an irritated Gila as she fixed her tousled hair. There are vehicles in the hangar. I'll take the helicopter. Number 1, who had been chosen to lead the Valkyrie squad, stepped forward. Test subject number 1 greets officer. Follow us. Yes sir. As Gila hopped on the helicopter, she frowned. Strange. It feels like I've forgotten something. Machinery tuning room. Han Xiao was almost done with crafting the lightweight mecha arm. It had proven harder to craft than expected. In the game, blueprint crafting was guided. The player simply needed to input the materials and follow a few simplified steps. Now, however, Han Xiao had to do everything manually. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing though, as it did give him the freedom to make small modifications. Although the organization had taken away most of Han Xiao resources, there was still enough left for him to work with. He had primarily used manganese, a tough alloy well suited for making weapons and armor. While the design of the lightweight mecha arm was very basic, it would have to suffice. Han Xiao put down the wrench in his hand. The lightweight mecha arm was now complete. Lightweight mecha arm, left. Quality, average. Basic stats. Damage, 3558. Defense, 1317. Power level, 38. Durability, 270/270ths. Equip requirement, 25 STR. Stat bonus, 3 speed. Length, 0.51 meters. Weight, 14.7 kilogram. Additional bonus, +10 STR. Han Xiao gained 3,000 experience points from crafting the arm. Crafting generally rewarded more experience than assembly or enhancement. Han Xiao currently had 21 STR, so he needed to spend another 4 stat points to equip the mecha arm. After crafting the mecha arm, Han Xiao crafted a 73 wasp and enhanced it to 3847 damage. He also forged a 10 damage carbide tactical knife. He hid the lightweight mecha arm and the enhanced 73 wasp before heading out to the canteen. The canteen was like a recreation room of sorts for the staff in the facility. They would come here to relax and while away the time. Han Xiao had learned a lot of information from eavesdropping on their conversations. Groups of guards were chatting nosily. I want to go outside too. Being confined for so long is getting on my nerves. Well, Gila's an officer. Her status is much higher than ours. Man, I'd do anything to spend a night with her. Hey, watch your mouth. Do you know why she's an officer? Because she's a superhuman? Of course she is. Han Xiao rejoiced at the confirmation of Gila's absence. Looks like today is the day, he murmured to himself. Han Xiao got up and headed to basement 3. His target was the surveillance room. There were 2 guards stationed outside the surveillance room. Before entering the corridor, Han Xiao slapped a piece of half-chewed bread onto the surveillance camera. He had learnt that the guards did not take their shifts seriously, and true enough, nothing happened even after a while. After composing himself, Han Xiao entered the corridor and approached the 2 guards. No unauthorized personnel, warned the first guard. It's 0, just shoo him away, laughed the second. The first guard nodded. He was about to push Han Xiao away when, suddenly, Han Xiao grabbed hold of his wrist and stabbed the second guard in the chin with a knife. The knife pierced all the way into the guard's brain. Han Xiao then immediately maneuvered around the first guard to perform a chokehold on him. Crack! Han Xiao had dispatched both guards in an instant. You have dealt a fatal blow. You have dealt a fatal blow. 162, 171. You have killed a guard of the Germinal organization, gaining 360 experience. You have killed a guard of the Germinal organization, gaining 360 experience. Han Xiao carefully placed the guard on the ground before checking their stats. LV, 7 agent, 10 STR, 15 end. 150 health. You have acquired 4 bullets. Han Xiao re-equipped the dagger before slowly pushing the door open. A jaw-dropping sight greeted him. 2 guards were pressed together in an extremely compromising position. The sound of the door opening had startled them, and they were staring at Han Xiao in horror. Spicy. Chapter 7. Panic. Well, this is awkward. Should I just pretend like nothing happened and step out? Wondered Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not have anything in particular against any group of people. He respected people's hobbies and interests. These 2 men before him were simply 2 lonely hearts who had had no way of releasing their pent-up frustrations. Over time, their common bond developed into something special. It's not your fault. It's Tokyomi's one, I mean it's just how things ended up. Although Han Xiao's mind was dulled with such thoughts, his body was quick to act. Reversing his grip on his knife, he rushed forward to attack the closer guard. The guard was unable to react in time, and as he fumbled to draw his gun, Han Xiao went in for the kill. Unfortunately, the second guard kicked him to safety. Han Xiao's surprise attack had failed, but he was not disheartened. Twirling the knife in his hand, he switched back to a standard grip and stabbed the second guard in his abdomen, followed by striking his neck with his free hand. The guard collapsed to the ground. Overwhelming force. You have 25 strength. The target has 10 strength. As you have over twice as much strength as the target, your attack dealt 50% more damage. The target has lost consciousness. 1 down. The other guard who had been kicked to safety rolled further away to create some space between him and Han Xiao before raising his gun to fire. Han Xiao immediately tackled him down and slammed his hand against the floor, causing him to release the gun in pain. It would have been disastrous for Han Xiao if he had managed to fire. Han Xiao proceeded to headbutt the guard on his nose, disorienting him, and circled around to strangle him from behind. Rear naked chokehold. The guard's face turned purple as he struggled to break free. You have performed a submission. You have 25 strength. Your target has 11 strength. Your target is unable to break free. The guard struggled for a few more seconds before fainting. That was close. It would have been easier if I were a pugilist, panted Han Xiao as he got up. The pugilist class was the most popular class in Galaxy for the simple reason that it was the coolest looking class. Their skills had the coolest names, such as Inferno Quake, Devil's Beam, or Starbreaker of course. Many skills were not actually as powerful as their name suggested, but the point is that they sounded cool. Shouting out the skill's name as you used it also always seemed to make it stronger. Although most players weren't thick-skinned enough to do so, Han Xiao enjoyed it. Pugilists were also a much simpler class to play basically, just keep on hitting the enemy. Compared to the most demanding class to play, the mechanic, the difference was night and day. Han Xiao used his knife to finish the 2 unconscious guards. He looted 4 magazines of bullets from them. He then moved the bodies of the other 2 guards into the room, cleaned up the bloodstains in the corridor, and smashed up all the security monitors. After confirming that he had not missed anything, Han Xiao emerged from the room with his usual blank expression on once more. Eliminating the surveillance room was important to Han Xiao's escape. It allowed him to move freely. Han Xiao returned to the 2nd floor where a guard suddenly stopped him. Mr. Lin Wei Xian wants to see you. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Lin Wei Xian was one of the few people in the base who possessed a security pass that could access the main gate. He was saving Han Xiao the trouble of looking for him. Han Xiao followed the guard to Lin Wei Xian's private laboratory. It was a dimly lit room. The walls were lined with shelves of specimen jars filled with organs, almost like the private collection of a homicidal murderer. The organization has finally let me have you. If I dissect you, I will be able to find out the difference between you and the other test subjects. After extracting all the valuable information your body has to offer, I will preserve your corpse as a specimen. You will be fondly remembered as the first test subject. Han Xiao remained silent in the dark. You there, secure him tightly and don't let him struggle. It'll ruin my experiment, ordered Lin Wei Xian. He then proceeded to turn around to retrieve his toolbox of oddly shaped surgical knives and scalpels. Before Han Xiao, how many had fallen prey to them? Suddenly, Lin Wei Xian heard a dull thud from behind. He turned around, only to discover that Han Xiao was standing right behind him. Before he could react, Lin Wei Xian felt a pain in his chest. Looking down blankly, he saw that a knife was stabbed directly into his heart. His eyes widened with shock as he dropped the surgical knife he was holding. He could see the motionless guard lying on the floor behind Han Xiao, as well as the coldness in Han Xiao's eyes. Right, this room is under surveillance. Han Xiao seemed to have read his mind. Give up, I've already cleaned the surveillance room. That tone, is this really that dim-witted Zero? Lin Wei Xian shuddered as the color in his face drained quickly. Half a year, you've been faking it all along? Han Xiao nodded. How is that possible? You've fooled everyone. Lin Wei Xian wondered aloud, incredulous. Nothing is impossible in this world. Han Xiao twisted the knife viciously. Lin Wei Xian crumpled to the ground, wide-eyed in indignation and terror. I am your creator? Chapter 8. I have the trash talk to back me up. Han Xiao changed into the guard's uniform before leaving Lin Wei Xian's laboratory. It was likely that people knew he had been taken to Lin Wei Xian, so a disguise was necessary. There were usually 4 people in the base that he had to watch out for: Hila, number 1, Lin Wei Xian, and Baltar. As Hila was not in, number 1 had left, and Lin Wei Xian was a non-factor now. Han Xiao's escape would proceed smoothly as long as he did not encounter Baltar. The main gate to the base was a reinforced steel door almost 1 meter thick. Even if Han Xiao used all the explosives in the armory, it would still not be enough to blast it open. The only way to escape would be through unlocking it, and only 3 people possessed the security pass to do so. One of them was none other than Lin Wei Xian, and, naturally, Han Xiao had already acquired his pass. However, as the main gate was heavily manned, and everyone knew exactly who possessed a pass, escaping was not that straightforward. If Han Xiao so much as appeared at the main gate, he would be surrounded by heavy fire in mere seconds. 1 bullet would do only 10 damage to him, but add them all up and he would be lucky to last for even a second. Not a bad way to go, he thought, but I think I'll come up with a better idea. Han Xiao's plan was to cripple their communications in order to gain a few hours of time. This was the safest option. Currently, he was heading back to the tuning room to retrieve the mecha arm first. As the tuning room came into sight, Han Xiao was suddenly pushed from the side. To his horror, the person who had pushed him was none other than Baltar. "Why am I so unlucky?" he groaned inwardly. "Which squad are you from?" questioned Baltar. "Why have I never seen you before?" Han Xiao lowered his head and pushed his cap down. "I'm new here. I'm from Squad B. Why was I not informed of new guards?" "Hold on, your voice sounds familiar. Raise your head and show me your face." Han Xiao noticed that Baltar was slowly reaching for his handgun. 3 guards nearby had also sensed that something was amiss. What should I do now? If Han Xiao were exposed now, Baltar would definitely send guards to look for Lin Wei Xian. That would be disastrous. This is a problem. I didn't want to have to resort to Plan B, muttered Han Xiao. What did you say? Suddenly, Han Xiao raised his head to reveal his face to Baltar. I've always wanted to tell you this. Go see a shrink, psycho. 0. Han Xiao took advantage of his confusion and thrust his knife into Baltar's chest. Unfortunately, Baltar dodged on reflex, and Han Xiao's knife only grazed his chin. Fire! The 3 guards hastily reached out to draw their guns. Unfortunately, they were too close to Han Xiao, and Han Xiao managed to close in on them before they could fire. He sent a fist smashing into the nearest guard's face. 48. The punch sent the guard flying backwards into his comrades. Han Xiao gritted his teeth as he turned around to make a dash for the tuning room. Baltar's face darkened as he felt his chin. As he gave chase, he shouted into the transmitter on his collar, "All agents, listen up. Come to the tuning room on the 2nd floor at once. Test subject 0 has gone rogue." All the guards who heard the news were stunned. 0? Gone rogue? Are you sure? Wasn't he brainwashed? Is this a drill? Are you dumb? Didn't you hear the gunshots? Han Xiao became strangely calm under the assault of Baltar's gunfire. As his brain began to process all the variables and data in his surroundings, the world before him astonishingly changed. Han Xiao's surroundings began to be reduced to 3D lines, as though his mind were filtering out all the clutter, making everything look clear to him. Somehow, he had entered a state of mind in which all his brain's functions were heightened. 2.0 seconds to reach the tuning room. 3.7 seconds for Baltar to catch up. The 3 guards will not pose any threat for another 4.2 seconds. Roughly 30.0 seconds before reinforcements arrive. Han Xiao had been through countless battles before. Although they were all from his time in the game, it was still experience. And it was precisely experience that enabled him to tap into this special state. He started to run in an irregular pattern to dodge the bullets. Interesting. The toy wants to resist, mused a frenzied Baltar. You asked for it. Baltar was an elite agent with over 20 years of experience. No matter how terrifying Han Xiao's learning capability was, he had essentially trained for only 6 months. To him, the outcome was already decided. As soon as Han Xiao neared the tuning room, he jumped inside and locked the door. Baltar burst out in maniacal laughter as he paused to reload his gun. Hiding in a room? You have sealed your fate. Suddenly, the door was blasted into smithereens by what appeared to be a gigantic mecha arm that appeared out of nowhere. It followed through to smash into Baltar's chest. 95. Baltar was sent flying into the wall. 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken by the force of the impact. As he got up, he coughed a mouthful of blood and looked at the newly emerged Han Xiao in disbelief. What the hell is that? Baltar stared in shock at the gigantic mecha arm that was enshrouded by the black smoke it was pumping out. The 3 guards raised their guns to fire, but Han Xiao was a step quicker. With his right hand, he drew his enhanced 73 Wasp and fired 2 consecutive shots. With the accuracy bonus provided from his skills and dex, Han Xiao's current shooting abilities were extremely frightening. Each bullet hit either guard squarely in the throat. The 3rd guard opened fire, but Han Xiao simply raised the mecha arm. Clank! The bullet deflected. Lightweight mechanical arm, left, has lost 8 durability. Han Xiao fired another shot. The guard collapsed to his knees with an expression of disbelief. The corridor quietened down. Han Xiao and Baltar faced each other off. The nearest guard will take another 30 seconds to arrive, calculated Han Xiao. Han Xiao flexed his mecha arm tauntingly. I really feel like crushing your throat with my bare hands to thank you for all 420 cuts. Baltar furiously spat out some blood and laughed coldly as he unsheathed a dagger that had been concealed within his boots. That was quite a punch, but don't think that you can defeat me with a piece of junk like that. We'll see. I can kill you 10 times in 30 seconds, howled Baltar as he suddenly pounced forward. Han Xiao charged forward to meet him. Sparks flew as Baltar's knife clashed with Han Xiao's mecha arm. In the moment that they passed each other, Baltar bent down and aimed a kick at Han Xiao's knee with his foot. To trip the enemy from behind was an extremely effective tactic that Han Xiao had learnt from Hila, and, unfortunately for Baltar, Han Xiao had anticipated the move. Seemingly with superhuman reflexes, Han Xiao swung the entire mecha arm back to smash into Baltar's foot. Baltar's foot was fractured by the blow. He crumpled to the ground. 87. The mechanical arm had a power level of 38. Added onto Han Xiao's own power level, the might of blow was already at the level of an E-grade superhuman. It had essentially doubled Han Xiao's damage. Han Xiao estimated Baltar to have a max HP of 300. Coupled with that destructive blow from earlier on, Han Xiao knew that he was probably at half health already. Baltar was indeed extremely weakened. However, he endured the pain and continued to attack. Unfortunately, his actions had grown dull, and Han Xiao easily caught his arm. Impossible, how could I? You! Baltar howled indignantly as he struggled to break free from the grip of the mecha arm. Suddenly, the world before him darkened as Han Xiao wrapped the mecha arm around his head and slammed him into the wall. Splat! Baltar was no more. Han Xiao dragged the already unrecognizable Baltar against the wall. Sorry, I lied. I didn't crush your throat. Why don't you get up so I can do it properly? Baltar did not reply, not that he could. You have killed Baltar, Vice Commander of the Valkyrie Lab, gaining 1,500 experience. Chapter 9. Fierce Battle. Team A and Team B arrived at the gruesome scene on the second floor. Vice Commander Baltar has been killed. What exactly happened here? Where's the enemy? Why is the surveillance room not responding? Inform Professor Lin Wei Xian immediately. Team C has discovered Professor Lin Wei Xian's body. Oh my god, all the guards gasped in fear. Was all of this really done by Zero alone? All the commanders were either out or dead, and they realized that there was no one left to give them orders. Wasn't he brainwashed already? Has he been planning this from the very start? The thought of it sent chills down their spines. Han Xiao could have taken their lives anytime he wanted. Don't panic. There's only one enemy. Proceed with a sweep of the facility. Fire at will. Team A will head to the armory. Team B, check out the surveillance room. Team C, go protect the laboratory. Team D, fortify the main gate. If Zero wants to escape, he'll have to go there. Now, go. The team leader rose up to the occasion to give the orders. There were a total of 60 guards in the base grouped into 4 teams. Usually, they were scattered, but this was an emergency. Unfortunately, Han Xiao was reading them like a book. Bang! A loud crash came from above, and the entire facility started to tremble. What's going on? Asked the panicked Team A leader through his intercom. The sound of gunfire intermixed with panicked yelling could be heard from the other end. Team C has encountered the enemy in the lab. I repeat, Team C has encountered the enemy in the lab. Damn it! Zero set the lab on fire with a grenade. Where did he get the grenade from? The Team A leader was both enraged and horrified. His team had been standing guard outside the armory, but they had seen no one the entire time. Send reinforcements quickly. Which team is nearest? Team B is also at basement 3. The surveillance room has been wiped. We're coming over right now. In basement 3, Han Xiao was hiding behind a corner near the laboratory while the fire raged within. He had used 3 hand grenades to set the lab on fire. Presently, there were a dozen guards from Team C that had suspected his presence and were advancing on him. After his battle with Baltar, Han Xiao had not headed for the main gate immediately. Instead, he had gone back down to basement 3, predicting that the guards would conduct a sweep of the facility from the top. Since it was no longer possible to sneak out as he had planned, Han Xiao had to change his tactics. Here in the laboratory at basement 3 was where all the Valkyrie data was stored, making it one of the key areas of the entire facility. He knew that setting it ablaze would cause the enemy to panic. I still have 77 bullets and 5 custom grenades. Han Xiao re-evaluated his inventory before peeking out from the corner for just an instant. Bullets were fired almost instantly. 12 guards, 3 N9 submachine guns, 973 Wasp handguns. I'm outclassed in firepower. Han Xiao's mind raced. It had been a minute since he set the laboratory on fire. Team B would arrive within 3 minutes, so he did not have much time left. Han Xiao knew all of this because he had been eavesdropping on a stolen intercom. Everything had happened so suddenly that the guards did not stop to consider this possibility. Han Xiao tossed out a grenade, causing the Team C guards to frantically jump for cover. Bang! Han Xiao used the smoke of the blast to sneak up onto the nearest guard. He gave him a mecha punch in the stomach, crippling him. Shoot! Quickly, shoot! The other guards resumed shooting. Han Xiao yanked the poor guard up to use as a shield, and while this did not stop them from shooting, Han Xiao was able to close the distance, and he swiftly dispatched of another 3 guards. The remaining Team C guards scattered further back to pull apart from him. Han Xiao rolled and ducked as he closed in on them. The mecha arm's durability plummeted as bullets rained upon it. As Han Xiao evaded, he pulled out his handgun to return fire and scored 3 more kills. Suddenly, Han Xiao grimaced. You have been shot in your right arm by a 73 wasp. 17 damage taken. You have been inflicted with a gun wound. You are now bleeding, light, and will lose 1 HP every second for 15 seconds. Quickly bandage your wound. You have been shot in your left leg by an N9 SMG. 21 damage taken. You have been inflicted with a gun wound. You are now bleeding, light, and will lose 1 HP every second for 15 seconds. Quickly bandage your wound. If not for Baltar's training, he would definitely not be able to endure the pain. Han Xiao grit his teeth and threw out another grenade. Bang! The blast of the grenade caused Han Xiao's ears to ring in pain. He growled it off and proceeded with his onslaught. 1 minute later, Team C no longer existed. Han Xiao proceeded to bandage his wounds. He had lost 110 HP, more than a third of his max HP. A head-on assault is too costly. If only I had active skills. Team C, please respond. What's the situation? Asked a guard over the intercom. Han Xiao pinched his throat and replied, cough, cough. Team C has suffered heavy losses. We have trapped the target inside the lab. The target has been shot. Please send reinforcements quickly. He then picked a submachine gun on the floor and casually sprayed it to create the illusion of a fierce battle. Roger that. Please hold on. Team B is on the way. The guard did not doubt him at all. As Han Xiao's silent act was deeply ingrained in their minds, the idea that he could employ such tactics simply did not occur to them. Han Xiao proceeded to tie his 3 remaining hand grenades together and hung them on the door of the laboratory. He then hid behind a desk and loaded 3 submachine guns before firing his handgun multiple times to create the illusion of a crossfire. Footsteps approached and the door was kicked open. Kaboom! As soon as the guards began to scream, Han Xiao rushed forward under the cover of the smoke and stuck 2 SMGs out of the door to open fire onto either side. Although vision was limited, Han Xiao could hear his shots landing, and when he had emptied his clip, the guards were no longer making any sound. The standard tactic to attack a room was for one person to kick the door while the others hid on either side. As the guards in the base were not an elite squad, Han Xiao had known that they would employ this tactic. Although most of Team B had been lucky to survive the first round of grenades, they were unable to hide from the ensuing storm of bullets. His interface lit up like crazy. When the smoke cleared, Han Xiao saw that 3 guards remained. When they saw Han Xiao emerge from the room, their eyes grew wide with shock and fear. Is this really that dim-witted Zero? Han Xiao fired 3 consecutive shots to finish them off. What was that explosion? What's going on? Team A's leader shouted through the intercom. Han Xiao randomly picked up several scattered guns and fired them around casually. Team B is under ambush. We are engaged with the enemy in the experiment lab. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Team A is coming right now. Something seemed off about the entire situation to him, but he could not figure out what. It was only when they reached basement 3 did the team A leader finally realize what was bothering him, and he hurriedly ordered, all guards, listen up. Zero might have infiltrated our comms. From now on, only take orders from me. It suddenly became apparent that Zero could be baiting them. After all, they hadn't heard of any other Team B member speaking since then. An unbelievable notion occurred to the Team A leader. Did Zero already wipe out both Team B and Team C? The notion caused him to shiver. If that was what had happened, it would mean that Zero had wiped out over half of the entire base's guards alone. Although he was unwilling to believe the idea, everything pointed to the fact that it indeed what had happened. Was Zero baiting them, or was he trying to divide them while he made a run for the main gate? Team D, any abnormalities at the main gate? He asked through the intercom. None yet. The Team A leader sighed a breath of relief. He couldn't let Zero play them for a fool any longer. The situation at present was already extremely bad. He knew that hoping to kill Zero now was no longer realistic, and that he had to inform Gila ASAP. Team A, listen up. Return to the main gate right now. He decided it would be better to gather all the remaining people to fortify the main gate. There, they could simply wait for reinforcements. This was the plan that appeared safest and surest to him. No matter what Zero's aim was, his fate would be sealed as long as he had nowhere to run. Chapter 10, Night Owl. Team A retraced their steps to join up with Team D at the main gate. Teams B and C have most likely been eliminated. I'm going to call for reinforcements. Guard the exit. The Team A leader glanced at the present members. There were 31 of them. With 31 guns directed at the corridor, the second Zero appeared he would be torn to shreds. However, he suddenly realized that something was off. Hold on a second, shouldn't there only be 30 of us? Beep beep. The security panel flashed green as the gates suddenly opened. As the guards turned back to look, their jaws dropped. There was a man who was wearing the same uniform as them at the gate. The man began to whistle as he pushed his cap up with a finger to reveal his face. It was none other than Han Xiao. Bye-bye, he waved before abruptly pulling the manual lever and rolling out as the gate clamped down. The guards continued staring at the gate in disbelief. The veins on Team A's leader's temples bulged. When did Zero blend in with us? On the other side, Han Xiao rejoiced. I've finally escaped. Han Xiao stretched as he basked in the sunlight. The sight of the clear sky seemed to evaporate all his worries. It was roughly 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and Han Xiao could discern the silhouettes of several moons in the sky. Some of them were even close enough for their craters to be observed. Han Xiao took a deep breath. The crisp air was reinvigorating. Since the start, Han Xiao had never planned on taking all the guards head-on. Even though the guards had already been weakened, it might not even matter if he were able to kill them all since they could put the entire facility in lockdown at any point. Then, his expression would not be that much different from the guards on the other side of the gate. After impersonating a Team B member to bait out Team A, Han Xiao had searched around for a relatively clean set of uniform to change into before concealing himself underneath the stairway. The guards had failed to notice him joining their ranks as they had been panicking. As such, Han Xiao was safely escorted to the entrance where, while they let their guard down, he had crept towards the gate, and the rest is now history. It had been a huge gamble. If anything had gone awry, he would have been torn to shreds by dozens of guns. Han Xiao would rather not have had to rely on this risky plan. However, Baltar had ruined his original plan, leaving him with no choice but to do so. It was a 50-50 all-in gamble, but there was no other choice. Han Xiao found himself in the middle of an abandoned farm. He noticed the trails of several vehicles and traced them back to a garage where there were several all-terrain vehicles. Conveniently, their keys were all slotted in. Reinforcements might appear any moment. I need to leave ASAP. His escape was far from over. The organization definitely would not let him off so easily. Han Xiao threw his backpack into the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat. He ignited the engine and stepped on the gas pedal, intending to leave immediately. He ran the vehicle over the electric fence and headed into the forest. As Han Xiao knew nothing about the geography of the area, he would have to bet it all on following one direction. On the Black Harrier helicopter, Gila noticed her phone ringing. Who? She answered, irritated. Commander Gila, there's a situation. Zero has gone rogue. He's killed Vice Commander Baltar, Professor Lin Wei Xian, and over 30 guards. He's also destroyed all the Valkyrie records in the base. The Team A leader was dispirited. They were definitely going to be punished for having been useless, that went without saying. However, he still had to swallow the bitter pill and contact the commander as they were all trapped and needed someone to deactivate the lockdown. Gila frowned. Are you kidding me? I personally conducted his brainwashing. How could he have survived the procedure? Has he been fooling even me? She wondered. Gila immediately contacted the boss to relay the news. Turn back right now and give chase, ordered the boss, enraged. But my sister, Gila began to argue. Shut up. You have no right to bargain with me. Gila glowered as she reluctantly ordered the pilot, return to base. Commander Gila, the helicopter needs to land to refuel first. Step on it. The Night Owl squad had also received the order to return. Number 1 was livid with rage at the guards' pitiful appearances. There are 60 of you and you can't even stop one person. Are there spies here? He was unable to believe that Han Xiao could have escaped alone, not when it was impossible for himself. The guards were terrified by his accusation. No one dared to betray the organization, and for good reason. However, they were demoralized and unable to talk back. They did secretly hope that Han Xiao could escape as it would help their case. That's enough. The boss ordered us to hunt him down, interrupted Silver Blade coldly. Hold on, the test subject team will follow. Number 1 was now rattled by Han Xiao's combat prowess, and this frustrated him. He felt like he needed to defeat Han Xiao in order to prove his worth to the organization. Night had fallen, and the night sky was decorated by numerous blue moons. Each planet and galaxy had a different kind of landscape and environment. In Han Xiao's previous life, there existed players who specialized in galactic tourism. They would sell albums of beautiful scenery and landscape from across the universe. Unfortunately, the thick canopy blocked out nearly all the moonlight, making it hard for Han Xiao to see, much less enjoy the night view. Han Xiao drove carefully, fearful of crashing into a tree. The darkness was extremely disadvantageous for him. Not only was he unable to move quickly, the sound of his engine could also expose his location. It's really bad to drive at night. I'd better walk. He stopped the car and turned off the engine, deciding to abandon it. The silence in the forest began to set in, and he noticed that the shadows around him resembled ghostly figures. You have obtained Combat Biscuit X5, Mineral Water X3. Han Xiao found some ration and water in the boot of the car. He stored them inside his bag and continued on foot. As he was unable to do anything about the trail that his car had left, he could only change his direction slightly to throw off any pursuers. The night was his cloak. Although Han Xiao was completely exhausted, and his stamina was almost depleted, he did not dare to stop for a break. Suddenly, Han Xiao heard the sound of engines coming from behind. He instantly sought for shelter behind a tree before peeking out to see 3 sets of flickering headlights about 300 meters away. He was about to creep towards a safer location when suddenly, a gunshot pierced the night. Han Xiao's danger sense tingled, and he threw himself onto the ground. Something grazed past his shoulder. He turned to see that the bullet had narrowly missed him to pierce a tree 10 meters away. The 3 vehicles stopped, and 6 men alighted. They were none other than Night Owl Squad 3. The person who had fired was Silver Blade. 6 Cyclops. Han Xiao was momentarily taken aback by their appearance. Those are night vision goggles. Han Xiao cursed his luck. You have been grazed by an SWP sniper rifle. 18 damage taken. Holy cow. Even though it was just a graze, it did as much damage as a direct shot from a handgun. You have entered combat and gained enemy information. Night Owl Agent. LV. 15. Classes. LV. 10 Agent. LV. 5 Elite Agent. Stats. 18 STR. 15 Dex. 25 End. 10 Int. 3 MYS. 8 Cha. 1 Luck. Energy. 0. Power level. 40. Health. 350. Abilities. Grinder. Plus 100 health. Pain tolerance. Combat strength not affected by injury. Skills. LV. 4 basic combat. LV. 5 basic shooting. LV. 2 precise aim. LV. 1 sniper, leader. Equipment. SWP sniper rifle, high caliber. Grade. Common. Damage. 70-88. Fire rate. 0.5 per second. Ammo. 5 bullets per magazine. Power level. 30. Prerequisites. LV. 1 sniper. Thermal night vision goggles. Grade. Common. 73 Wasp handgun. Grade. Common. Small caliber handgun. Damage. 28-35. Fire rate. 1.1 per second. Ammo. 10 bullets per magazine. Power level. 13. G grenade. 3. Deals 50-80 damage to all targets in a 20-meter radius. Has a chance to do bonus damage. Power level. 45. Jackson assault rifle. Grade. Common. Assault rifle. Damage. 36-42. Fire rate. Manual. 1.5 per second. Fire rate. Continuous. 4 per second. Maximum fire rate. Burst. 10 per second. 3 seconds. Ammo. 30 bullets per magazine. Power level. 33. Lightweight Kevlar vest. Grade. Common. Defense. 10-12. Durability. 50. Metal alloy dagger. Grade. Common. Damage. 8-12. Length. 0.28 meters. All 6 of them were elite agents, an advanced class. Although they were lower level than Han Xiao, they still had high stats, and were much better equipped. Han Xiao's face darkened, Oh boy, Chapter 11, Crunch Time. All that Han Xiao had in his arsenal was the enhanced 73 Wasp handgun, an N9 Colt assault rifle, 15 magazines of ammo, and the lightweight mecha arm whose durability had been reduced to 130. He was essentially outmatched in terms of equipment. Bang! The sniper rifle was fired again. The bullet pierced through the tree he was hiding behind, narrowly missing him. Han Xiao groaned. While the enemy had night vision, he could only attempt to make out their position from the muzzle flashes. The sniper rifle was too powerful. With his current health, it would probably take only 3 shots to kill him. Han Xiao decided to put the 18 unassigned stat points at his disposal to use. He added 14 points into End for additional health and 4 into STR to bolster his STR advantage. Engaging in a shootout would only be disadvantageous, so even though close combat was risky, he had to take the chance. It was virtually impossible to run away since the enemy had night vision. The only way to make it out now was to kill them all. With the +10 bonus from the mechanical arm on top of his 29 STR, Han Xiao had enough STR to ensure that his blows would proc overwhelming blows with 36 points in End. He now had a max HP of 460. He had instantly gained 140 HP from adding End, which was crucial as Han Xiao was already low on health. His current HP was now close to 400, which was much more optimistic than before. The agents were fanning out to surround him, and Han Xiao noticed that they were not very closely coordinated. He estimated that it would take around 5 to 8 seconds for them to reach each other to help. In other words, Han Xiao had to be sure to finish off his target in this short amount of time. Having killed over 30 guards in the Valkyrie base, Han Xiao was now sitting on 116,000 experience points. He dumped all of it into his combat skills. Grappling has been raised to LV 5, plus 7% counter, plus 10% damage, barehanded. Basic combat has been raised to LV 8, plus 8% damage, barehanded. As basic combat has reached LV 8 and submission has reached LV 3, you may learn one of these 3 advanced skills. Special Ops Combat, Jiu-Jitsu, Iron Fist. Special Ops focused on explosiveness, assassination, and usage of tools. Jiu-Jitsu focused on grappling and submission. Iron Fist focused on strengthening the limbs and improving one's tolerance to taking damage. They were 3 very different styles of skills. What Han Xiao needed now was explosiveness, so he chose Special Ops Combat. You have learnt the advanced skill, Special Ops Combat. Plus 6% crit rate, melee, plus 4% damage, barehanded. Han Xiao's melee damage was now increased by 15%, and his overall combat ability was also boosted considerably. Not only did he feel much stronger than before, he had a mysterious feeling that he had somehow acquired mastery over several fighting styles. It's a pity that I still don't have any active energy-based combat skills, thought Han Xiao. As mechanics had very few active skills in their earlier levels, they couldn't make much use of their energy. Han Xiao put on the lightweight mecha arm and crouched down. He took a few moments to regulate his breathing and optimize his oxygen flow before suddenly springing forward and charging towards the agent closest to him on the flank. As soon as Han Xiao showed himself, the 6 agents opened fire. With the mecha arm as his shield, Han Xiao weaved through the trees to evade the rain of metal while returning fire with the SMG in his other hand. The smell of gunpowder was overbearing. In 3 seconds, Han Xiao came within range of his target. He threw the SMG at the agent's gun hand as a distraction before swinging the mighty mecha arm at him. The agent raised his arms in reflex to block the blow and endured the pain to draw his handgun. He aimed at Han Xiao's head and fired, but Han Xiao's dex was not just for show. With seemingly inhuman reflexes, Han Xiao clipped his arm over the agent's gun hand and tugged down to make him lose balance and buckle forward before proceeding to ruthlessly smash his knee up into his groin. You have dealt a fatal blow. 2x critical hit. Your target is stunned for 2 seconds. Although the agent's expression was covered by his goggles, his painful scream was telling of the blow's effectiveness. Han Xiao took advantage of his temporary immobility to knee him again and again. Thud, 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 78, 81, 84. Sorry brother, I know it must hurt a lot, but I'm not the one who decided not to include groin protection in your armor. The agent's HP plummeted and Han Xiao finished him off by ripping into his throat with the mechanical arm. Before Han Xiao could celebrate his first kill, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He hurriedly dropped to the ground and dragged the agent's body over him as a shield while he crawled towards a tree for cover. You have been shot by an SWP sniper rifle. 68 damage taken. You have been shot by a high-caliber bullet. You are now bleeding, medium. You will lose 3 HP every second for 15 seconds. The pain caused Han Xiao's face to pale. Just a single shot had taken out one whole chunk of his health bar. Unfortunately, he could not afford the time to bandage the wound. Damn it! The remaining 5 Night Owl agents were enraged that Han Xiao had killed their comrade. They rapidly closed in as they fired, cornering Han Xiao. Han Xiao quickly searched through the agent's body and put on his Kevlar vest. It would do well to block 1 or 2 shots. More importantly, however, he found 3G fragment grenades, one of which he immediately tossed out. Kaboom! The agents had to stop shooting as they frantically ducked for cover. Shoot more, assholes! Yelled Han Xiao furiously as he threw out a second grenade, causing the 5 agents to scramble back to the ground just as they were about to get up. After the blast, a third black object was flung out in the air, and the 5 agents subconsciously crouched down once more. However, when there was no explosion after 2 seconds had passed, they looked up to see that it was just a piece of rock. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was already charging towards the next agent while firing his assault rifle wildly. Although Han Xiao managed to kill the agent who was seeking cover in the grass, he was now out of ammo. Han Xiao tossed the rifle away and threw the third grenade, buying himself some time to get in range. As he rammed into the third agent, knocking him down, a shot from Silverblade's assault rifle clipped him in the calf. Han Xiao grimaced. The calf injury affected his movement speed, so Han Xiao decided to jump into the agent he had knocked down, causing them to tumble together out of the other agent's line of sight where he made short work of him behind a tree. The agents simply stood no chance against him at close combat. But there were still 3 agents left. Although the odds were against him and he had lost half of his HP, Han Xiao remained calm and spent some time to plan his next move. The enemy will probably... Meanwhile, Silverblade was in complete disbelief. He had vastly underestimated the test subject, resulting in their number being halved. Bomb him, he ordered. They threw grenades. Kaboom! Is he dead? Stay cautious, replied Silverblade as he and the other 2 agents slowly approached. When they reached the tree, they noticed that there was a burnt corpse on the ground. From what remained of its uniform, it appeared to have been Han Xiao. Finally, the 2 agents lowered their guns and relaxed. No! Shouted Silverblade all of a sudden. Get down! Chapter 12, Original Identity. Before the 2 agents could react, a gunshot was fired. However, the gunshot was not intended for either of them. Instead, it was aimed at the corpse, or more precisely, the 3 grenades that were planted on it. As they were at point-blank range, the 2 agents were instantly engulfed by the blast and bombarded with shrapnel. You have dealt 60 damage to the enemy. X8. You have killed a Night Owl agent. 1500 express gained. X2. Han Xiao rose up weakly from a patch of tall grass. He was heavily injured, bleeding, and almost out of stamina. Fatigue was setting in, and it was taking him all the willpower and focus that he could muster just to keep his eyes open. He had managed to survive the previous blast with 50 HP left by using the agent's corpse as a meat shield, after which he had dressed the corpse in his clothes and planted the grenades. Only Silverblade had been vigilant enough to escape his trap. Han Xiao's limbs were shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't even see properly due to the blood blurring his vision. Suddenly, a black figure darted towards him. You asked for it, howled an enraged Silverblade as he thrust a knife forward. The searchlight from a black Harrier helicopter was illuminating the forest. Keela jumped down from the aircraft into what seemed like the aftermath of a fierce battle. The test subject squad had already arrived and were collecting blood samples. Number 1 was standing silently with clenched fists. The sight of the 6 agents' bodies stunned Keela for a few moments. As unbelievable as it seemed, 0 had eliminated Night Owl Squad 3 and escaped. She crouched down to examine the bodies, and was able to deduce that 1 had died by gunshot, 2 by explosion, and 3 in melee combat. Silverblade's entire lower body had been pulverized, and there were shards of glass from his night vision goggles embedded in his eyes. He had clearly been done in by someone much more powerful than him. How could 0 have become so strong all of a sudden? Even if he had been hiding his true capabilities the entire time, 0 had only been training for at most half a year. It was simply inconceivable that he could take on the Night Owl Squad that comprised of veteran elite agents. Could he have awoken superpowers like I did? Gila regretted not having kept a closer eye on Han Xiao. Perhaps, she thought, she could have prevented all of this. Also, Zero had chosen to escape on the same day that she had happened to be away. Was it luck, or had he planned it all? Their equipment is missing, but we managed to find this, reported one of the agents as he showed the mecha arm to Gila. The mecha arm was drenched in blood, and there was a knife sticking out of its engine. Bring it back. One day later, a large number of Germinal personnel arrived at the Valkyrie base to salvage any remaining surveillance footage and gather clues. The boss himself also came. The boss of the Germinal organization wore a black coat, black mask, black gloves. Well, he was essentially covered in black from head to toe, and looked like he had come right out of Detective Conan. Only 5 people in the entire organization had ever seen his face. Where is Zero? He asked plainly. We failed to track him, answered number 1 through clenched teeth. If I have more time. The boss abruptly raised a hand in dismissal. Number 1 immediately stopped blabbering. The boss was in an extremely bad mood. Just a few days ago, he had dismissed Zero as a piece of trash, and this piece of trash had managed to escape while taking out so many of his men. 30 armed guards killed, all the research destroyed, and 1 elite squad wiped. On top of that, he killed Lin Wei Xian and escaped? Are you kidding me? He yelled at his men. I want to know when he turned and how he got so strong. A researcher hastily replied, we have come up with a theory after going through his records. Go on. Zero's behavior and actions before and after the experiment are strikingly different. According to the original reports from his capture, Zero's original identity was Xiao Han, the 3rd son of the Illumera family's second in charge. This was shocking news even to the boss himself. The Illumera family were a powerful warring clan allied with the country of Theus. Test subjects captured for experimentation were usually criminals or stragglers. How did someone with such background end up in their hands? The son of the Illumera's second in charge? How? According to our investigations, Xiao Han was the most ungifted among his siblings. Not only was he unable to awaken any energy, he was extremely incapable at leadership and weak-minded, answered the researcher as he flipped through his report. Our agents stumbled across him in the wreckage of a battle. He had been following his elder brother, Xiao Hai, on a transport mission when they were ambushed by an enemy. Continue. At the time, Xiao Hai was in command of the team, and the assailants' true aim was not the goods that they were transporting, but he himself. He was the most promising of his siblings, and was more or less guaranteed to succeed his father's position. According to our intel, the ambush was an inside job. Someone within the family wanted to get rid of him. During the ambush, Xiao Hai forced Xiao Han to swap clothes with him and he used him as bait. In the end, while Xiao Han was hit by a cannon, Xiao Hai managed to escape to safety. Since when was our network that well informed? Frowned the boss. Xiao Hai did not bother to hide the truth, including the fact that he used Xiao Han as bait. The circumstances of Xiao Han's death did not hurt Xiao Hai's standing in the family. At the time, the second in charge even said that Xiao Hai had done well. As you know, the Illumera family values power above all. A burden like Xiao Han meant nothing to them. Even his siblings did not mourn his death. Han Xiao's past existence was like a roadside flower that everyone trampled over without notice. The boss laughed coldly. The weak do indeed deserve no sympathy. Enough of his past. Tell me what happened during the 6 months. We think that the Valkyrie experiment triggered a change within his body, a change greater than we could have imagined. It did not just unlock his talent for machinery, what it did was enhance his intelligence. We think that he has been planning his escape from the very start. Are you saying that the brainwash did not work on him? Interrupted Gila. Yes, I'm afraid so. Gila frowned. The researcher continued, how is it possible for a subject with no memories to develop his own will? The only explanation seems to be that Valkyrie helped him to regain his memories. However, since he was never a gifted person to begin with, Valkyrie must have also awakened some kind of hidden strength within him. Are you sure? Asked the leader coldly. Not absolutely, admitted the researcher. It was simply conjecture after all. Who the hell could be sure? Number 1 couldn't help but butt in. Was he just luck? The boss instantly silenced him with a stare. Oh right. The guards also brought back this mecha arm that he used, added the researcher. Although the craftsmanship of the arm itself is not very refined, I must say that it is quite a revolutionary concept. It seems like this mecha arm played a huge part in his escape. The weapons development department would like to replicate this model for development. Finally, thought the boss, something good to hear. Funds are not an issue. I just want results. The researcher nodded, continuing. No matter what, Zero's cunning and talents make him a dangerous person. He has high research value. Whether dead or alive, obtaining his body will undoubtedly help us in perfecting Valkyrie. While the researchers were all terrified of Han Xiao as he could have killed them anytime he wanted, they were, after all, men of science. Number 1 frowned. From the moment that he was created, he knew that he had a predecessor. This fact alone caused him to identify Han Xiao as an enemy. However, just when he thought that he had surpassed Han Xiao, reality hit him like a truck. Before determining the exact factor behind the drug's effects, cease all experimentation. Round up all the test subjects once more for another round of brainwashing. I don't want another Zero to appear, ordered the boss. Number 1's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt that his loyalty to the organization was being doubted. I wish to lead a team to pursue Zero, he burst out. The boss looked at Number 1 as he contemplated. He did indeed have high expectations for the test subject squad. Can you do it? I will definitely succeed, declared Number 1. Fine. Bring Zero back dead or alive. Chapter 13. Wanderers. 7 days later, somewhere in a radiant, glowing forest, a frail-looking man was still trying to find his way out of the seemingly endless woods. Han Xiao needed food and water desperately. His backpack was bulging but only with equipment. 7 days ago, he had defeated Silver Blade with relative ease by sacrificing the mecha arm. Losing it was not that big of a deal though, as Han Xiao still had the blueprints and could always craft another. Although the forest was not an ideal place for recovery, Han Xiao's high end gave him resistance to wound infection. Still, he did have to withstand the pain of digging out the bullets inside him. The pain from extracting the sniper bullet lodged in his shoulder blade, in particular, had been so excruciating that it had immobilized Han Xiao for almost an hour. At the very least, he was lucky to have not encountered any wild beasts, although he did catch a few hares. The wild beasts on planet Aquamarine were extremely ferocious, and some of them were even intelligent. In Galaxy, they occasionally attacked human cities. Some beasts, like the amphibious orca elephant, were so massive that conventional weaponry was completely ineffective against them. Although Han Xiao knew the geography of planet Aquamarine well, it wasn't really of much use to him when he did not know where exactly he was. Han Xiao would sleep on top of trees at night, and if the past 7 nights had taught him anything, it was that mosquitoes were the most detestable creatures in the world. Will I ever get out of this forest? As if in answer to his prayers, a wanderer's encampment soon appeared in Han Xiao's sights. Suddenly, Han Xiao's expression changed and he jumped backwards abruptly. In the same instant that he had reacted, a huge net sprung up from beneath the sand. It was embedded with shards of metal. The bastard dodged. A long-haired young man carrying a shotgun walked out from behind a tree. His clothes were ragged and patched with animal skin. Stand still, he shouted. The young man was most likely one of the residents from the encampment, and Han Xiao, not wishing to create unnecessary trouble, held his hands up above his head. I'm just a passerby. A passerby? Han Xiao's bulging backpack caught the young man's eye. What's in the bag? Take everything out. Han Xiao sighed. No wonder the trap was so big. It was precisely meant to catch people. Morals are always blurred in times of trouble. Most wanderers were surviving citizens of the old countries who opted not to join the Six Nations. As life in the wild was harsh, killing and stealing might have been frowned upon, but they were inevitable occurrences. Are you deaf? I said, take everything out, yelled the long-haired young man as he walked forward to hit Han Xiao on the forehead with the butt of his shotgun. Han Xiao was exasperated. The only contents in his backpack were guns, ammo, and equipment that belonged to the Germinal organization. How was he going to explain that? Do you not understand me? Want me to screw you up? The long-haired young man cocked the shotgun threateningly. Suddenly, Han Xiao threw an elbow into the chest of the unsuspecting young man, sending him flying back in shock. Han Xiao grabbed the shotgun from him out of mid-air. The young man landed heavily on the ground, and he clutched his chest in terror as he scrambled to crawl away. Han Xiao cut out some rope from the trap and tied the whimpering young man to a tree. When he examined the shotgun, he realized that its barrel was outright crooked and shook his head. At the very least, it implied that the young man had never killed before and that he had only been acting. Nonetheless, the young man was so terrified that when he saw it in Han Xiao's hand, he panicked even more. Big brother, please spare me. Forgive me for not recognizing Mount Tai. Han Xiao slapped him squarely on the face, reprimanding, so, you know that you were wrong. I was wrong, blurted the young man shamelessly. Why? The young man thought for a moment before carefully answering, I should have brought one more gun? Han Xiao burst into laughter. You're a funny one, eh? Please show me mercy, Mr. Saint. Just let me go as if you're passing wind, sobbed the young man with dripping tears. Get lost. I've never passed such a big wind before. Han Xiao raised the shotgun and struck the young man across his face to knock him out cold. At the end of the day, the young man was most likely a resident of the encampment, and Han Xiao still needed to obtain food and water from them. Count yourself lucky. Half an hour later, Han Xiao finally reached the encampment. His appearance seemed to unsettle the wanderers. Life in the wild was full of perils, and wanderers were often unwelcoming to outsiders. Their way of life was similar to that of the gypsies, and they were frequently on the go. There were pickup trucks lined up outside the tent. Most of them were rusty and some didn't even have exteriors. Han Xiao noticed that there were only a few dozen tents, making this community a relatively small one. Nevertheless, it was a miniature society in its own, and Han Xiao located the camp's merchant, a bearded Westerner who conducted his business by his pickup truck. Outsider? The bearded man raised an eyebrow. Do you know the rules? He asked. What rules? Barter trading only. Well, that's just fine, thought Han Xiao, since I don't have a single penny. I want a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilos of food. Bread or dried meat will do, said Han Xiao as he retrieved a handful of bullets from his bag and put them on the truck. I'll pay with this. Gunpowder? The bearded merchant's eyes flashed with greed. Gunpowder was extremely valuable among wanderers as hunting was a key source of food. 150 bullets, stated the bearded merchant. Han Xiao's face darkened. Daylight robbery. The items he had asked for were basic necessities. There was no way that they could be worth so much. Han Xiao's bronze bullets were high-quality bullets that could easily go for $10 apiece, yet the merchant was asking for 150 of them, equivalent to $1,500. Up to you, added the merchant nonchalantly as he turned his attention to his fingernails. Chapter 14. The Old Era and the New. As Han Xiao desperately needed food and water, he gave in to the merchant's demand. Sighing, he aligned 150 bullets on the back of the truck. Suddenly, the big bearded man waved a finger. 180. Han Xiao glared at him. Oh ho ho, such scary eyes. Do you want to kill me or something? Quickly, people, come and see. This man wants to kill me. Dozens of wanderers gathered around in an instant. Some of them even came with sticks and bats. This is our territory. Are you trying to be funny, kid? Okay, 180 bullets. Fuck me. Han Xiao hastily threw out more bullets in case he jacked the price up further. The merchant laughed shrewdly and sent someone to fetch the goods. After confirming the items, Han Xiao raised a middle finger at the merchant before turning around. Suddenly, the merchant spoke. Hey, are you planning to walk out of the forest? Why, you have a problem with that. I have an old pickup. Want it? Asked the bearded merchant nicely. Not as though I can afford your price. Han Xiao shot back. Oh, I think you can, said the merchant as he pointed towards Han Xiao's bag. You have so many bullets. You must have many guns too. Han Xiao's bag was indeed full of gun-shy quality ones at that. He had looted from the Night Owl squad. He even had the sniper rifle and some Kevlar vests. He could easily afford an old pickup. However, Han Xiao shook his head. A car would leave a trail. Han Xiao would rather not try racing a helicopter. Walking was safer. Furthermore, if the Germinal organization's agents discovered their guns here, it would be disastrous not only for Han Xiao, but for the wanderers here as well. In some sense, it would be dishonest of him to sell them. Although Han Xiao had recently killed a big number of people, it was not out of perverseness. It was to survive. The merchant, however, was not an easily dissuaded person. He was about to speak again when, suddenly, a man's voice boomed out. Kai Luo, you're taking advantage of outsiders again. A well-built man clad in hunter's clothes patched with animal skins appeared behind the crowd. As he strode forward to the center of the crowd, everyone shifted to make way for him. The man seemed to command respect. The big bearded merchant groaned. Hu Zanjun, I just painstakingly closed a deal. Don't come and interfere. Hu Zanjun grabbed the bullets on the truck up and pushed them back into Han Xiao. The stuff you want isn't actually worth much. Treat it as a gift. Here, take these back. Han Xiao was stunned by the man's chivalry and stared at him in disbelief. The man was an extremely muscular Mongolian with white hair on the sides of his head, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He looked very much the part of a righteous man, and Han Xiao instantly warmed up to him. Hey, what about me? Interrupted Kai Luo. Isn't it just some food? I'll give you more tomorrow, replied Hu Zanjun casually. Kai Luo was frustrated. It wasn't every day that a foreigner came by for him to make a quick buck. He who comes from afar as a guest. You look too frail to be traveling alone. Why not recuperate over at my house? Han Xiao hesitated. He did indeed need a proper place to recuperate. In any case, Hu Zanjun had given him a very good first impression, so he nodded. As Han Xiao followed Hu Zanjun, the crowd scattered. Kai Luo fumed, but there was nothing that he could do. He did not dare to offend Hu Zanjun. Hu Zanjun led Han Xiao to his tent. As he entered the tent, he shouted, we have a guest today. Cook more. Okay, replied a woman's voice. Han Xiao followed behind Hu Zanjun into the tent. Was a woman who looked rather ordinary and wore a simple waist skirt. Han Xiao noticed that she was blind. This is my wife, introduced Hu Zanjun with a smile. Nice to meet you, greeted as she faced the entrance. She then turned back to pick up crockery, dried meat, and wild vegetables and arranged them inside a simple clay oven in the center of the tent. Han Xiao and Hu Zanjun sat down and chatted away. After a while, Han Xiao became certain that Hu Zanjun did not have any ulterior motives. He was simply an extremely nice person. I noticed earlier that most of the people in your community are white. How did you end up with them? Asked Han Xiao. There were 4 races of humans on Aquamarine: black, white, yellow, and Shanu. There wasn't any special reason for it. It just happened to be a chaotic time. I met some travelers by chance and decided to stay with them as was sick at the time. Although we come from different countries and are of different races, we are all remnants of the old era, and have all experienced the loss of our countries. There isn't a need for distinction. We are all human after all. Some of those who had lost their countries chose to join the Six Nations. Others opted to join the Germinal organization. The rest could only become wanderers. Wanderers made up 1/3 of the planet's population. Aquamarine used to have over 100 nations, but that all changed when an advanced civilization came into contact with the planet. The idea of advancing humanity and stepping out into space sparked a movement for sustainability, and the idea of unifying countries gained some popularity. While it was indeed far-fetched to think that that alone could change the face of the entire planet, there were people in power who supported the idea and conspired behind the scenes to make it happen. Long story short, after numerous wars, negotiations, and all kinds of peaceful and non-peaceful efforts, all the countries were united into the Six Nations in the span of a few decades. Many things that people had once thought to be irreplaceable were simply shoved aside by the unstoppable tides of change, and many lives were sacrificed in the process. Such is civilization. People are like the sediments in the river, destined to go with the flow. While maintaining the status quo is always easy, revolution always comes with pain and suffering. When comparing individual gain to societal improvement, it is natural for people to favor the former. Truly selfless people are rare creatures, otherwise selflessness would not be seen as a virtue. Statements such as, "See, there are still good people in the world," are sad to hear. Nevertheless, change had come too soon to Aquamarine. The Battle of Andria was the nail in the coffin. Sometimes, I think about the way we took our lives for granted. I miss how life was peaceful back then. Who would have thought that change could come so suddenly? I mean, even if the planet's resources do end up being depleted, wouldn't that be in a few hundred years from now? Why do we have to answer for something like that? Lamented Hu Zanjun. Han Xiao sighed empathetically. Chapter 15. Burglary. Who knows, perhaps it was inevitable. Societal strife was destined to reach a boiling point. Maybe short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Han Xiao shrugged. The Battle of Andria set the post-unification landscape of the planet in stone. Andria was the name of a continent, once home to several nations. As the war developed, Andria had, for some reason, became the proxy of the conflict. It was as though all the countries had agreed to settle things there once and for all, as though they were trying to contain the scale of damage inflicted onto the planet. However, billions of lives were lost as a result. By the time the war ended, all that remained of Andria was a desolate land of scorched earth and withered trees. Its rivers were left blighted, and the once fertile, lush landscape was no more. The Six Nations simply packed up and left as soon as the battle ended, ignoring the destruction that they had caused. Han Xiao noticed an old blister on Hu Zanjun's palm. You used to be a soldier? He asked. Yes, for over 10 years. I thought that remnants like yourself would choose to join the Germinal organization. Hu Zanjun shook his head. My home country was peacefully annexed by Stardragon. Soldiers like me didn't have any say. We simply follow the decision that our leaders made. I do detest the Six Nations, but the Germinal organization is no better. They popped out of nowhere to take advantage of our hatred for the Six Nations. Sigh, I'm a simple man. All I want is to escape war. War is cruel. My eyes were blinded by a flash grenade. My husband and I fled tirelessly before settling here. Even though life as a wanderer is not easy, it is better than war, and chimed in. As she finished speaking, the smell of meat filled up the tent, causing Han Xiao's mouth to water. How do you cook without being able to see? He asked. And puffed her cheeks. Don't look down on me. I might be blind, but I can still smell, hear, and feel. It's not like I don't have any limbs. Hu Zanjun smiled. She has a strong character. Won't even let me take care of her. I don't want to be your baggage, responded An meekly, prompting Hu Zanjun to scratch his head in embarrassment. He hurriedly changed the subject. Oh right, I'll let you take a look at my baby. Hu Zanjun opened a storage box beside him to retrieve an old-fashioned gun. Let's see if you know your guns, he said proudly. Bayonet musket, old era. Grade. Average. Base stats. Damage. 3840. Fire rate. 0.9 per second. Magazine capacity. 20. Range. 200 meters range. Power output. 25. Durability. 5/300. Stat bonus. +1 dexterity. Length. 0.77 meters. Weight. 7.1 kilogram. Additional effects. Accurate. Remarks. This weapon has accompanied its master through countless battles. It is a fine gun, praised Han Xiao. Even though it has been used for so long, you still keep it well polished. The barrel is perfect. Truly a well-made gun. This gun is my partner. He's been with me for close to 10 years, laughed Hu Zanjun. It only looks new because I frequently oil it. The truth is that its workings have aged. It can't be used anymore. The pair continued to chat until the sky darkened and An had finished cooking. An had cooked a gigantic pot of creamy soup filled with tender meat and wild vegetables. Not only was it extremely fragrant and flavorful, it was also visually appetizing, and Han Xiao couldn't help but drool. Han Xiao gulped at the sight of the meat. He had had nothing good to eat for the past 7 days. His closeness with Hu Junzan was skyrocketing on the spot. +1, +1, +1. After dinner, Hu Zanjun asked Han Xiao to stay for the night. Han Xiao decided to stay since he did not intend to travel at night anyway. They laid a mattress for him and set up a partition. Your bag is too big. I'll put it outside, said An. I'll do it myself. Before bringing his bag out, Han Xiao dismantled all the guns in his backpack to take out their triggers. He wrapped them in some animal skin that he got from Hu Junzan and set the package in a corner. Han Xiao also loaded up his 73 Wasp and placed it under his pillow. Of course, he was not being weary of his warm hosts or anything like that. It was simply important always to be prepared and alert. As soon as Han Xiao's head hit the pillow, he instantly fell asleep. His snoring could be heard through the curtain. Hu Zanjun laughed as he shook his head. Looks like he's beat. Let's not disturb him, and nodded and proceeded to take the cutlery outside to wash. Uncle, I'm famished. Suddenly, a disheveled young man entered the tent. His entire face was covered in mud, and there was a swollen bump on his head. It was none other than the young man that Han Xiao had encountered this afternoon. He was Hu Zanjun's nephew, Hu Fei. Where have you been all day? I didn't see you at all, questioned Hu Zanjun. I went out hunting, stammered Hu Fei. Hu Zanjun could tell that his nephew was lying. He pulled Hu Fei's ear and began to scold him in a strict but soft voice. Are you up to your pranks again? I told you that I would fucking chop them off if you took that broken shotgun to scare people again, didn't I? Tears began to flow out of Hu Fei's eyes as he filled up with indignance and pain. Your nephew not only got bullied today, he was even tied to a tree for the entire day. I'm so tired and hungry, uncle, give me a break, he thought. Please, uncle, don't chop them off, he bawled. Which leg do you want me to chop? Just don't chop off my balls. You and your dirty mind. Don't worry, I'll chop them off for you since that's what you want. Hu Zanjun was about to raise a hand to slap Hu Fei when he remembered that Han Xiao was sleeping. He let Hu Fei off with a warning. Noticing that there was someone else in the tent, Hu Fei peered beyond the partition to see who it was. When he saw Han Xiao, his jaw dropped. Isn't that the devil from this afternoon? What are you looking at? Tonight, you sleep outside, Hu Zanjun suddenly whispered from his side. Hu Fei gave a start and fell backwards. He quickly scrambled out of the tent on all fours, leaving Hu Zanjun bewildered. Is my face that hideous? Why am I running away from my own home? This is the perfect chance to get my revenge, realized Hu Fei as he stopped in his tracks. He proceeded to turn back to return to the tent, instantly changed his mind at the thought of Han Xiao's scary face. Hu Fei, Hu Fei, show some guts. As he began to formulate a plan, he recalled that there was a package in the tent that he had never seen before. It must be his. Hu Fei waited until midnight, when everyone had gone to bed. He tiptoed into his own house and picked up the package. Hee, what do we have here? When Hu Fei unfolded the package, his eyes widened in disbelief. Guns. High-quality guns. I can't take them all. Hu Fei picked out 273 wasps. Forget it. Since my uncle is playing host to you, I'll only take 2 as compensation. He wrapped the remaining guns up and returned the package to its original position. It's only 2 guns. He probably won't notice. Chapter 16. Misfortune. Han Xiao woke up the next morning fully recovered. Brother Han, you're awake, greeted Hu Zanjun, who was doing his morning exercises outside the tent. Although Han Xiao was somewhat unwilling to bid farewell to the kind-hearted couple, he knew that he had to leave. I am indebted to you. Unfortunately, I need to leave now. I will repay you in the future. I've made some pancakes, you can eat them while traveling, said An as she handed a small package over to Han Xiao. The warmth from the pancakes flowed into Han Xiao's hands, resonating with his heart. I slept well last night. Thank you for everything. Ha, don't mention it, just helping a brother in need, replied Hu Zanjun sincerely. Han Xiao went to gather his belongings. When he went to fetch the bundle of guns, he noticed that the leaf he had placed on it the night before had fallen off. Someone has touched my stuff. That's not possible. Hu Zanjun was alarmed. And I didn't hold on. Hu Fei, get your ass over here right now. Hu Fei, who had been eavesdropping from behind the tent, walked out. You again? Hu Fei averted his eyes to the ground. Hu Zanjun kicked his nephew in the butt. Did you steal again? Hand it back right now. Hu Fei bit his lips and grudgingly took out a 73 wasp handgun from his clothes. Brother Han, do as you deem fit. This kid deserves a beating. It's okay, everything is fine as long as I get the gun back. My guns will bring you misfortune. Han Xiao sighed a breath of relief. May we be fated to meet again. Farewell, bid Han Xiao. Take care, nodded Hu Zanjun. Han Xiao picked up his backpack and departed. I will never forget this kindness, he thought to himself. Bastards finally gone, rejoiced Hu Fei. He didn't realize that I stole 2 guns. He slipped to the back of the tent where he had hidden the other handgun in a box. Even if he comes back, I just have to deny that I have it. But, why does this gun have no trigger? The map that Han Xiao had obtained had been crudely drawn. However, Han Xiao was able to learn his current position from it and that sufficed. He was currently in the country of Star Dragon, and by his estimations, it would take him just 3 more days to reach the main road. There, he could hitch a ride to the city. In the afternoon, Han Xiao found a spot to eat and replenish his stamina. As he unpacked his guns to return them to his backpack, he suddenly discovered that something was amiss. There seems to be a missing gun. Han Xiao recounted to confirm his suspicions. He immediately dispelled any thoughts of lunch and hastily packed up to retrieve it. Number 1 and his men arrived at the encampment right after Han Xiao had left. They rounded up the wanderers and were holding them at gunpoint. Has anyone seen this man? Number 1 projected a holographic face in mid-air using a device on his wrist. It was none other than Han Xiao. No, never seen him before. Everyone denied seeing him. They knew that the Germinal organization would not dare to do anything to them. Wanderers were a neutral faction, and both the Six Nations and the Germinal organization were always trying to win their support. Only one wanderer was trembling uncontrollably for some reason. Number 1 was in a foul mood, having been in pursuit of Han Xiao for 7 days before arriving at this encampment. If the people here had not seen Han Xiao, it meant that he had gone in the completely wrong direction. Withdraw, ordered number 1. However, just as he was about to board the car, he noticed the shaking Hu Fei. Bring that kid here. Hu Fei was dragged to number 1. Number 1 squinted at him and asked, do you know this person? No, I don't. Hu Fei shook his head repeatedly. Number 1 noticed an out-of-place outline in his clothes and ordered, search his body. Hu Fei was pressed to the ground and watched in horror as the 73 Wasp was taken from him. This is one of our guns, exclaimed number 1. He held the gun up to the crowd and shouted, Zero has obviously been here. How dare you all try and lie? Do you want to die? Speak. Where has he gone? The terrified wanderers began to turn their eyes to the person who had first spoken to Han Xiao, Kai Luo. Kai Luo was squatting in the corner like an ostrich. What are you guys looking at me for? All I did was sell him some stuff. Ask Hu Zanjun. He definitely knows. Hu Zanjun stood up slowly in the crowd. I don't know, he declared. Kai Luo, wanting to cast away the suspicion on him, retorted, how can you not know? You let him spend the night at your house. Number 1's face darkened. The other wanderers began to urge Hu Zanjun to say the truth. Hurry up and say what you know. Do you want us to die because of some outsider? Hu Zanjun cursed Kai Luo under his breath before taking a deep breath to compose himself. That person went in that direction, he said, pointing to the opposite of where Han Xiao had headed. You're very good, you. Bang! A hole appeared in Hu Zanjun's forehead. He fell back and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Hu Fei shrieked at the sight of his lifeless body. Just like that. Number 1 stared at the Hu Zanjun's dead body. He would not hesitate to kill anyone who helped Han Xiao. Old Hu? And couldn't see, but she could hear exactly what had transpired. She stood up from the crowd and attempted to locate her husband. Bang! Her head exploded. Anne's body crumpled to the ground, landing an arm's length away from her husband. Number 1 sneered, asked for it. Hu Fei was torn with regret. His one moment of greed had caused all of this. All the wanderers were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, number 1's transmitter lit up, projecting a holograph of the boss's face. What the hell are you doing? Who gave you permission to kill? Number 1 instantly shrunk in fear. He hastily began to explain, these wanderers lied to us, so I was just trying to teach them a lesson. We'll depart right now. Forget it. Since you've already started it, end it properly. Don't let news of this get out. Number 1 nodded and gave a signal. Dusk had fallen. Han Xiao was finally reaching the encampment. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled his nose, causing his heart to sink. I'm too late. Han Xiao entered the encampment to a gruesome sight. It was the aftermath of a bloodbath. He spotted Hu Zanjun and Anne's lifeless bodies, causing him to shake with rage. Suddenly, a figure got up from the ground. It was the big bearded merchant who had attempted to scam Han Xiao. Kai Luo had fainted at the start of the massacre, and it ended up saving his life. Before he could rejoice, however, he noticed that there was someone looking at him. When he saw that it was Han Xiao, he began to tremble in fear. Han Xiao walked over to him and grabbed his collar. Tell me what happened here. It was the Germinal organization. The Germinal organization. They killed us because we wouldn't tell them where you went. Ah, they massacred us. You must take revenge for us, for Hu Zanjun. Chapter 17. Kill. Cough. Han Xiao suddenly heard another person making feeble noises. He followed the sound and found Hu Fei, who was riddled with 5 or 6 bullet holes. He was on the brink of death. When he saw the handgun clutched in Hu Fei's hand, Han Xiao understood exactly what had transpired. Mixed emotions filled him. I told you the gun was dangerous, but you didn't listen. Hu Fei clutched onto Han Xiao's pants with a shaking hand. The sight of him crying was heartbreaking. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I regret it so much. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hu Fei weakly lifted a finger to point at Kai Luo. Don't believe him, he betrayed my uncle. Hu Fei spurted out a big mouthful of blood. I will help you end your misery, said Han Xiao, shaking his head. Crack. Don't listen to H. Before Kai Luo could finish his sentence, Han Xiao fired a shot. A hole appeared in his head. Kai Luo's body collapsed to its knees. Everyone is dead. You should join them, too. Han Xiao closed his eyes tightly. Although Han Xiao's killing intent was skyrocketing, it was being restrained by his logic, much like a caged tiger. The cooler he appeared, the hotter he would erupt. Han Xiao walked over to Hu Zanjun's body. His finger was still outstretched, pointing towards some car trails. The exact opposite of where he had headed to. Hu Zanjun had not sold him out. Han Xiao's heart ached. Even until the end, Hu Zanjun had looked out for him, an outsider. You have activated a Class E quest. Revenge. Quest hint. Eliminate the test subject squad. Quest reward. 15,000 experience. Han Xiao left the couple side and walked into the tent to retrieve Hu Zanjun's prized bayonet musket. For a second, it seemed to glow and call out to Han Xiao. You want to avenge your partner, right? Han Xiao took all the guns in his bag and laid them beside the bayonet musket. He began to dismantle them and use their parts to remodel the bayonet musket. Han Xiao's basic assembly and basic enhancement were both LV-10. Although the names of these two abilities were very simple, they were indispensable abilities of a mechanic. Bayonet rifle, modified, grade, average, base stats, damage, 66-69, fire rate, 1.1 per second, magazine capacity, 10, effective range, 450, power output, 37, bonus stats, +2 dexterity, length, 0.86 meters, weight, 8.3 kilogram. Additional effect, accurate wind effects reduced. Additional effect, piercing modified to use large caliber ammo for higher penetration. Description, it hungers for vengeance. Han Xiao counted his sniper bullets. There were 25, all looted from Silver Blade. As there seemed to have only been 2 cars, there was probably not more than 12 enemies. Han Xiao began to give chase into the forest. He knew that it would be impossible to catch up with a car, but that was not Han Xiao's intention at all. There was a high chance that they would realize they had been lied to and head back. Hence, Han Xiao planned to ambush them when they inevitably retraced their steps. Although if Han Xiao fled in the opposite direction he would be able to shake them off once and for all, an inner voice told him that he would regret it. The quest itself was irrelevant. This was personal, germinal, spat Han Xiao hatefully. The forest was pitch black at night, making it hard to even see one's fingers. Wolves howled in the distance. Han Xiao had been lying in wait for almost 3 hours. Suddenly, the sound of engines approached. Han Xiao's face twitched. 4 headlights appeared in the distance. Finally, mumbled Han Xiao calmly. He put on one of the Night Owl Squad's night vision goggles and spotted the outline of 2 cars. He then cocked the rifle and held his breath to aim. After 8 seconds, he pulled the trigger. In an instant, the sniper bullet traveled across hundreds of meters to strike a tire on the front car, causing it to explode. The car crashed into a tree. Do you even know how to drive? Cursed a dazed number 1. Leader, the tire exploded. How can a low-pressure tire explode? One of the squad members knelt down to investigate the tire. There's a bullet lodged in here, he suddenly exclaimed. Ambush. Suddenly, the agent closest to number 1 was blown up in the head by a sniper bullet. His blood splattered all over number 1. Get down, he yelled. The agents hurriedly dropped to the ground. A suffocating silence ensued. They were all terrified. Only number 1 was able to contain his nerves and he immediately called for reinforcements. The test subject squad was pinned. None of them dared to move. Who is ambushing us? No idea. It's so dark here. He must have night vision goggles. What do we do now? Just lie in wait, I think, until reinforcements arrive. Number 1 suddenly exploded. Are you stupid? Won't he escape then? The enemy is 1. Why are we so afraid of him? What will the organization think of us? The faces of his teammates instantly changed. It's just 1 enemy. We have cars, guns, and the advantage in numbers. How can we lose? Number 1 added, right, we need to counterattack. Ascertain the sniper's position. One squad member plucked up the courage to reveal himself, hoping to bait the sniper into revealing his location. However, the sniper was faster than he could imagine. He was instantly shot. The force of the impact alone caused his body to fly back several meters. Number 1 felt a chill run down his spine. Who is this godlike sniper? The agent's death had not been in vain. One squad member was able to catch the muzzle flash of Han Xiao's rifle. I've found him. 300 meters south. Get in the car. Han Xiao could see them get up and run towards the other vehicle. He instantly understood their plan. There were 7 enemies displayed on the thermal imaging. They seemed to be betting on the slow firing rate of a sniper, and were willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 to get to the vehicle. Han Xiao decided not to rush. He calmly fired 2 more shots to kill 2 more of them before the rest hopped onto the vehicle. The vehicle's engine roared as it charged towards him. All of a sudden, Han Xiao's situation seemed to turn for the worse. However, he still appeared calm. The best tactic, he mused, is also the most predictable one. Chapter 18. Bigger than you imagined. Go to hell, screamed number 1 as he stepped on the pedal, not noticing several grenades hanging from mid-air in their path. The vehicle came to a sudden stop as it ran into the rope that Han Xiao had tied between two trees. The two trees were almost uprooted by the force of the crash, and the agents in the vehicle were tossed around like rag dolls. Immediately after, the grenades exploded, setting the night ablaze. The bulletproof windshield was heavily cracked by the shrapnel. It was a simple, yet devastating trap. Han Xiao tossed the night vision goggles away as soon as the grenades exploded. The fire from the blast gave him all the vision that he needed. He began to fire. The rifle was so powerful that each shot caused Han Xiao's entire upper body to shudder in recoil. Han Xiao was firing at the windscreen, and from the pattern that the windscreen cracked, it was clear that Han Xiao was aiming for the driver, number 1. Number 1 gritted his teeth and yanked the person next to him up to use as a shield. In the next instant, the windscreen shattered, and the poor guy's brains blew up in his face. Get out of the car. The remaining agents hastily jumped out of the car. In his rage, number 1 began to spray wildly with a submachine gun. His teammates blindly followed suit. Han Xiao ceased shooting to reload. Bullets whizzed past in Han Xiao's surroundings, but Han Xiao knew that they did not know his exact location. They were simply panicking. He patiently waited for them to reload. The agents soon realized that they had acted too rashly, but it was too late. Han Xiao now had the initiative. Bang, bang, bang. There was a strangely beautiful rhythm to Han Xiao's shots. As his comrades began to fall one after another, one started to tremble. As he wildly fired, he screamed, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself." His confidence had been completely and utterly destroyed. Click click click. He ran out of ammo once more. Show yourself. Suddenly, Han Xiao walked out into the clearing. Number 1's eyes widened in shock. How can it be? Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected Han Xiao to counterattack. He had, in his hubris, thought for sure that Han Xiao was fleeing for dear life. Despite all the facts proving otherwise, he had stubbornly refused to believe that Han Xiao was better than him. Now, it finally dawned upon him. Zero was way stronger than him. His false sense of superiority was instantly replaced by jealousy. I am the better test subject. You are the failure, a failure. He pulled a handgun out and attempted to shoot, but Han Xiao was faster. A sniper bullet tore through number 1's entire right arm. As number 1 slowly turned to look at the right side of his body in horror, Han Xiao fired again, this time at number 1's leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. He then took his time to reload before continuing to maim his remaining limbs. Number 1 lay helplessly on the ground as he stared at Han Xiao hatefully. Zero, he screamed hoarsely, like a wounded beast. Keep quiet. Han Xiao strode forward to number 1 to give him a vicious kick in his jaw. Wanna know why I left you for last? Because I don't want you to enjoy a quick death. Number 1 was writhing on the ground, unable to reply. Blood was continuously spurting out of his wounds. Suddenly, the communication device on his severed arm lit up. A holograph of the leader appeared in mid-air. Zero, that's enough, he said. Han Xiao frowned. I am the leader of the Germinal organization, he introduced. Do you think you can truly escape from us? No matter where you go, the Germinal organization will find you. However, I can give you a chance to live. How? Asked Han Xiao plainly. Return to the organization obediently. I will allow you to retain your memories. You will be given a position you deserve, answered the boss. He was truly fascinated by Han Xiao's strength. Number 1's face grew livid at his leader's words. How could he treat Zero so well after all the men that he had killed? Han Xiao glanced at number 1 and replied tauntingly, do you want to rope me in even after I've killed so many of your people? A bunch of failures. Their deaths are not worth mourning, the boss replied instantly. Number 1 shuddered. What makes you think I want to work under you? We are destined to accomplish greater things. Join us. What's there to hesitate? Oh, I know. Is it because you are still unhappy with how we treated you before? Don't be so petty, think of the bigger picture. Such things are trivial when compared to our ultimate goal. Han Xiao replied coldly, I have no interest whatsoever in your ideology. You killed my friends, so you are my enemy. That is all. If you refuse to join us, there will not be a place for you in this world, threatened the boss. I will destroy you all, Han Xiao declared. It was the only solution. The boss burst out in laughter. Destroy us? What do you think you are? You are just a small, pitiful ant that we can squash whenever we want. Did killing a few lowly grunts make you think that you are invincible now? Childish. Wait and see then. The world is bigger than you can imagine. Han Xiao shook his head and raised his gun. He fired 3 shots aimed at number one's heart. The test subject squad no longer existed. The boss's mask could not conceal his fury. You'll regret this, he coldly warned before ending the transmission. You have killed the number one, the Valkyrie experiment test subject, gaining 900 experience. You have completed Revenge, gaining 15,000 experience. Crack. Suddenly, the bayonet rifle came apart. The SWP sniper rifle that Han Xiao retrieved from the test subject squad had the prerequisite of the sniper ability, so Han Xiao dismantled it to fix the bayonet rifle. Han Xiao had gained a total of 20,000 experience tonight. As the germinal organization would surely come for him, Han Xiao needed to find a hiding place. He was indeed still too weak to take them head-on. The wealth of information that he carried over from the game was his trump card. In order to make good use of it, Han Xiao needed to seek the aid of a power as mighty as the organization. The 6 nations, Stardragon, Maple, Theseus, Raylan, Hesla, and Ordina. Since he was already in Stardragon, and they were the most peaceful of the 6 nations, there could be no better choice. Chapter 19, $1 million Bounty. Class A Mission. The next morning, the boss, Gila, and a group of staff arrived at the wreckage of the battle. The boss snorted coldly at the sight of number one's corpse. Useless trash. All of them are dead, reported a researcher after they gathered all the bodies. The leader gazed thoughtfully at the mountain range in the distance. Issue a bounty under the name of the organization. $1 million, dead or alive, he suddenly ordered. Gila and the rest of the group were shocked by his decision. The germinal organization was the kingpin of the underworld, and they had not needed to issue a bounty for the past 3 years. Was it really necessary to do so for a lowly traitor? My leader, you seem to overrate him. Zero barely managed to escape by the skin of teeth. What threat can he pose to us? HMPH. That bastard actually dared to declare war against us, so I will make him pay for his arrogance. I will crush him. If Zero is captured alive, use all available means to extract his secrets. If he is killed, then dissect his body to figure it out. What about those people? Asked the researcher as he pointed towards the corpses. The boss was about to order them to be disposed of when a thought crossed his mind. How's the preparation for the super soldier project? He asked. The basic theory has been perfected. We are about to proceed with cell and animal testing. We should be able to remove any side effects and carry out human experimentation in 8 months. Skip the testing. Proceed with human experimentation immediately, interrupted the boss. The risks are too huge. Only Valkyrie test subjects can endure the procedure, and there aren't many of them. Rushing things might be unproductive. Experimentation can only create cannon fodder. Only vengeance can create true monsters, he replied enigmatically. He is the perfect subject, he added, pointing at number one. Hatred will fuel him. No pain will stop him from his desire for revenge. I see. The researcher nodded. Summon his soul, the boss ordered Gila. Gila exhaled deeply before raising her hands in the air. They began to glow in a grayish light as the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Suddenly, ghostly wailing resonated in their surroundings, and number one's body seemed to respond to the cries. A gray, misty cloud of fog began to materialize above number one before flowing into his orifices. The boss unfurled his jacket to retrieve a vial of crimson-red fluid. Gila's expression changed when she saw the red fluid. Her eyes flickered with killing intent for a moment. She had to force herself to suppress her emotions. Aurora reviving drug. An extremely powerful healing drug made from her sister's bone marrow extract. The boss poured the fluid over number one. The fluid seeped into his body, and what followed next could only be called miraculous. Number one began to regain his color, and his wounds started to regenerate. The damage to his jaw was reversed, and limbs began to form out of his stumps. Number one suddenly opened his eyes. His face was twisted in agony. Zero, you have unlocked reputation with the Germinal Organization faction. Your reputation with the Germinal Organization has dropped by 1,000. Germinal Organization. Hated, traitor. You have triggered the Class A quest, a seedling in the dirt. Quest synopsis. Freedom is priceless, and you have risked your life to earn it. but your troubles are not over yet. The organization has put a bounty on your head. You will be hunted down for the rest of your day. You may have escaped, but your prison has simply grown larger. In order to obtain true freedom, there is only one path. You know what to do. Quest tip. This quest is an achievement quest. You will be rewarded based on the amount of damage and destruction you cause to the organization. Current achievement rate, 0%. Note: your achievement rate may not be fixed. Your achievement rate may drop. You may also choose to finish the quest at any time. If your achievement rate is less than 20%, you will fail the quest. If your achievement rate is higher than 20%, you will be rewarded based on your achievement tier. Generally speaking, Class B and higher quests were main quests related to key events. In version 1.0, the key event on planet Aquamarine was the clash between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization, and players were allowed a choice of ally. From Han Xiao's memory, there had been quite a number of players who had allied with the Germinal organization. This meant that he would have to face up against them eventually. Although the Germinal organization neither won nor lost, they did suffer huge losses. Han Xiao realized that he would have to watch out for competitors. There were many factions fighting against the Germinal organization. Han Xiao felt that having to contribute 20% of the total damage done was asking too much. Nevertheless, he accepted the quest without hesitation. There was no harm in trying. This is the main quest line. In version 1.0, the events of Aquamarine were heavily centered around the Germinal organization. Since Han Xiao would have get stronger on the planet anyway, he would definitely become involved in the war. During the character creation process of Galaxy, the system would ask the player to input his preferences, such as the type of planet or class they would enjoy. From their answers, they would be sent to a planet that suited them. This was a key feature of the game and attracted many players. Some people simply liked exploring the universe and experiencing different kinds of civilizations. Aquamarine was a more realistic, science fiction city-style planet modeled after Earth itself. The truth was that Han Xiao could just hide himself in the wilderness and wait until the Germinal organization weakened. However, while this ensured his safety, he wouldn't be able to get stronger. When the main plot of the planet unfolded, there would be an influx of quests and missions. With Han Xiao's knowledge of the game gave him an unfair advantage. 3 days later, Han Xiao finally emerged from the forest. The forest was situated within Stardragon territory, which made the fact that the Germinal organization dared to set up a base here quite surprising. Perhaps, the safest place is where the enemy least expects them to be. Han Xiao walked for a while more before seeing railway tracks. He hopped onto a freight train that was on its way to deliver livestock to the western capital. As the wilderness was fraught with danger, and war seemed like it would break out at any moment, most of the public roads connecting Stardragon cities had been blockaded. Resources were transported mainly by freight. Stardragon cities were all enclosed in giant electric metal fences. 2 days later, Han Xiao could spot the giant enclosure through the window in his carriage. He swept aside the hens jumping around him to make space to stand up and take a better look. Stardragon, Western Capital, Division 13, here I come. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Chapter 20, Illegal Entry. Stardragon, one of the Six Nations. The majority of Stardragon's population was comprised of yellow people, and its national symbol was a celestial dragon. The bad blood between Stardragon and the Germinal organization can be traced back to the Battle of Andria, where the Germinal organization had colluded with other enemies of Stardragon to launch large-scale assaults on its cities during the crucial period of the war. Casualties numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and Stardragon had been forced to recall all its forces. Back then, it had severely weakened their status as one of the Six Nations. All of Stardragon's cities were barricaded by great electric fences of barbed wire, and the only way to enter any city was through a main gate. The freight train arrived at the open-air train station connected to the entrance of the city. The area was like a military base. There were bunkers and watchtowers guarded by the army. Troops were stationed in every corner. Over 1,000 wanderers alighted onto the station square. They began to queue up for the inspection. Only those confirmed not to possess weaponry or carry infectious diseases were permitted to enter. The Six Nations all welcomed wanderers. The war had caused a lack of manpower and talent. Han Xiao needed to find a way to evade inspection. The Germinal organization had offered a bounty for him, so things could go awry if he were to be recognized. While his aim was to get in touch with Division 13, he could not risk being exposed before then. Fortunately, there existed a way. Back in the game, Players that were wanted by a country simply had to pay a smuggler NPC a fee to be sneaked in. There was a very inconspicuous man in a corner of the station. He was neither queuing up to enter, nor seemed to be waiting for anything in particular. This man was the ringleader of the smuggling business, and normally, he would only serve people who were trusted in their network. Suddenly, he noticed a frail-looking man coming up to him. It was none other than Han Xiao. "Is it safe?" he asked. The ringleader looked up at Han Xiao. It was a face he did not recognize. "Safe?" The ringleader played dumb. "I'll pay with these enough?" Han Xiao tossed his backpack to the ringleader. He opened the bag up to take a look inside. Holy shit, so many guns. Which syndicate is this young master the boss of? As guns were prohibited in the Western capital, Han Xiao had to dispose of them one way or the other. "Enough, definitely enough. Where did you learn about my business?" he curiously asked. "That's none of your business." The ringleader took no offense to Han Xiao. He knew that he had been too inquisitive in his excitement. He got up and asked Han Xiao to follow. Han Xiao was led to a van parked outside the station. There were already a few passengers on board, and when he arrived, he became the center of attention. Han Xiao found a spot and sat down quietly. The windows of the van were plastered with black tape. The van would bring them to a secret military side entrance. As long as the price was right, the officer in charge would turn a blind eye. A short young man was sitting beside Han Xiao. Bored, and seeing that Han Xiao seemed like an easygoing person, the young man spoke to him. "Little brother, your first time to the Western capital?" Han Xiao glanced at him and replied, "Yeah, it is." "How should I address you?" "Peijia, you?" Han Xiao. "Hani, since it's your first time to the Western capital, I shall introduce you to the city." The Western capital is divided into 8 districts. District 1 is the seat of the government, and where the officials reside. No one is allowed to enter there. The other 7 districts each have their own attractions, but they are all secretly controlled by big shots in the underworld. Remember, never offend any of them, or else you might lose your life. Han Xiao sighed inwardly. The underworld referred to illegal operations like drugs, prostitution, trafficking, and mercenaries. These big shots, that Peijia mentioned, were actually just small-time hoodlums. Peijia was clearly trying to brag. "What about the army?" asked Han Xiao. "Hey, what can they do? Do you expect them to raid the districts? My cousin is the right-hand man of one of the bosses in the underworld. I came here to seek Xiao help him," boasted Peijia. "Wow, you're so cool," replied Han Xiao. Being praised sent Peijia over the moon. "Of course, my cousin is quite the figure in Western capital. Have you ever heard of his great name, the leopard?" "Oh, right, it's your first time here. Are you here to seek refuge with relatives?" "No, I've come to find a job and settle down." Han Xiao chose a random answer. "What do you say, wanna come with me? Follow my brother and you will have a bright future." Peijia suddenly became animated. Han Xiao rejected his offer, but Peijia was not easily dissuaded. "Let me tell you what ordinary life is like in the city. 2 words: poverty and sadness. Do you want to eat spoilt food every day? The 6 nations are just putting on a show to welcome wanderers like you. The truth is that they could hardly give a damn about you. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you'll be fed well for the rest of your life." "No thanks." Han Xiao's repeated refusals clearly upset Peijia. "Fool, you'll regret this. Don't come crying to me in the future." Han Xiao ignored the idiot and turned away. Peijia glared at him. A while later, the van stopped in front of what seemed to be a closed tunnel. There was an officer waiting for them on the other side of the fence in the tunnel. He opened the passageway to let them in upon receiving payment from the ringleader. "Follow the officer, he will bring you to the outskirts of the city." The officer silently led them through the compound. When they finally stepped out into the sun, they were greeted by a line of skyscrapers in the distance. As the group scattered, Peijia glared at Han Xiao one more time before going on his way. As Han Xiao walked on the streets, he noticed that his tattered clothes were gaining a lot of attention. Without any money to quench his thirst, he had to look for a public water dispensary. All he had to his name was a 7-day stench. Of course, none of it actually posed a problem to him. Half an hour later, Han Xiao emerged from a shopping mall dressed in a white shirt and black pants. There was a cigarette in his mouth. "You have unlocked a new ability, LV. 1. Steal. Steal increases your success rate when stealing." In his previous life, many real-life skills had practical use in the game. For example, Someone who had a military background would have an easier time grasping shooting-related abilities in the game. As the saying goes, one can never learn too many tricks. Han Xiao only acquired skills in thievery as a means of self-defense against thieves. Me, a thief? Hey, don't accuse me of stealing if you don't have proof. I, the Venerable Han, am a law-abiding, state-loving citizen. Back in secondary school and high school, I was always the model student. I was in the top 3 every year. People always praised me for being a righteous young man, plus I've never even peeked on a girl before, much less steal. As for now cough, I'm just borrowing some money from a kindred soul out of desperation. You feel me, bro? Chapter 21. The Old Man Who Plays Chess. Now that Han Xiao had escaped from the Germinal organization, he no longer had access to the resources that he would need to become stronger. Joining the 6 nations would solve this problem. Han Xiao already had a plan in mind. In Galaxy, there was known to be a secret encounter hidden in the western capital. Han Xiao arrived at the gates of a workshop concealed inside an inconspicuous alley. The workshop was nameless, but it had a spanner for a logo. The secret encounter will be mine in this life. There was a chess table set up at the entrance of the workshop. 2 elderly men were currently engaged in a game. Their appearances were in stark contrast to one another. The shorter elderly man was bearded and had long, unkempt hair, while the taller old man was prim and proper. Both of them were staring at the chessboard intently. Han Xiao noticed that the tall old man had a missing arm. Both of them paid little heed to Han Xiao as he stepped into the workshop. Han Xiao took a look at the chessboard. They seemed to be playing an intense game of Go. Suddenly, Han Xiao realized that it was not Go at all. It was 5 in a row. What the hell are you guys looking so serious for? A woman appeared from within the workshop. Do you need something repaired? She had a fair complexion, rosy cheeks, and was around 1.65 meters tall. Her hair was clipped behind with a black pin, and she was wearing a black vest on top of denim shorts. Although Han Xiao wouldn't go so far as to call her a stunning beauty, she did have an extremely pleasant-looking face. She was very much the proverbial girl next door who had gentle eyes and a warm smile. She seemed to be in her mid-20s. Han Xiao's personal preference. Women at 20 can be compared to peaches, good to look at but not yet ripe. Women at 30, on the other hand, are like ripe grapes. Of course, these things are always a matter of taste. As for women at 40, what about 50? 50-year-old women cannot be described as fruits anymore. They are potatoes. May I know if this place needs an apprentice? Han Xiao asked. For some reason, the woman was overjoyed to hear his words. She hastily grabbed Han Xiao's blow and pulled him in, as though afraid that he would change his mind. Come in, quickly, you might catch a cold. Han Xiao looked up at the blazing sun and wondered, is catching a cold the dialect here for heat stroke? The workshop was largely colored in black and white, and there was a second floor. The first floor was the working area, and it was a fairly spacious area. There were a number of vehicle platforms and workbenches equipped with various tools and machinery. Han Xiao could tell from the blemishes on the workbenches that they were relatively old. There was also quite a number of metal shelves lined up against the wall that were stacked with all sorts of metals and spare parts. My name is Lu Qian. I'm the boss here. You can call me Sister Qian, introduced the woman. Sister Qian, Han Xiao greeted. He then inquired, I wish to take up apprenticeship here. Are there any requirements? Tell me your situation, replied Lu Qian. Her first impression of Han Xiao was quite favorable. She particularly liked the dead look in his eyes. They made Han Xiao look like he was a bum. He will probably be content with a low wage, she thought to herself. I come from afar. My name is Han Xiao. I'm 21 years old, and I have some basic mechanic skills. You can call me Technician Han. Technician Han? A puzzled look appeared on Lu Qian's face. From afar, meaning you're not a student of the Western Capital School? The Western Capital School was an elite school that only a select few could enroll in. It followed a special syllabus based on the knowledge given to Aquamarine by the galactic civilization. There, students were taught pugilist and mechanic knowledge. Many of its graduates went on to become important figures in Star Dragon. However, as less than 1 in 10,000 people possessed superpowers, having guidance did not make it easier to awaken them. I've only learnt some basic mechanic theory, Han Xiao replied humbly. That's a pity, bemoaned Lu Qian. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way, she hastily added. It's fine. Anyway, I still need to test you. I do need a helper, but you will have to meet my criteria first. Lu Qian went to fetch a faulty household appliance back to test Han Xiao. Before Han Xiao could begin, the shorter old man at the chessboard suddenly spoke. Kid, why did you come here? Lu Qian frowned in puzzlement. Wasn't it just to find work? Han Xiao looked at the old man and replied, I'm just looking for a job. For some reason, his reply upset the old man, and he flipped the chessboard. I am the owner of this shop. Pass my test, and I will allow you to stay. Oi, old man Lu, you're being a sore loser again, erupted the tall old man. I have something important to do, stated old man Lu matter-of-factly. Shameless, replied the tall old man exasperatedly. Chapter 22, Prosthetic Limb. Stardragon Strategic Defense Division, also known as Division 13. Han Xiao's mind was racing. Old Man Lu was none other than the key character in the secret questline, and Han Xiao had come here to meet him. However, what Han Xiao had not expected was running into the tall old man here. This old man was an important figure in Stardragon, and Han Xiao knew that there was no point in trying to hide his identity from him. Han Xiao's original plan had been to gain Division 13's trust before revealing himself. He intended to do so by feeding them with anonymous intel on the Germinal organization. However, that was no longer possible. To have to reveal himself to Division 13 so soon had certainly not been a part of Han Xiao's calculations, but Han Xiao was not rigid in his thinking. Since remaining hidden was no longer an option, he might as well reveal himself and demonstrate his value to them. Like they say, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Han Xiao and Stardragon shared common ground. Fortunately, he was now in the city. If he had been exposed before entering, it would have put himself in an unfavorable position to negotiate. Furthermore, the unexpected turn of events might prove to be a good thing instead. The tall old man was extremely influential, so gaining his trust would give him quite the head start. What test? He asked Old Man Lu in response. Old Man Lu looked around as he tried to come up with something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Pointing towards the tall old man's missing arm, he said, make him a prosthetic limb. If it satisfies him, you pass. Why drag me into this? The tall old man was confused, but he quickly understood Old Man Lu's intentions from his subtle winks. Grandpa, you're too much. What if you scare him away? Every day, all you do is drink, play chess, and go for strolls. When was the last time you actually bothered to help out with the business? Can't I even get a helper? Lu Qian was disgruntled, but her words fell on deaf ears. Old Man Lu ignored her as he looked at Han Xiao for a reply. For some reason though, Han Xiao seemed amused. Are you sure you want me to make a prosthetic arm that satisfies him? He asked to clarify. If you're scared then leave. I accept. Han Xiao happily agreed to the task. He still had the bionic arm, blueprints that sat gathering dust in his inventory. Not only was Old Man Lu's request too simple for Han Xiao, it even presented him with the opportunity to curry favor with the tall old man. For some reason, everything seemed to be going well for Han Xiao, as though someone was looking out for him. You only have 3 hours, I don't have the time to wait an entire day, Old Man Lu snorted. Grandpa, Lu Qian exclaimed in protest. Creating a bionic limb was not a straightforward task. Measurements first had to be taken, followed by designing and lastly crafting. Designing alone would take hours, and while using a workbench would speed up much of the crafting process, that would still take another 2 hours. It was completely unfair. However, Han Xiao was not flustered at all. He whipped out a measuring tape and asked the tall old man politely, Senior, may I? The tall old man removed his outerwear without fuss. He observed Han Xiao thoughtfully as his measurements were taken. To remain calm and confident despite being pressed so was praiseworthy, he thought. But why would the Germinal organization lay $1 million bounty on him? Yes, the tall old man indeed recognized Han Xiao. The Germinal organization's issuing of a bounty had caused a huge commotion in the underworld and this resulted in Han Xiao's face becoming well known. Such news did not escape his ears. Looks like there's some corrupt guards again, he concluded from Han Xiao's presence here in the city. Why did Han Xiao come to the western capital? Does he pose a threat to Stardragon? These were the questions on the tall old man's mind. He decided to continue observing Han Xiao for now. While Old Man Lu did not know anything about the infamous Zero, he had his reason for wanting to chase Han Xiao away. A seasoned veteran himself, he was able to sense that Han Xiao had killed before. He simply wanted to avoid trouble where he could. Looks like old Lu is leaving it to me, thought the tall old man as the pair exchanged glances. As soon as Han Xiao finished taking measurements, Lu Qian offered him her help. Tell me your concept, we can draw up the plans together to save time. No need, I already have the perfect design, declined Han Xiao unexpectedly. Only 2 minutes? Lu Qian's eyes were wide with disbelief. Your bragging might even reach the moon. Old man Lu burst out in laughter. To come up with a complete blueprint in just 2 minutes was an impossible task even for him. What more a kid like Han Xiao? Han Xiao passed a list of the materials and tools he needed to Lu Qian, who swiftly went to fetch everything. However, she did not hold much hope for Han Xiao as the test was simply absurd and unfair. Han Xiao started to use the pressing machine to shape metals into shapes and parts. He planned to use an aluminum alloy as the core material of the arm, as aluminum alloys were light, yet sturdy, but also easy to shape. Having parts like screws, rivets, and chains readily provided saved him a lot of time. Basic machinery affinity gave Han Xiao keen intuition for the composition of machines. For a second, it seemed to him like the parts themselves came to life, as though they were excited at the prospect of being assembled into a machine. A mechanic's affinity and skills with machines was extremely important. Each level in basic machinery affinity improved production quantity as well as crafting speed by 1%. A top-class bionic limb could be operated simply by thought, and would be functionally indiscernible from a real limb. The prosthetic arm of the Winter Soldier was a strengthened version of such a limb. However, the installation of such a prosthetic would require surgery, as well as the control talents of basic electromagnetism and nerve integration. With cybernetics, it was possible to replace any part of the body, except the brain, with machines to turn a person into a cyborg that relies not on physical stamina and bioenergy, but modular upgrades and replacements instead. Although a cyborg wouldn't need to eat or drink to survive, and could live much longer than a normal human, the loss of one's human senses would gradually make a cyborg susceptible to manipulation and eventually cause them to lose their sense of self. While this could be prevented by implementing thought programming and logic parameters to immunize one against external influences, they would then lose their freedom of thought instead. More advanced civilizations used this method to produce cannon fodder. A voice-controlled prosthetic could also be made with the control talent, basic acoustics. Mechanics were a multi-layered class that was able to utilize all sorts of knowledge to create different versions of tools for the same purpose. Presently, though, Han Xiao was not that far advanced as a mechanic, and his concept was very simple. He was using the lightweight mechanical arm as a model for his prosthetic. He planned to incorporate its dynamics and chains into his prosthetic for realistic movement. Unlike the lightweight mechanical arm, however, it would run on clean batteries instead of smoke-causing fuel. Old man Lu watched Han Xiao as he enjoyed a bottle of beer. He couldn't wait to see him make a fool of himself. Chapter 23. You set me up. As Han Xiao began to weld and assemble the parts he created, the prosthetic arm began to take shape. The others were surprised by the fact that Han Xiao did not create any excess parts. He had been thoroughly efficient from the start, which proved that he had actually planned everything out. My God, he won't actually succeed, will he? Muttered old man Lu, causing Lu Qian to glare at him. What a sly grandpa. Seeing them look so amazed almost caused Han Xiao to burst out in laughter. How could he possibly fail when he already had the blueprint in his memory? You have created bionic arm left, mechanical version, giving you 2000 express. Bionic arm left, mechanical version. Special item. A very realistic prosthetic created using the principles of machine dynamics and suspension. Adjustable to suit the user's needs, it is soft, yet extremely durable. The polished metallic prosthetic took Han Xiao a total of 2 hours and 33 minutes to make. One look at its structure and everyone present could tell that it was an extremely functional prosthetic. Everyone was shocked. He really made it. As Lu Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, a single thought came to her mind. I've struck gold. This prosthetic will look realistic if you cover it with. Save the bullshit. Let's test it now, interrupted old man Lu as he swallowed his saliva. Although Han Xiao had truly exceeded his expectations, his mind was still unchanged. The tall old man rolled his eyes at old man Lu and picked the prosthetic up to examine it. He instantly fell in love with it. It fit onto his stump extremely comfortably, unlike other prosthetics that had non-adjustable, rigid attachments. The reason that he did not like to wear a prosthetic arm was that they always got in the way of his movement. However, Han Xiao's creation did not give him this problem. It felt so realistic that when he moved it, it felt like he had grown back an arm. The elastic suspension enabled him to effortlessly make simple movements. Perfection. This was the only word that could describe how he felt about it. What do you think? Satisfactory? Asked Old Man Lu coolly as he sipped on his beer. Lu Qian looked anxiously at the tall old man. The tall old man found himself in a tight spot. Should he help his friend? Or should he say his true feelings? Which was more important? This thing is excellent. I'm satisfied. Old Man Lu spat out his beer and glared at the tall old man as he coughed continuously. Weren't we allies? We had a plan. Since you like it, you can have it. Han Xiao was not surprised at all. The tall old man nodded his head and replied, I will remember this favor. Old Man Lu was flabbergasted. The arm was made with my materials. Did you ask for my permission? Then, can I stay? Han Xiao turned to Old Man Lu and asked, his lips curling. Old Man Lu's shock immediately turned into embarrassment. As he turned around to head upstairs, he reluctantly replied, whatever, if you want to stay, then stay. Let's see how long you'll last. Lu Qian shook her fists in celebration. The tall old man smiled at Han Xiao before leaving the workshop. After walking out of the alley, he entered a black sedan car that had been waiting for him. The chauffeur respectfully passed a mobile phone to him. As the tall old man picked up the phone, his entire demeanor completely changed. He now looked extremely stern, a totally different person from the genial old man from before. The Germinal organization fugitive has snuck into the western capital. These are the coordinates, he spoke in a deep voice. Have the intelligence department monitor him for now. I have come into contact with the target, and will slowly find out his intentions. Unless necessary, do not act. Deserters of the Germinal organization were highly valued by the Six Nations as they sometimes held valuable information. Unfortunately, most of the deserters were usually small fry. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was the first person to have a bounty issued on him. It followed that it was highly likely that he possessed crucial information. In the workshop, Han Xiao turned his eyes back from where the tall old man had left. His performance should have let the tall old man know that he was not hostile, and laid the groundwork for a better relationship. There were 3 things for Han Xiao to gain from coming to the workshop. The first was that Old Man Lu kept a very comprehensive collection of mechanic-related basic knowledge. The second was that this workshop was a good place to hide from the Germinal organization. While the Germinal organization had spies across the 6 nations, they did not know every single nook and cranny. This workshop was one of the few places that they were not aware of. And even if they found it, there was Old Man Lu. Old Man Lu was far stronger than the current Gila. Although he appeared like some carefree good-for-nothing, he was actually one of the few Class D superhumans on the planet. On beginner planets in version 1.0, the strongest superhumans were only Class C. There was a lot of discussion regarding why mechanics were a superhuman class, such as, if mechanics were limited to a normal human standards, it would restrict their inventions by over 90%, and only a superhuman can use some of the stronger machines they make. At higher levels, there were stricter requirements for using the machines that mechanics made. Some of them were even not usable by the other 4 classes, but only by mechanics. Mechanics were not all about big guns and giant robots. A high-level mechanic could specialize in one of many things. They might prefer to wield swords, specialize in assassination, or even pilot mobile suits. These were but a few of the endless possibilities that the class had to offer. The official information described the class as such: masters of combat machinery and compaction. Well balanced. After learning compression technology and spatial technology, mechanics would be able to disassemble and compress huge machinery into small capsules that they could activate whenever they wanted to reassemble them instantaneously. After learning certain skills like rapid assembly, mechanics with a large amount of energy would be able to create machines on the fly without the need for tools or equipment. All they needed was sufficient energy and necessary materials, and they would be able to bypass the creation process and instantaneously create whatever they needed. Player inventories were weight realistic, and with these abilities, mechanics were the only class apart from mages and telekinetic ES per sto be able to disregard weight constraints. The third reason that Han Xiao had come to the workshop was the most important one, for the secret storyline. Its rewards were some blueprints of early-level godly equipment. In the future, Old Man Lu would leave the workshop and leave behind a digital safe that contained these blueprints. He would instruct Lu Qian to pass it to her father, Lu Cheng, who was a warlord amongst the Wanderers. He and his father, Old Man Lu, were always on bad terms. Back in the game, a player managed to complete the tedious questline and obtain the password to the safe. He then had to painstakingly search for the necessary materials to craft those equipment. However, it all proved worth it. With just that equipment, he was able to dominate the PvP arena and set the highest record of 38 continuous victories. While all that time and effort was certainly worth it for that player, Han Xiao didn't have to go through the entire questline as he already knew the password. Although the secret questline was a competitive quest, and only one person could complete it, other players that attempted it also learnt the password to the safe. Since it was not a big deal, the password was posted alongside information to the questline in various forums. Still, the storyline only occurred after release, so there was still plenty of time before then. Han Xiao intended to foster a good relationship with them first. For the godly equipment, I'll explain your apprenticeship. Your meals and accommodation will be provided for. There is an unused room on the second floor. Your job scope will consist of helping out with maintenance work, as well as orders. I'll pay you $1,000 a month, is that fine? Lu Qian looked at Han Xiao nervously. She knew that he was skilled, but she truly did not have the money to offer him a higher salary. I accept, said Han Xiao without hesitation, at which she rejoiced. On the second floor was a full apartment complete with a living room, a kitchen, and several bedrooms. Lu Qian brought Han Xiao to his bedroom. It was furnished simply with a wooden bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a small workspace. This is now your room, said Lu Qian happily as she passed the key to Han Xiao and began to dust the area. She really couldn't be any happier. $1,000 was a very small amount of money, not even enough for an average person's monthly meal expenses. Han Xiao was a steal. I must treat this kid well so he won't run away, she thought to herself. Han Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shouldn't the job applicant be the nervous one, instead of the boss? Chapter 24. What is weak? Lu Qian left after tidying up the room. Han Xiao climbed onto the bed and closed his eyes. Now, he had to wait for Division 13 to approach him. I am not strong enough yet. Han Xiao understood that he couldn't just rely on Stardragon to deal with the Germinal organization. He had to become much stronger in order to be able to take matters into his own hands. In any case, for now, he also had to be strong enough to gain Division 13's special attention. Since there were neither quests to do nor monsters to hunt, the only way to get stronger now was through crafting. Han Xiao would need money to make machines, so he planned to find some way to make extra income. The city provided him with many opportunities. His long journey had only just begun. With only 6 months left to launch, he had to treasure the remaining time. After resting for a while, Han Xiao returned downstairs. Lu Qian was working on a household appliance at the workbench. Her denim shorts truly accentuated her perky curves, and Han Xiao couldn't help but steal glances at those slender, long legs of hers. The orders are in the drawer, she said to Han Xiao as she wiped her sweat with a towel. The workshop didn't see much business and most of the orders were advance orders. Han Xiao picked out a few easy ones and began working. At 7 p.m., they closed for the day. Lu Qian changed into a comfy white dress and let her hair down, giving her the air of a kind, beautiful sister. There were patches sewn onto her dress, implying that they weren't doing so well financially. Han Xiao wondered if the reason she wore so little during work was if she was saving fabric. Old Man Lu finally showed his face for dinner. Let's eat. Old Man Lu with his long and messy hair certainly did not seem the type of person to do household chores. Their meals were, indeed, always prepared by Lu Qian. Han Xiao picked up a piece of char xiao wan with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. It was fatty but not oily, and was extremely tasteful. Han Xiao was visibly delighted. Delicious, right? Smiled Lu Qian in glee. Now this is proper food. What the hell have I been eating for the past 6 months? There's still a lot, so eat slowly, she added, pleased by the sight of his voracious appetite. As they continued eating, Old Man Lu suddenly asked, who exactly are you? Han Xiao, stopping his chopsticks in mid-air, replied, I'm just an ordinary person. Do you think you can deceive me with such a blatant lie, kid? Tell me the truth, the old man snorted. Han Xiao's eye twitched. And what if I don't want to? Don't want to? Suddenly, Old Man Lu tilted his head back as he began to release a domineering aura of strange, wild melancholy that threatened to engulf Han Xiao. A look of seriousness appeared on Han Xiao's face. Twisting, he leapt backwards 5 meters, raising his arms in a cross-shaped guard to defend himself. Old Man Lu's eyes narrowed. I have a skill that can kill the target's very soul in an instant. Do you want to test it? He asked. Does such a godly skill really exist? Han Xiao's face began to pale. The level of strength I have attained cannot be comprehended by the likes of you. Old Man Lu snorted in reply. Suddenly, a black, stormy cloud arose from behind Lu Qian. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. Wearing the same usual smile that she always displayed, she tapped the table with her chopsticks and ordered plainly, sit down and eat. The duo instantly returned to their original positions and continued eating, as though nothing had happened at all. The western capital was vast, comprising of 8 districts and 3 citadels interconnected by military roads. District 1 was the central district and the western capital's seat of government. Regular citizens were not allowed inside. Although the 6 nations were united against the Germinal organization, they still remained competitive with one another. After all, alliances were only temporary. The assassination of important figures occurred frequently amongst the 6 nations, and although they would always blame these incidents on the Germinal organization or other dangerous individuals, the governments knew that 70% of them were each other's doing. The Germinal organization, the Wanderers' army, intelligence agencies and brokers, illegal arms dealers, individual criminals, mercenary assassins, hackers, and other kinds of shady groups comprised the planet's underworld. Dragonhorn Tower was the central building of the government, where the top brass operated from. Its walls were reputed to be strong enough to repel intercontinental missiles. The headquarters of a secret department was situated below Dragonhorn Tower. Beneath Dragonhorn Tower, at an undisclosed basement level, was the Stardragon Strategic Defense Division. Dozens of screens hung from the wall, displaying countless data and information. Intelligence agents typed away at their keyboards while even more bustled around. This place was the central network of the government, where information was filtered and channeled. Division 13 served not only as Stardragon's ears and eyes, but also as a hidden knife. Reporting. 0 has been located. A gentle-looking bespectacled female secretary hastily knocked open the office door of the department's director. A stern-faced man was seated behind the desk. Drool could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Speak, he said in a low voice. Director, were you secretly taking a nap again? The bespectacled secretary squinted at him. Cut the crap. The intelligence director glared back. Talk. 0 is currently hiding in a machinery maintenance shop in District 7. The director swiveled away from his secretary and she could hear him sigh in contemplation with his back faced towards her. After a moment, he turned around to face her again and said, The higher-ups want to adopt a friendly approach. You just turned back to wipe your drool, right? I really regret promoting you. The secretary pushed her glasses up and ignored him. How exactly should we proceed? Since 0 came to the Western capital alone, he must want to cooperate. Activate protection protocol immediately. We must not let Germinal's agents learn of his presence here. Have the hackers intercept any news of his trail and prevent leaks. Also, send an undercover agent to check him out. He might just be a spy they sent. Get confirmation before making direct contact. A traitor worth a $1 million bounty. There are 2 possibilities. Either he possesses important information, or he possesses great power. For now, we are unable to ascertain how dangerous he might be, so proceed with utmost caution. I don't want a repeat of what happened with Black Spider. 2 streets bombed yet we failed to apprehend him. I was scolded for 2 whole hours by the minister as a result of that. Chapter 25. New Talent. As the workshop wasn't that busy, Han Xiao had quite a lot of free time to look for the extra income he needed. Kiro Junkyard, the biggest disposal ground in District 7. Here, endless piles of trash were sorted out every day. This place fell under the territory of an underworld boss known as Big Raccoon. Where there is light, there will be shadows, such as society, and this holds all the more true in times of chaos. Although the Western capital was the main capital of Stardragon, it was certainly not a holy sanctuary for the law-abiding. It was infiltrated with spies from other nations, and plagued by criminal networks and illegal businesses. Small-time bosses like Big Raccoon may have been infamous, but they were certainly not the key players. As Han Xiao entered the junkyard with a dust mask on, he was stopped by a few vicious-looking thugs. Kid, you're in the wrong neighborhood. A bald, muscular thug blocked Han Xiao's path as he stared him down. To them, Han Xiao, with his small frame, looked like an easy target to bully. Han Xiao, unfazed, spoke. I want to see Raccoon. The thugs instantly burst out in laughter. We don't have time to play with you, kid. Run home to Mummy, or I'll break your legs, threatened the bald thug. Is that what Raccoon teaches his dogs to say? What did you say? The bald thug was enraged. He began to grab Han Xiao by the collar. Han Xiao looked back at the thug calmly as he squeezed his wrist. The pain caused the thug to let go of his grip, and when he looked at his wrist, he found that there were already bruise marks on them. Friend, which gang are you from? The bald thug's expression had changed to one of caution. Suddenly, he paused to listen to his receiver and stepped away from Han Xiao's path, saying, the boss wants to see you. Han Xiao followed the bald thug and was brought to a resting area inside the junkyard where a thin man sat cross-legged on a sofa as he enjoyed a glass of red wine. From his appearance alone it was hard to believe that this man was the infamous Raccoon who ruled the District 7 underworld. I heard that you want to see me. What's your name? He casually asked. Technician Han, answered Han Xiao. The Raccoon sneered. You should know what will happen to you if you're just wasting my time. The reason why he had agreed to letting Han Xiao in was that he was curious to see what business a snotty-looking brat had with him. Suddenly, Han Xiao reached out to steal the bald thug's gun. The bald thug felt a tug at his waist and turned around, but it was too late. The grunts behind Raccoon hastily drew their guns. What's the meaning of this? He asked nervously. The bald thug was one of his most trusted subordinates, and he was strong enough to take on 10 people at the same time. Yet, he wasn't able to react to Han Xiao's speed. Who the hell is this kid? Unexpectedly, Han Xiao began to disassemble the gun, but it wasn't a simple disassembly. The gun unraveled almost instantaneously, as if Han Xiao were performing some kind of magic. The disassembled parts fell and scattered onto the floor. Firearms are a sure profit. I can help you manufacture them in exchange for a little bit of compensation. This kid can make guns. Firearms were hot in demand in the black market. Using a gun and making a gun were two completely separate concepts. Mechanics who knew how to create guns were rare and highly esteemed. Even though Raccoon was the leader of a gang, they were just small-time hoodlums. To be able to find a mechanic willing to make guns for them was inconceivable. Yet, here Han Xiao was. This is my chance, thought Raccoon. What arrangements do you have in mind? I will make a list of materials and parts for you to gather. Manufacturing and assembly will all be done by me. I'll come here to work for 2 hours every morning. I want $1,500 per gun, and freedom to take anything I want from this junkyard. Han Xiao had already thoroughly analyzed the Germinal organization's guns. He was now able to easily make simple guns. Since I'm providing the materials, $1,000, negotiated Raccoon. Han Xiao instantly turned around and began to walk away. This caused Raccoon to become flustered. He had only been trying to test out Han Xiao, and did not expect such a big reaction. Wait, we'll follow your charges, he hastily said. One handgun was worth $3,000 to $4,000 on the black market. Han Xiao's asking fee was still quite reasonable. Get a workbench ready, along with the materials. I will come from tomorrow onwards. I'll go check the junkyard out now. A skilled craftsman always retained the power to dictate his terms. Han Xiao knew full well his own value. Furthermore, his true strength and identity was a mystery to them. This gave him the complete upper hand. Han Xiao salvaged quite a number of parts from the junkyard before leaving. As he left, he noticed that someone was following him. Clearly, Raccoon was trying to find out more information about him. However, for Han Xiao, shaking him off the thug was an easy task. Division 13 will learn of my mechanic skills, thought Han Xiao to himself. The fact that he was working with Raccoon would definitely be found out by them. In any case, it was a way to demonstrate his abilities to them, plus he also needed the opportunity to craft machinery for experience. The reason he had chosen Raccoon was due to the junkyard's proximity. When he returned to the workshop, Lu Qian questioned his whereabouts. I went to the junkyard, said Han Xiao, pointing to the big bag of spare parts in his hand. The junkyard? That place is not safe. Don't go there in the future. Lu Qian wasn't really concerned with what Han Xiao did in his free time as long as his did his job right. In fact, she had a soft spot for people who did not demand high pay. Han Xiao put the spare parts aside and summoned the interface. He still had a lot of unused talent points, and he decided he would dump all of them into the 2 unlocked arms talents. This workshop was a treasure trove of mechanic knowledge. It was one of the best places to level up as a mechanic. Han Xiao went to look for Old Man Lu to borrow some of his books. He found him cooped up in his room as he expected. I wish to borrow some mechanic knowledge books. Go away, you. There's not a single book for you here. Don't be so petty. Think of it as investing into a promising young man and nurturing him. It seems like you are more thick-skinned than me. However, I simply don't want to lend you my books. What can you do about it? What, indeed, could Han Xiao do about it? The following day, Lu Qian entered Old Man Lu's room with a spare key and stole some books for Han Xiao. Old Man Lu was infuriated. Why do I have such a disloyal granddaughter? Just you wait, I will make you leave this workshop. In Galaxy, each player's advancement mission was not always the same. Han Xiao's LV-20 advancement mission could be counted as one of the harder ones as advancement knowledge was extremely rare on beginner planets. In fact, his advancement difficulty was actually comparable to a LV-41. Most LV-20 characters were usually unable to find basic knowledge for even one talent tree. Some unlucky ones would not even have a main class. Since there wasn't any advancement knowledge in the workshop, Han Xiao could only learn more basic knowledge. However, Han Xiao was content with this. Finding knowledge books was a common problem for players. Some players weren't even able to learn all their class's basic knowledge by LV-40 or even LV-50. Fortunately for Han Xiao, the workshop contained a complete set of basic mechanic knowledge, which more than gave him a head start. It was an expressway to the finish line. Intergalactic Contact Law, 7th edition. When coming into contact with new civilizations, these 127 intrusive actions are to be avoided: war, gene manipulation. This was why planet Aquamarine had not been given any cutting-edge technology. Advanced knowledge was the best that the planet had to offer, and even that itself was heavily controlled and treated as a top secret. Add 1 talent point into basic weaponry. Yes, no. Add 1 talent point into basic material composition. Yes, no. Confirm. Chapter 26. Blueprint. Robot. Type. Rover. Basic weaponry. Contained knowledge on how to craft simple guns and conventional weaponry. It also increased mastery and crafting speeds. Basic material composition was one of the core weaponry talents. The quality and grade of a product was affected by that of its materials, and many of the key materials for higher-level machinery were synthetic compounds that had to be crafted. You have learned 5 weaponry talents. You have unlocked Novice Refining and Overload. You have unlocked the Blueprint, Robot Rover, Novice Refining, allowed one to refine materials for higher quality ones. Any skills or abilities with the terms Novice, Beginner, or Basic were generally the lowest versions of themselves. Most of them would have more advanced versions. For example, Molecular Refining, that allowed the user to perform instantaneous molecular manipulation simply by expending energy. Materials were graded similarly to equipment. Of course, the higher the grade, the higher the value, but the 2 materials of the same grade could also have differing values. For example, a common iron ore was worth about $13 a pound, while a refined dark iron ore was worth about $45 a pound. Both were common materials. Overload, active skill, drains energy to temporarily increase the output of machinery by 30–50% at the cost of durability. If Han Xiao activated this skill together with his lightweight mechanical arm, its damage and defense would both be significantly boosted. However, with only 120 energy, he would only be able to maintain the skill for 10 seconds or so. I've finally unlocked an active skill, rejoiced Han Xiao. Mechanics had so few active skills in their early levels that it was quite sad. His escape from the Germinal would have been much easier had he possessed this active skill back then. The Robot Rover Blueprint was an easy-to-obtain, early-level robot blueprint. It was a low-level utility robot that could be equipped with weapons and armor for combat, scouting, and defense purposes, and was also able to self-destruct. It wasn't created for a specific purpose, but could be modified and improved. They were widely used for prospecting and mining. Gaining so much from just 2 talent points, a bargain. Suddenly, he noticed Old Man Lu creeping up towards him. What are you looking so excited all of a sudden? Han Xiao rolled his eyes at him, replying, aren't you being a little too nosy? Nosy? Why? Old Man Lu took a moment to inspect himself. It's working hours. If you're not helping then go away, interrupted Lu Qian as she slammed her welding torch down. Her face was flushed and dripping with sweat under the protective goggles she was wearing. Little brat, grumbled Old Man Lu as he carried his bottle of beer outside for a walk. Shop owner, is this a repair shop? A customer arrived as soon as he left. It was a middle-aged man. Han Xiao turned to look at the guest, and he noticed the man was looking at him. The man immediately averted his gaze. Suspicious, thought Han Xiao. When he further noticed his above-average sense of balance and solid footing, he realized that the man was most likely an agent from Division 13 who had been sent to test him. Lu Qian walked forward to receive him with a polite smile. Welcome. What is it that you need repaired? My car broke down, replied the middle-aged man as he watched Han Xiao. It's outside. All right, no problem. Just as Lu Qian was about to pick up her toolkit, the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Han Xiao and said, I want this little brother to repair my car. Lu Qian was stunned. Do I not look capable enough? You're being sexist. I'll do it, agreed Han Xiao as he took the toolkit from his dejected boss. The pair came out of the alley into the main street, where an old sedan car was stopped by the roadside. This is the car. Han Xiao lifted the bonnet, inspected the interior, and swiftly began to perform repairs. As Han Xiao worked on the car, the middle-aged man tried to strike a conversation. Kid, you're quite young, aren't you? I'm 30. 30? Do you think I'm blind or what? The middle-aged man nearly choked. How should I address you? He asked. You should show some sincerity when asking for a person's name, replied Han Xiao without looking at him. I'm Feng Jun, answered the middle-aged man awkwardly. That's a nice name, complimented Han Xiao, except that he didn't sound the least bit sincere, leaving the middle-aged speechless. But you misunderstand, I just want a cigarette, he added. Feng Jun uncomfortably took out his cigarette pack and passed one to Han Xiao. You can call me Han Xiao, introduced Han Xiao as he took a puff and returned to the task at hand. Feng Jun continued to probe. Han Xiao, you're not a local, are you? Where are? It's done, Han Xiao suddenly interrupted, cutting his words off. What the hell? I've only just started to probe you. Can you not be so quick? Han Xiao expressionlessly stretched out a hand, saying, a pipe was broken. I'll charge you $60. Pay up. Of course I know the pipe is broken, damn it. I broke it on purpose. Feng Jun smiled as he took out his wallet and slowly fiddled around in an attempt to buy more time. You have pretty good skills. Where did you acquire them? Natural talent. Oh, that's amazing. Where are you from? From the countryside. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to get a discount out of me? At his wit's end, Feng Jun coughed dryly before finally pulling out the money to pay up. Will the department reimburse me for this? He wondered. Han Xiao sneered. I thought it would take you another hour to find your money. How big is your wallet? As he whistled whimsically, he proceeded to pack up and headed back to the workshop. When he left, Feng Jun cheerlessly made a phone call. Initial observation concluded. The target is a mechanic and his threat level is still an uncertainty. Duration of contact was 4 minutes and 38 seconds. The target named himself as Han Xiao. I suggest proceeding with more testing, and to avoid direct confrontation. My analysis of his character? Yes, extremely annoying. Chapter 27. The Final Test. The next couple of days went by peacefully. Han Xiao's daily routine now included going to the junkyard every morning to produce guns. He was paid in cash daily after each session, and was able to salvage a number of spare parts for creating the rover. He had already begun to craft some of its parts, but was holding back on assembling it. Old Man Lu would occasionally lurk around to spy on Han Xiao as he worked. He was trying to figure out Han Xiao's background from his craftsmanship. However, because Han Xiao was self-taught, his efforts were in vain. The tall old man frequently came over to compete with Old Man Lu at 5 in a row, which Han Xiao found hard to understand. Is 5 in a row that fun? The tall old man also gradually began to converse with Han Xiao more, and Han Xiao was more than happy to entertain him. Everything was going according to plan. For mechanics, crafting rewarded the most experience, followed by enhancement, repairing, and lastly, assembly. As Han Xiao had no way of acquiring advanced knowledge for now, he decided to use his accumulated experience points to raise the 3 skills of Beginner Machinery Affinity LV 3, Basic Combat LV 8, and Basic Shooting LV 6 to close to max level, and he gained quite a number of talent points from this. The prerequisite for advancing to a trainee mechanic happened to be unlocking intermediate machinery affinity, which required LV 5 in beginner machinery affinity. Machinery affinity was one of the common prerequisites for many blueprints and skills. Although Han Xiao now had a whopping 15 talent points, which seemed a lot, it was always better to save some for rainy days. This was something that he had learned the hard way. To think I actually had to spend over tens of millions of Enos, universal currency, just to buy water of Lethe to reset my talent points back then. At Kiro Junkyard, Han Xiao had been busily producing guns all morning. When he was about to leave, Raccoon passed him a stash of money that he pocketed without counting. That should be enough for today. I'll make a move first, said Han Xiao. Thank you for your contribution. We don't need any more guns for the time being. However, our deal is still valid. You can continue to salvage any junk parts. Now that Han Xiao had served his purpose, Raccoon planned to get rid of him. However, it was not time yet. Raccoon was an extremely cautious person. Fine by me, replied Han Xiao, who saw through his intentions. He left the junkyard, remembering to make a few extra turns to shake off his tail before coming to a large mechanic market. This market was popular among students from the Western Capital School and the Mechanic School due to the variety of machine parts and metals it offered. Han Xiao spent all of the 70,000 aquamarine dollars that he had earned to buy the remaining materials that he needed for both the rover, as well as another lightweight mechanical arm. After obtaining the materials, he returned to his room to continue working on them. A few days later, Han Xiao had finished crafting all of the rover's parts, and he was now assembling the robot in his room. 1.2 meters tall and armor-plated to protect its interior. Its top half was the shape of a person, except that it didn't have a neck. It ran on a basic integrated circuit. It had two-section mechanical arms that could bend and rotate like a person's, and its fingers were remodeled by Han Xiao into guns. Its torso could also rotate 90 degrees, and was inlaid with magazine compartments. Instead of legs, it moved on tank tracks. The system prompted Han Xiao to name his creation. Adopting his past naming style, he named it Rover 1. Rover 1, tank style. Type: robot. Grade: common. Basic stats: 800 durability, 18 defense, 59 power output, 23 max speed, 120 energy. Height: 1.18 meters. Weight: 64.8 kilogram. Mode of control: remote, electrical signal. Control radius: 50 meters. Energy source: battery unit. Energy usage: 8 per minute. Power capacity: 36/80 ONA. Right arm module: small caliber machine gun 3540 DMG, 4 firing speed, max 7 for 10 seconds, 30 magazine capacity, plus 60 belt capacity, 40 power output, 18% accuracy. Left arm module: small caliber machine gun 3540 DMG, 4 firing speed, max 7 for 10 seconds, 30 magazine capacity, plus 60 belt capacity, 40 power output, 18% accuracy. Skills: self-destruct. Self-destruct to inflict 280,430 explosion damage in a 30 meters radius. Metal armor. Reduces damage taken by 8%, except penetrative attacks. Note: don't underestimate this little fella just because he looks stupid. The name, Rover, is not exclusive to one type of robot. The key materials used to craft Rover 1 were two common materials, steel and plastic resin. If Han Xiao had used a higher quality steel alloy, Rover 1 would have higher durability and defense. Nevertheless, he would be able to update or upgrade the rover with better parts when he got them to keep it relevant. This was a selling point of mechanics. The number of modules that could be installed on robots, vehicles, and mobile suits was limited by their energy capacity beside the quality of the energy source itself. Energy capacity could be upgraded by energy talents. Rover 1's energy source was a standard battery unit, so its energy capacity was low. Completing the rover rewarded Han Xiao with 24,000 express. The following day, Han Xiao finished crafting the lightweight mechanical arm. You have crafted lightweight mechanical arm, left, gaining 2,500 express. His second lightweight mechanical arm was still a left arm, like before. However, the materials he had used to craft it were lower in quality than before, causing it to have a lower grade. Lightweight mechanical arm, left. Grade. Common. Base stats. 2845 damage, 812 defense, 26 power output, 205 205 durability. Prerequisites. 23 STR. Bonus stats. 4 attack speed. Length. 0.51 meters. Weight. 6.1 kilogram. Additional effects. Bonus +6, STR. Currently, Han Xiao's strongest form of combat was melee combat, so the lightweight mechanical arm suited him well. Mechanics that favored melee combat were known as mecha warriors. Han Xiao did not intend to walk down this path as it was long-ranged capabilities that mechanics truly excelled in, after all. However, since mecha warriors was the style that offered low-level mechanics the highest combat prowess, it would have to do for now. Han Xiao hid the lightweight mechanical arm before heading downstairs. Lu Qian was engaged in a conversation with a customer who kept on glancing at Han Xiao when he appeared. He was clearly yet another agent from Division 13. Division 13 had, over the past few days, sent many undercover agents to spy on Han Xiao, but since Han Xiao was a tough nut to crack, they were now attacking from a different angle. "Why are there so many people asking about you?" asked a puzzled Lu Qian when the agent left. "Well, I'm popular, but they're all guys." Han Xiao froze up. "It's not what you think, don't worry. I won't judge you," replied Lu Qian as she started giggling. "Why are you giggling like that?" Suddenly, Han Xiao's turned serious. He had received a system alert. "You have triggered the Class E mission, Assailants. Accept, reject." Han Xiao was bewildered. What could have triggered such a mission? Accept. Mission synopsis. The bounty on your head is being eyed. Your enemies are near and they are hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, a certain group of people has been watching you to assess your potential. What will you do? Requirement. Avoid death. Reward. 10,000 experience. Bonus reward. 1x skill level up card, basic. Han Xiao rolled his eyes at the dramatic synopsis. The group of people, referred to in the synopsis most definitely referred to Division 13. Han Xiao put the clues together and conjectured that Division 13 could have leaked intel on him in an elaborate setup to test his combat strength. However, if that were the case, the people after him must not be too strong. After all, Division 13 wouldn't risk things blowing up in the city. Although Han Xiao wasn't interested in typical Class E mission rewards, the bonus reward caught his eye. A skill level up card was certainly something handy to have. If a mission had a bonus reward, it meant that there was a secret condition to fulfill. Han Xiao guessed that this mission's secret condition was most likely to kill all of his assailants. Since the enemy could appear at any moment, I'd better not stay in the workshop. Han Xiao didn't want to rely on Old Man Lu. After contemplating for a moment, he thought of the perfect location for battle. Kiro Junkyard, Chapter 28, Jealousy. Kiro Junkyard was Raccoon's territory. Han Xiao planned to kill two birds with one stone. He put down his tools and called out to Lu Qian with a request. "I wish to take the day off." "Okay," replied Lu Qian, blinking. "Is something wrong?" "No, why?" Han Xiao paused. Han Xiao always looked lethargic and bored, and Lu Qian, being the observant woman that she was, had noticed the sudden change in air about him. If she had to describe the kind of feeling Han Xiao was giving her now, for some reason, dangerous was the word that came to mind. "If you're facing any difficulties, I'll definitely help you," she said in a serious tone. Not knowing what to say, Han Xiao stared at her, which caused her to shift about uncomfortably. She turned away from Han Xiao and twirled her hair, saying, "Don't you know it's rude to stare?" Han Xiao turned away too and replied, "I won't be back for dinner. I was actually thinking of letting you try my latest creation, black pepper pineapple baked ribs stew with parsley," responded Lu Qian dejectedly. Han Xiao shuddered. What kind of cuisine from hell is that? Han Xiao returned to his room to get ready. After a short while, he headed out with a backpack and a trolley. "Boss, is that kid the target?" A man wearing shades was tailing Han Xiao. Every time Han Xiao turned back, he would instantly vanish by making use of his surroundings, be it a public phone booth or a magazine stand. He was clearly a professional. He was using the mini receiver in his ear to communicate with his partner who was hiding in an old van 2 streets away. There was a total of 5 masked men in the van. They were none other than Han Xiao's assailants. They were the Bee Sting Squad, a group of mercenaries who specialized in hunting bounties. They were decently well known in underground networks, having successfully completed numerous missions. They had by chance stumbled upon Han Xiao's trail. For them, this mission was more important than any that they had ever taken on before. Bounty aside, they were hoping to gain favor with the Germinal organization and earn their backing. How could this kid be worth 1 million? He looks so ordinary. This will be a piece of cake, said the number 2 of the squad, full of confidence. Don't forget that we are deep in Star Dragon territory. Act swiftly, reminded the leader, Kelly, as he inspected his gun. The target is on the move. A black, plateless jeep was following Han Xiao from afar. Inside the jeep was a team of Division 13 field agents, led by their mission captain, Li Wei. Besides him were 8 other fully equipped agents and Feng Jun, who was acting as an advisor. They were armed with tranquilizer guns. Just as Han Xiao had expected, his assailants, the Bee Sting Squad, were indeed being used by Division 13 to test him, and these agents were, in fact, tasked to play the role of hero. Feng Jun brought up a video feed of Han Xiao. The target seems to be headed to the District 7's Kiro junkyard. The Bee Sting Squad is following him. It would be ideal if the battle took place inside the junkyard. Han Xiao arrived at the junkyard, to Raccoon's surprise. Why is he here? I've come to find some spare parts, Han Xiao casually lied. It was a reasonably convincing excuse. Raccoon then invited Han Xiao for lunch, assuming he would decline, but unexpectedly, Han Xiao agreed, causing him to be visibly caught off guard. Han Xiao took his dust mask off, revealing his face to Raccoon. Raccoon found his face strangely familiar, but wrote it off. Although Han Xiao was unquestionably famous in the criminal world, small-time crooks like Raccoon were, for the most part, largely irrelevant. Hence, they were often not privy to, or bothered with, the latest ongoings. Although Han Xiao had been wearing the mask to keep his identity a secret, it didn't matter anymore. A banquet table was set up by Raccoon's men. Han Xiao and Raccoon sat on opposite sides, facing each other as they conversed. How was the last batch of guns? The 73 Wasp is an excellent gun. Even the Six Nations armies are using it. One of them is worth 6,000 to 7,000 on the black market. I've earned a lot thanks to you, answered Raccoon, as he puffed on a cigar. And the quality of your guns is way better than those shitty second-hand guns on the market. Although a batch of mass-produced guns wouldn't vary too much in quality, there would always be minor differences from gun to gun. These differences arose from the innate composition of the materials, but they could be minimized by a skilled mechanic. A gun expert would be able to tell a handmade gun from a mass-produced one. What's in there? Asked Raccoon, pointing towards the stuffed bag and the push trolley. Some spare parts, replied Han Xiao. Raccoon was satisfied with the answer. They continued chatting until dusk arrived, and the sky had transformed into a gorgeous hue of orange and indigo. One of Raccoon's thugs suddenly ran into the room, saying, "Boss, someone is looking for you." "Can't you see I'm with a guest?" replied an irritated Raccoon. The thug whispered a few words into Raccoon's ear that made him look at Han Xiao contemplatively. He then got up from his seat and smiled at Han Xiao. "Please excuse me for a moment," he said before leaving. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Something's up. Half an hour ago, cousin, I traveled all the way here just so I could enjoy a good life under your care. Please don't abandon me," pleaded Peijia as he chased after a young man. He had come to the western capital intending to join his cousin's gang, but his cousin had deemed him unworthy and given him a janitor's position. Obviously, Peijia wouldn't settle for it, but what else could he do but beg? "I've told you before, don't call me your cousin," barked the irritated young man. Of course, my bad. I'll slap myself," replied Peijia, after which he actually slapped himself. "Just look at how pathetic you are. I let you watch the door precisely because we are relatives. Do you know how many wanderers out there have only spoilt food to eat? I'm going to see a big shot now, don't follow me." "Big shot?" Peijia's eyes lit up. "Who?" "The boss of District 7, Mr. Raccoon. Each district other than District 1 has an underworld boss. Do you know how powerful they are?" Before the pair realized, they had arrived at the entrance of the junkyard. Peijia tried to follow him in, but the young man glared at him, causing him to give up. Just as Peijia was about to leave, he looked beyond the gates and noticed Han Xiao being welcomed. "What the heck? Isn't that the kid who sneaked in with me?" A thug stopped the young man. "Don't loiter here," he said. "I'm also one of the boss's men," replied the young man respectfully. "I've come to make a report." Suddenly, Peijia interrupted them. "Who is that guy? he asked, pointing at Han Xiao. Who gave you the right to talk? Snapped his infuriated cousin, who motioned to slap him. However, the thug stopped him. That person is an important guest of the boss, he answered. An important guest? Peijia was shocked, but his shock was immediately replaced by jealousy and bitterness. This is unfair. Why is that ignorant brat having it so much better than me? Scenes from their conversation replayed in his mind, causing him to feel embarrassed. You know Technician Han? Not really, but we did talk a bit when we were being smuggled in. The thug's eyes suddenly lit up. Follow me, the boss will want to see you. Peijia and the young man were stunned. Chapter 29, Fall Out. The duo was led to a room. What do you want from me? Asked Peijia nervously. Relax, it's nothing. That guy is a mechanic who knows how to make guns, and our boss has been thinking of making a move on him for a while, but since we aren't sure of his background, we haven't acted yet. I just want to know everything you know about him. Peijia's eyes lit up at the thought of being able to gain the boss's favor. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could allow him to surpass his cousin. He sneered and shot a scornful look at his cousin. Who cares what happens to that bastard Han Xiao? After waiting for about half an hour, Raccoon came to meet them. When he arrived, both Peijia and his cousin hastily arose to greet him. Peijia was so tense that he even knocked his own chair down. You know Technician Han's background? Asked Raccoon. His name is Han Xiao. He's a wanderer who snuck into the city with me. It was his first time coming here. He has no relatives. That's all? Raccoon's eyes twitched. The sight of the boss's displeasure made Peijia think harder to recall something. Oh right, he was empty-handed when he came here. His clothes were also extremely tattered, and he looked like a nobody. Very good. Raccoon turned around and left. Anything for you, boss, cried out Peijia after him. Raccoon paused and turned around to look at him. I like you. Join my gang. Peijia's eyes widened with joy. I've hit the jackpot. After Raccoon left, Huang Mao began to fawn all over Peijia. Their roles were now reversed. Peijia, please take good care of me in the future. What did you just call me? Scoffed Peijia. Su cousin. Both of them sure were shamelessly quick to adapt. Peijia put his arm around Huang Mao's shoulders gleefully. Brother, may I know what boss intends to do with Han Xiao? He asked the thug. Isn't it obvious? We'll force him to spill out the blueprints for the guns before silencing him. That's good then, replied a relieved Peijia. Less than 3 minutes later, Raccoon returned to the banquet hall. Han Xiao had left all the dishes untouched. Raccoon smiled. Han Xiao, right? Looks like you found out my name. Sensing the calm before the storm, Han Xiao stealthily reached for the lightweight mechanical arm in his backpack. Click. He equipped it. Although he had already intended to do battle from the start, Han Xiao still remained as vigilant as ever. He had learnt the importance of vigilance the hard way back in Galaxy, but that's a story for another time. Raccoon began tapping his fingers on the table. Hee hee, I've always been curious about your true identity, but it turns out that you're just a wanderer. I must say, you have indeed been very cautious all this time. So what? Raccoon's face darkened. Do you understand the situation you're in? Hand over everything you know about making guns. Why so cold? Cold? We were nothing more than business partners. Would you believe me if I said that I can slaughter all of you if I wanted to? Han Xiao smiled tauntingly. Raccoon snapped his fingers as he sneered. In an instant, the 4 thugs around him were pointing their guns at Han Xiao. Did you think that I wouldn't be prepared? What a joke. All of these guns being pointed at you were created by yourself. Other than Raccoon and the 4 thugs across the table, there were 2 more men standing guard outside the room, and there was little space for Han Xiao to maneuver in the compact room. Even if I tell you, you will still silence me. Raccoon laughed coldly. It was exactly as Han Xiao said. I do hope that you cooperate though. At least it will save you some suffering. And if I don't, I have some men who are good at things like torture. You will talk eventually. Suddenly, the air about Han Xiao changed as he decided to drop the facade. Do you actually think that you have me cornered? The sudden change alarmed Raccoon, but he shook his head. Even if you do have some kind of trump card in that bag of yours, do you actually think you can move faster than a bullet? What if I told you that there's powerful explosives in here? Raccoon laughed. Peijia's appearance had been, without a doubt, a coincidence. How could Han Xiao have made preparations? Who was he trying to fool? I don't know who the person who told you about me is, but he obviously knows very little. Why don't you try checking the Underworld network to see the latest bounties? Raccoon frowned. How could Han Xiao remain so calm, and what was he playing at? Although Raccoon did have some power in the Western capital, he was actually just a small-time hoodlum in the grand scheme of things, too insignificant to partake in the matters of the underworld. Hence, he paid little attention to such matters. He must just be trying to buy more time. Why should I even listen to him? Since you don't believe me, wanna bet? Life is always full of surprises anyway. Now that I noticed, this room is pretty small, isn't it? Perfect for an explosion. First comes the blast, followed by the shrapnel. Then, this entire place will be razed to the ground. But I guess that's fine, since we'd all have died in the initial shrapnel. Enough. I have no time for jokes. Stand up, or I'll fill you up with holes. Han Xiao shrugged his shoulders, sighing, can't we talk things through? Fine, I'll give. Suddenly, as the last rays of sunlight dissipated, darkness descended. Han Xiao had been waiting for this. Vroom! The mechanical arm roared to life, shredding the backpack apart. Han Xiao flipped the dining table, sending pots and plates smashing into Raccoon and the 4 thugs. Talk things through? Ha! As if. There were 4 thugs in front of him, and 2 behind. Han Xiao knew exactly what he had to do. He picked the table up to use as a screen and charged forward like an unstoppable juggernaut, holding the mechanical arm up in front of him. Crash! The 4 thugs were knocked aside like flies. Fire! Screamed an enraged, bloody-faced Raccoon. The 2 remaining guards began to fire. Chapter 30, The Mighty Rover. Bullets clinked and clanked onto the mechanical arm, causing its durability to plummet. A bullet found its mark, hitting Han Xiao in his shoulder and doing 16 damage, dyeing his shirt with blood. However, all it did was give Han Xiao an itch. Han Xiao's pain tolerance was extremely high, and his solid muscles halted the bullet. Han Xiao smashed the mechanical arm into one of the thug's chest. One loud thud, and he exploded on the spot. He then proceeded to yank the other poor thug up to use as a meat shield against the 4 thugs who had gotten back up and were firing at him. Gathering all his strength, Han Xiao ripped out the door from its bolts and threw it at them before running out. Chase! Barked Raccoon. Dozens of thugs throughout the entire junkyard were alerted by the gunshots and they were rushing over to help. Kiro Junkyard was Raccoon's main base, and Han Xiao had to tread carefully to avoid being surrounded. He looted a gun from one of the thugs he encountered, which made things easier for him. With his fast reflexes, as well as basic shooting, and precise aim, to help auto-correct his shots, Han Xiao was able to always have the edge against the thugs in the battle of guns. If he encountered a group of them, he would tumble and duck and fire lethal shots as he evaded. The only limitation that he faced was ammo, so he would loot their magazines after each wave. The trail that Han Xiao left behind was bloody and littered with corpses, and Raccoon could hardly believe what he was seeing. Han Xiao had effortlessly taken out over 20 of his men single-handedly. However, there were indeed way too many thugs converging on Han Xiao, making it hard for him to take the initiative. Han Xiao hid behind the vehicle frame of a scrapped sedan as dozens of guns were fired in his direction, their muzzle flashes lighting up the night. The bullet storm was deafening, making it hard for Han Xiao to even hear his own breath, and it was extremely difficult to return fire. Good thing that this is my territory. No matter what, he can't possibly make it out of this alone. Raccoon was seething with rage. I will make him regret ever being born. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Bang 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 bang. A submachine gun was being fired from the side of the battlefield. The thugs began dropping in numbers as their screams filled the air. Bee Sting Squad was entering the fray. Under the guise of nightfall, they instantly overwhelmed Raccoon's inexperienced thugs. Where did these mercenaries come from? Raccoon was scared shitless. Are they after me? However, the mercenaries suddenly changed direction and advanced towards Han Xiao instead, ignoring him. These mercenaries are after him. Raccoon stared at the unfolding events in disbelief. As a villain himself, he understood the simple fact that the stronger a person was, the stronger his enemies. The fact that these mercenaries were willing to risk exposing themselves in the capital to go after Han Xiao meant that Han Xiao must not have been an ordinary person. He thought back to Han Xiao's words. Why don't you try checking the Underworld network to see the latest bounties? He wasn't just talking big. Who exactly is he? That's the sound of submachine guns. His mission target had appeared. Han Xiao was able to sniff out the Bee Sting Squad's location from their muzzle flashes. 300 meters to the west, 6 people, 6 submachine guns. Han Xiao rapidly performed calculations in his head. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. It would be unwise to meet them head-on. Lucky, I came prepared with my trusty rover. Han Xiao sighed in relief. He whipped out the touchscreen remote control that he had created for Rover 1. When activated, the rover's visual feed would appear on the screen. However, the display was currently reading, out of range. Han Xiao had to get to within 50 meters of the rover to activate it. Steeling himself, Han Xiao stood up and began to run back along his original path. He was instantly assaulted by submachine gunfire. Han Xiao made use of the heaps of scrap and junk to duck and take cover, advancing through the rain of bullets. Damn it! There's so much cover for him here, cursed a long-haired bee sting squad member as he reloaded. He's faster than a bloody rabbit. Although their original plan had been to assassinate Han Xiao, they had decided to take advantage of the ongoing fight between him and Raccoon to mask their intentions. He's already exhausted. Go in for the kill, Kelly shouted out. After the earlier bloodbath, all of Raccoon's men were either dead or had lost all morale and were unable to fight. Seeing Han Xiao running so desperately emboldened the bee sting squad, and they gave chase. While he ran, Han Xiao suddenly sensed danger and ducked down. A bullet narrowly missed him, severing a strand of his hair. After sliding under 2 more scrap cars, he finally came in range with the rover. Connection successful. Activate. In the resting area, amidst debris and dust, the cloth cover on the push trolley suddenly began to vibrate, and 2 red lights appeared from beneath it. The rover's eyes. The rover's engine started to whirl, and its wheels began to rotate as Han Xiao piloted it out of the resting area. At this point of time, the bee sting squad had come extremely close to Han Xiao. Rover 1's defenses were not strong enough to take on the collective fire of 6 submachine guns, so it would be too risky to send him in head-on. The sole edge that Han Xiao had over them was the element of surprise, as they would never imagine him to have a robot as a reinforcement. Han Xiao surveyed his surroundings to find a suitable spot for an ambush. He found 2 scrap cars along the bee sting squad's path that were angled in such a way that the bend they formed provided a spot of concealment. Han Xiao piloted the rover to hide inside the bend. The noise from Rover 1's engine was masked by the ongoing chaos, and only Kelly suspected that something was off. The instinct that he had acquired from surviving through numerous life and death encounters told him so. Pausing, he said to his team, "Something doesn't feel right here." "What did you find?" asked the long-haired man. "That's the thing, I don't see anything." "Well, it can't be. The target is already cornered. He's dead meat." At this exact moment, his squad entered Rover 1's shooting range, and Han Xiao was quick with the command. Do. Hell rained upon them from Rover 1's fingers. The entire squad was wiped out on the spot. "Your machine, Rover 1, tank style, has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 express. Your machine, Rover 1, tank style, has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 express. Your machine, Rover 1, tank style, has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 express." Chapter 31. Silenced. Kai Li had managed to take cover in time, but he did not escape unscathed. A few bullets had grazed past his face, leaving him all bloody. He had been so close to perishing with his squad mates. What the hell was that monster? The long-haired man had also survived, but his condition was far worse. He had been shot in the abdomen and was bleeding profusely. Kai Li could hear him groaning in pain. Suddenly, 2 red lights began to glimmer in the darkness, terrifying the duo who thought that some kind of savage beast was approaching. Paralyzed with fear, they could only watch on as Rover 1 appeared. A robot. Kai Li stared at Rover 1 in disbelief. He regretted not trusting his instinct. What should I do now? Kai Li's immediate thought was to retreat, but the long-haired man suddenly went berserk and opened fire on the rover. Die. Clink, clink, clank, clank. Rover 1's thin armor was slowly dented by the barrage. Seeing that his attacks were effective, Kai Li and his other remaining teammate began to join the counterattack. Rover 1, tank style, has lost 14 points of armor. Rover 1, tank style, has lost 17 points of armor. As Rover 1's armor was made with inferior materials, it was not tanky at all, and its armor integrity plummeted under the trio's assault. In just a few seconds of barrage, the poor rover was reduced to a useless hunk of metal. It couldn't be helped. As Han Xiao had to work with limited funds, All he had equipped the rover with were the finger guns. Damn it! Where is Division 13? Suddenly, as if in answer to his prayers, the sound of a marching troop began to fill up the night. Disarm yourselves, someone roared out. Quickly retreat, ordered Kai Li immediately. The long-haired man emptied a final magazine onto the rover furiously before he relented. Okay, let's go. However, right as they were about to flee, the rover suddenly started to charge towards them as it began to glow. Self-destruction. The deafening explosion set the night ablaze, engulfing the trio. About 50 meters away, Li Wei and his agents were shocked by the massive explosion. Damn it, cursed Feng Jun, this was supposed to be a covert operation. He could already imagine tomorrow's headlines. From the moment that the battle between Han Xiao and Raccoon had begun, the situation had already gone out of control. The gunshots alone had already caught the attention of many civilians. However, as they were ordered to act only after the Bee Sting Squad appeared, they could only continue waiting in anguish, and it was now too late. Han Xiao got to his feet and brushed the sand off his hair. Things were not over yet. Although the other two mercenaries were not as fortunate, Kai Li had managed to escape the blast in time. He hastily scrambled to his feet to make a run for it when, suddenly, someone other than Han Xiao began to open fire on him. The shooter was none other than Li Wei. Want to steal my kill? Han Xiao frowned. He had to be the one to finish Kai Li off for the bonus reward. Han Xiao began to give chase, and he managed to intercept him effortlessly from the side. Kai Li looked at the man who appeared before him with trepidation. The current Han Xiao felt like a completely different person than before. Die! Kai Li gritted his teeth and raised his gun to fire. However, before he could pull the trigger, Han Xiao suddenly began to sway from side to side as he closed in on him like a veteran boxer. Flustered, Kai Li fired multiple shots, but they were all either evaded or blocked by the mechanical arm. Not even a single one hit. Kai Li was completely overwhelmed. By his estimations, no matter how strong Han Xiao was, he would at best be at the level of an elite mercenary. Only a superhuman could possibly move faster than a bullet. However, what Han Xiao was doing was equally frightening and hard to believe. He was predicting the trajectory of his shots from just the angle of the gun. It was a feat that only the most experienced of veterans could perform, and even throughout the entire mercenary world, there were only two he knew of that were capable of it. The look of disbelief on Kai Li's face amused Han Xiao. Compared to that time he piloted a mobile suit through the crossfire of entire fleets, this was just a piece of cake. Click. Kai Li inevitably ran out of bullets and he fumbled to reload. However, it was too late as Han Xiao had closed the gap, suddenly appearing in front of him. Paralyzed with fear, Kai Li could only watch on in horror. He could hear Han Xiao's muscles bulge as he stretched his left arm back to prepare for a mighty swing. Han Xiao twisted powerfully, transferring all the force and momentum in his body into his left arm as he unleashed a devastating hook, simultaneously shouting, "Overload!" Black smoke billowed out as the engine of the lightweight mechanical arm blared loudly, sending its gears and piston into overdrive. Its power was boosted by 30%, and Han Xiao smashed it directly into Kai Li's face. Critical hit, crushing blow, blood splattered everywhere. Kai Li may have survived a number of close calls, but he never stood a chance against this one. When Li Wei and his team arrived, they were greeted by a blood-curdling scene. Kai Li's corpse lay limp on the ground beside a blood-soaked, expressionless Han Xiao, whose mechanical arm was covered in pieces of flesh. Half of his face was illuminated by the fire while the other half was grimly enshrouded in darkness. As experienced as these agents were, they were unable to remain calm. You have completed the E-Class quest, Hunted, gaining 10,000 experience. You have completed the bonus condition, Kill all 6 assailants. You have gained a skill level up card, Basic. Accept reward. Y.N. No, selected Han Xiao. He could accept it later on. Don't move, shouted Li Wei after taking a moment to regain his senses from the initial shock. He raised his gun and pointed it at Han Xiao. Han Xiao calmly took off the lightweight mechanical arm before raising his arms in the air. 2 agents slung a black bag over his head to block his vision before leading him away, presumably to bring him to Division 13. About time, thought Han Xiao to himself. Feng Jun gasped when he looked around to see aftermath of the battle. 6 mercenaries taken out so easily. Is that the power of his machines? Go gather whatever parts he's left behind and notify the police to follow up. ordered Li Wei sternly, after which they escorted Han Xiao to a car. Han Xiao sat in the backseat sandwiched by two agents. Although he couldn't see, he could sense that they were on their toes. Although one or two things didn't go exactly as planned, everything was still within Han Xiao's expectations. It was a quiet ride. The atmosphere amongst the agents was extremely tense, and only the sound of driving could be heard. They had been ordered not to converse with Han Xiao. On the contrary, Han Xiao had looked calm from the very moment that they appeared, which bewildered them. It almost seemed like he had expected them. Raccoon's face darkened as he looked at the aftermath of the battle. "Bring me a laptop," he barked. As soon as he logged into the underground network and clicked on bounties, he was greeted by Han Xiao's face. 1 million bounty. He's wanted by the Germinal organization. Raccoon's face instantly paled and he slammed the laptop onto the ground in frustration. Damn it, he really did have a bounty on him. And it was issued by the king of the underworld no less, the Germinal organization. Sometimes, ignorance isn't bliss. Now that the dust had cleared, Ma Jia and Huang Mao finally emerged too. Just the sight of the aftermath alone caused them to shake uncontrollably. Raccoon erupted with anger when they came to him. He kicked Ma Jia to the ground, screaming, "Damn you! It's all your fault. I will make you pay for this." Ma Jia clutched his stomach in pain as he shivered helplessly on the ground. What did I do now? Suddenly, Raccoon heard the blaring of sirens and he turned to see 7 or 8 police cars arriving at the entrance. HMPH, the ever-late police. Raccoon tidied himself a little bit before going up to receive them. He was not the least bit flustered by their appearance as, from his perspective, he was a victim and he also had connections with them. But before he could say a word, the fully armed officer pressed him to the ground to handcuff him. Raccoon panicked, and as he struggled to break free he shouted, "What are you guys doing to me? I am the victim here, okay? I know your commander's secretary? Stop wasting your strength," replied the officer plainly. "This is Division 13's order." Hearing, Division 13 feet caused Raccoon's eyes to widen with disbelief. Division 13 was involved with important matters relating to the country's security. Why would they come after me? It must have something to do with that damned Han Xiao. Division 13 is helping him? Why, Germinal traitor. Division 13, Star Dragon, Intel. The truth dawned on him. They want to silence me. From the moment that Han Xiao had shown him his face, Raccoon's fate was sealed. He set me up. Realizing his impending outcome, Raccoon began to tremble in fear and rage. Han Xiao, I curse your ancestors. Meanwhile, Ma Jia, shocked badly by the sudden turn of events, fainted and dropped to the ground. Chapter 32, A Load of Crap. When the bag over Han Xiao's head was finally removed, he found himself in a bright room. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light. He was seated on a cold metal chair in front of a table. It was a typical interrogation room with a one-way mirror to Han Xiao's side. 2 people sat across the table, Li Wei and Feng Jun. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the Strategic Defense Division of Star Dragon, spoke Feng Jun. This is not the first time we have met. Do you remember me? I remember, replied Han Xiao nonchalantly. The man with a very big wallet. Feng Jun was speechless. Can you not bring that up? Division 13, Li Wei, introduced Li Wei. Both his expression and his manner of speech were stone cold. Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Division consisted of 13 sections in total and was referred to as Division 13. Should we call you Han Xiao, or Zero? Feng Jun asked. Whatever you like. Cut the crap, interrupted Li Wei. Explain why the Germinal organization has $1 million bounty on you and tell us everything you know. Why should I tell you? Asked a bemused Han Xiao. Li Wei laughed coldly in response. What do you think this place is? If we want you to talk, you have to talk. So what if I don't? Taunted Han Xiao. Shoot me? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Barked Li Wei. Enough, enough. Calm down. Han Xiao, you should know we are with the government. If you cooperate, we won't treat you badly. Han Xiao smiled and shifted in his seat to adopt a more comfortable posture before replying. Good cop, bad cop. How outdated is this tactic? Can you at least try something different? I, for one, have a thing for pretty girls. Having to talk to 2 stern old men is such a turn-off. Service with a smile, understand? Come on, smile. Han Xiao hit the nail on the spot, taking Feng Jun aback. Feng Jun coughed dryly and communicated with Li Wei through a glance, who understood the message. He abruptly stood up in an act of anger and pointed at Han Xiao as he shouted, "This is not a place for you to try and act funny. I have the power to imprison you for as long as I want." "How scary," mocked Han Xiao before suddenly wiping the smile off his face and adding, "I'm from the Germinal organization." "Threats? Do you think such things will work on me? Come on, you're making fools out of yourselves. If you want us to cooperate, sure. Show me your sincerity, get someone qualified enough to speak to me. You two aren't." As Han Xiao finished his sentence, he tugged onto his restraints, slamming the chair so loudly that it echoed out in the tiny room. Feng Jun and Li Wei looked at each other. Their task was only to get a grasp on Han Xiao's position, and Han Xiao knew this well, which was why he was acting fearless on purpose to declare that he still had something up his sleeve. Suddenly, a deep voice was transmitted through the speaker in the interrogation room. "As you wish, I will talk with you." "Who are you?" asked Han Xiao as he turned to the obvious one-way mirror. "Division 13, Intelligence Director. Do I qualify to speak to you?" "I guess you will do," Han Xiao nonchalantly replied. Both Li Wei and Feng Jun's eyes twitched. What a shameless person. The Intelligence Director let it slide and started to ask, "You just said that you are from the Germinal organization." "I was." Han Xiao corrected him mid-speech. "So, you have deserted?" "Yes." "What was your position?" "A logistics research personnel." "What did you research?" "Machinery and weapons." "You are lying," cut the Intelligence Director. "How can that explain your $1 million bounty?" Han Xiao smiled. He had expected this very question. "Rather than call me a liar, haven't you guys already assumed that I possess some kind of valuable intel? Isn't that why you've been investigating me from a distance?" he replied. "Intel can indeed be used as a weapon, but only in the right hands. I left my trail exposed to prove my willingness to cooperate. I am not your enemy. The Germinal organization is. And they are my enemy too. Why should we even bother to cooperate with you?" asked the Intelligence Director in reply. "Look around you, you are in our territory. We have all sorts of tools to make you talk." Han Xiao paused to smile calmly for a moment before suddenly saying, "Message log. Galaxy calendar year 687, 14th of June. Signal location. Planet Aquamarine. Destination. Planet Black Star's 8th base." The contents of this message are top secret. The Intelligence Director remained silent for a full 10 minutes. Li Wei and Feng Jun gave a start when they realized that although what Han Xiao had spoken of made no sense to them, it was clearly valuable intel to the director, who in turn had to go relay the information to the top brass for further instruction. After the long wait, the Intelligence Director spoke through the speaker again. This time though, he sounded extremely serious. "Are you sure?" he asked directly. "How would I know of Black Star otherwise?" "Fine." The Intelligence Director was wearing a grave expression. If the intel that Han Xiao had given him was actually true, it was extremely crucial to not only Stardragon, but the entire planet. Han Xiao smirked. He had obviously come well prepared. In the exploration era, there existed 3 galactic powers who had been warring for tens of thousands of years. Although it took a long time, the 3 powers eventually came to an agreement and ceased their fighting. They agreed to work together for peace, order, and advancement. The universe was extremely vast. It was filled with countless stars and far more life forms that thrived in every corner. Large amounts of data and information were constantly being broadcast throughout the universe via technology, and the amalgamation of the thoughts and wills of all life in the universe gave rise to a phenomenon known as the Whispers of the Universe. Although the universe did appear calm and static on the surface, it was, in fact, bustling with activity. All kinds of civilizations underwent the same phase, from admiring space to wondering if they were the only ones. In their hubris, they would conquer their respective galaxies before entering the vast universe, thinking that they were the destined ones, only to find that they were not alone, and definitely not special at all. The explored universe could be seen as divided into numerous sectors. For example, the Shattered Belt, the Ancient Starfield, the Silver Spiral, and the Sea of Purity. A sector comprised of dozens of star clusters, each containing numerous galaxies that in turn housed planetary systems or star systems that were number-coded, homes to the innumerable planets. Together, they formed the thrilling universal landscape of the game, Galaxy. Shattered Belt Colton Group, the Garden 9th System planet Aquamarine. This was basically Aquamarine's place in the vast universe. Its precise coordinates would take a combination of words and numbers derived using complex math to describe. The interstellar power that had come into contact with Aquamarine was an advanced civilization of the Garden, the Ketelas. The Black Star that Han Xiao referred to was originally a part of the Ketelas, but they broke away in an attempt to seize power and were now bitter enemies. The world of Galaxy was massive, and many powers and civilizations were constantly at odds with one another. A civilization's degree of advancement largely depended on its space travel capabilities. As the Ketelas could freely travel between systems without relying on wormholes or stargates created by even advanced civilizations, they were considered a galactic civilization a few levels higher than planet Aquamarine. If the Germinal organization had actually come into contact with Black Star and gained their support, things would be extremely grim for the Six Nations. An evil power like them paid no heed to the exploration rules laid down by the three powers. The Universal Treaty, currently in its 7th revised edition. The fact that Aquamarine had been contacted by an interstellar power was top-secret information withheld by the Six Nations. Hence, the intelligence director believed Han Xiao to be speaking the truth, and this was what made him extremely nervous. However, the truth was that the Germinal organization had made no such contact with Black Star. Han Xiao simply made it up because it was impossible to verify anyway. It was a sly tactic to get them to not only value him, but also take action against the Germinal organization. Furthermore, it would help him complete his main quest, so why not? All the beginner planets were situated quite far away from each other. However, there were specialized galactic tourism services that one could get in touch with as long as he had a device capable of interstellar transmission. They would automatically locate the transmission and come to the buyer. As long as one had enough money, even having a full tour across the entire universe was not impossible. After all, if players on different planets weren't able to come together, how would competitions and tournaments be held in Galaxy? Most game events were held on neutral or uninhabited planets. Get me a map of Star Dragon and a pen, asked Han Xiao suddenly. Feng Jun went to fetch the items and put them on the table. Han Xiao picked up the pen and circled 3 locations on the map, saying briefly, "These are 3 of the Germinal organization's secret bases in Star Dragon. Treat it as a proof of sincerity." "You only know 3? Han Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly. "Of course not, but you can go check these ones out first. We can talk more after." "What are your conditions?" asked the intelligence director at long last. Feng Jun and Li Wei closely watched Han Xiao in anticipation. "I just want us to work together against Germinal," replied Han Xiao with a mysterious smile. "That's all?" thought the director to himself. "I will relay our conversation to the higher-ups. Sorry, but you'll have to continue staying here for the time being." Click. The mic was turned off. Han Xiao frowned as he shook around his handcuffs. "Don't take too long. I only have a day off." Chapter 33. His Worth. The director, vice director, 13 section heads, and some other top brass of Division 13 quickly assembled in the conference room to discuss how to proceed with Han Xiao. Han Xiao possesses knowledge of vital information. With his help, we will be able to launch precise attacks on the Germinal organization's bases. He is a mechanic, and has demonstrated combat ability on par with elite agents. He is willing to cooperate, read the intelligence head from a compiled report. "I believe that we can put some trust in him and work together," he added. After a few seconds of uncertain silence, the Internal Affairs Minister was the first to raise his objection. "No way. What if the intel he gives us is false?" Division 13 was split into 2 factions. The hardliners, led by the Internal Affairs Minister, and the conservatives, led by the Intelligence Minister. The 2 factions sat separately. "That is very unlikely," answered the Intelligence Minister. "He is a deserter of the Germinal organization, and only stands a chance to live if he gains our protection. There is no reason to doubt his willingness to cooperate. For all you know, it could just be an elaborate act." The Internal Affairs Ministers shot back. "I suggest we detain him and extract the intel from him by force. Division 13 doesn't need to negotiate with anyone. You are being ridiculous. Such measures are uncalled for. Han Xiao has already demonstrated his sincerity to us. What we should be doing is accepting it and working together against the common enemy. That is what a coward would do. You are the definition of brainless." Under the leadership of their respective spokesmen, the other members from the 2 factions began to engage in an exchange of insults. Although both factions valued the intel that Han Xiao possessed, one faction wanted to befriend him and work together, while the other faction saw him as a potential threat. The squabble looked like it was almost about to escalate into a brawl. The director and vice director simply watched on. The director was the person with the most power in Division 13, while the vice director was actually a bureaucrat tasked by the higher-ups to perform supervision. He was also referred to as the administrative director. It wouldn't be unusual for there to be power struggles for the director position in an institution like Division 13, but the vice director actually couldn't be bothered with much at all. Take now for example. He had been sitting still from the start without uttering a single word, as though his spirit had left his body and was on a tour of the world. He was probably even more concerned with what he would have for dinner later on. Well, if you consider that his ambitious predecessor had ended up mysteriously charged with treason, wanting to maintain a low profile was understandable. The director, on the other hand, was a dignified-looking man who commanded respect. He contemplated for a moment before speaking his mind. Since you want to both cooperate with him and control him, isn't there a perfect solution? Let's recruit him to the department. The bickering crowd instantly broke up. Silence ensued. The hardliners stared at the director blankly. What the heck? Absolutely no way. What if Han Xiao's motive was precisely to infiltrate us? That goes against our secrecy policy. The director suddenly bellowed, "We'll settle it the way we always do. We'll have a vote." The conservatives rejoiced. Aside from the one neutral minister, each faction had exactly 6 people. With the director's vote, they would most likely win it. On the other hand, the hardliners were panicking. Suddenly, the internal affairs minister spoke. "I think that the logistics department will suit him well. Not only will it maximize his usefulness as a mechanic, we will be able to keep him under close watch since he will be inside the headquarters." He had already resigned himself to the inevitable. For once, the conservatives agreed with him. The logistics department was indeed the best option as Han Xiao would be confined to the HQ. However, the director suddenly cut in, "Since we are going to make use of his talents anyway, might as well assign him to the covert ops department." The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. All the ministers turned and looked towards the neutral minister, the covert ops minister, who had been in the middle of yawning. What? Me? Then it's settled," decided the director as he slammed the table. Words and actions may be deceiving, but motives are not. We'll let him join the covert ops department after verifying the locations he's disclosed. The ministers all face-palmed themselves. "Whatever makes you happy, boss." The vice director yawned to break the silence. "Time to finish up already? What's on the canteen menu today?" After the conference, the intelligence minister and the logistics minister proceeded to the logistics department together to examine the lightweight mechanical arm. They were interested to see Han Xiao's craftsmanship to gain insight on him. The personnel they had tasked with conducting the examination was Luo Zhan, the ace of the logistics department. He was the top machinery studies student of his year at the Western Capital University, and had been recruited directly into Division 13, where his continued excellence earned him the favor of his higher-ups. There were plans to transfer him to the covert ops department. He was flawless apart from being too arrogant. Begin. Luo Zhan began to get to work with the lightweight mechanical arm, but he suddenly stopped and reported, "It's encrypted." Machines were commonly installed with encryption to prevent unauthorized disassembly and reverse engineering. The basic assembly knowledge that Han Xiao possessed came with the method to install such encryption. The encryption that he had installed would take an E-class mechanic to crack. Evidently, Han Xiao had anticipated this series of events. Rover 1 was also encrypted, not that it mattered, since it had self-destructed. "Can you crack it?" asked the intelligence director. "No problem," replied the confident Luo Zhan. He didn't think that it was possible for an unknown mechanic to make a lock that he, a genius, couldn't crack. 20 minutes later, however, he had not made any progress, and was sweating profusely. 4-layered encryption. Is the bastard who made this machine crazy or something? A 4-layered encryption was extremely complex to crack, as the slightest error would cause the machine's internals to disintegrate, rendering it useless. Luo Zhan was at a loss of how to proceed. The intelligence director's face had long since darkened. "Can you crack it or not? Don't waste my time." Luo Zhan suppressed his irritation and, through gritted teeth, replied, "This encryption is too complex. I need more time." "Enough. I don't have the time to wait for you. Just tell me your thoughts on the arm." Luo Zhan's face darkened in displeasure and he replied, frustrated, "The craftsmanship itself is nothing special. Only the encryption was well made. Feels like the creator is some bumpkin who treats garbage like treasure." The intelligence director's eyes twitched, but he left without saying anything else. His men retrieved the lightweight mechanical arm. His next plan was to perform actual combat testing at the germinal bases that Han Xiao had revealed to them. He was actually more interested in the rover. It was a shame it was burnt beyond recognition. Division the 13th of may have been powerful and mighty, but one could never have enough new weapons. The research department is always allocated with the largest cut of the budget, yet those useless fools only know how to create useless crap like double-sided sticky bombs, curved guns that don't work at all, and fake nipples to hide poison needles. They even have male and female versions. The Covert Ops Department had borne a grudge against the research team ever since 2 of their agents were self-poisoned due to a wardrobe malfunction. Meanwhile, the director was making a phone call to the tall old man. I have ensured that Han Xiao will join the Covert Ops team. Good work. Thank you. Old man, is he really worth doing all this for? Asked the director curiously. Heh, intel is not all he has to offer. I have a feeling that he will play a crucial role in the battle against the Germinal organization. Chapter 34. Covert Operation. Elsewhere, ruined skyscrapers crawled with vines. Below, the streets were cold and empty, and fragments of broken glass littered the line of stores. The stores were in an utter mess. Clearly, they had been plundered. A piece of yellowed newspaper from who knows what year danced about on the streets, carried by the faint wind. Moonlight filtered through the thick cloud of dust to lend the city some of its luster, the city's only source of light. This was an abandoned city. It had once belonged to a great nation, but even this great nation no longer existed, and its people had moved to other places. The living conditions here were so poor that even wanderers avoided this place. Countless other cities had been similarly abandoned over the last few decades of change. As soon as the people left though, these forsaken jungles of concrete and steel became flourishing grounds for vegetation. According to Han Xiao's intel, the Germinal organization had 3 bases within Stardragon territory. One of them was located here. The nation's top brass had been both shocked and angered to learn of the presence of Germinal bases in the country. Within 24 hours, troops had been dispatched from the nearest military bases to attack. Currently, the city was being bombarded. Over a dozen armored military vehicles had entered the city, and the sound of gunfire and cannon fire was incessant. Screams filled the night. However, the surface battle was just a diversion. 3 covert ops agents had been tasked to infiltrate the base. They'd just arrived at a side entrance. Li Yalin was an agent with level 4 clearance. A beautiful, young woman with extremely fair skin. She wore a yellow hoodie on top of black compression tights that accentuated her sexy, nosebleed-inducing body. She had an athletic build. Li Yalin held her hands up in the air as she stretched her back, demonstrating impressive flexibility in the beautifully arched, well-proportioned body of hers. She was clearly the most carefree and energetic of the trio. She stopped chewing on her bubblegum to complain. I was finally able to take a break because of my leader's injury, but they call me back so suddenly for an emergency mission. Are agents not humans? Lambert continued to polish his dagger silently. Lambert was the ace of a top-secret, unofficial squad during his time in the military, and he had been secretly transferred to the Covert Ops Department after his discharge. He wore a military-style uniform, and on top of the dozen or so daggers strapped across his waist, there was a black sniper rifle across his back. This mission seems to be very important, stammered Li Yao, a 1.7 meters tall man who looked extremely young. He was the hacker of this 3-man cell, and carried a bag filled with the team's tools. He was in the midst of hacking the door. It didn't take him too long. The trio exchanged glances before entering. Li Yalin led the front while Lambert took the rear. They hacked through numerous high-tech gates effortlessly as they made their way to the server room. The Germinal organization was very careful with its information. Once a base was compromised, they would cut off its access to their network, delete all traces of data, and activate an EMP blast to destroy the hardware. Hence, they had always remained elusive to the 6 nations until Han Xiao arrived. The trio swiftly arrived at Basement 2, where the server room was located. Suddenly, Lin Yao, who was monitoring the hacked feed, began to exclaim, "There are guards approaching from behind the..." Before he could finish his sentence, a team of guards appeared in their sights. Li Yalin was the quickest to react. She burst forward so quickly that the guards weren't even able to draw their guns in time. Leaping gracefully into the air, Lin Yalin performed a mid-air split to kick the front 2 guards in their heads, snapping their necks instantly. Her power was just as impressive as her flexibility. She landed on her hands and used them as a pivot to spin her entire body. Her legs began to glow yellow as she extended them while spinning, easily sweeping through the crowd of guards. Pugilist. The last remaining guard was about to call for reinforcements when a streak of silver flashed across the corridor. A dagger pierced his throat, ending his life. Lin Ya-Lin and Lambert had effortlessly eliminated the fully equipped squad of guards. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor turned red as sirens began to wail. "We've been discovered. There is a large number of guards heading towards us. The base is being locked down," exclaimed Lin Yao. "Hurry up and hack the server room's doors." "I'm already on it. I need at least 3 minutes, but the guards will arrive in less than a minute. I can't bypass the firewall in such a short time." Sorry," replied a profusely sweating Lin Yao as he frantically typed away at an unbelievable speed. Very soon, they could hear the sound of footsteps coming from both ends of the corridor. There was no place to hide in the corridor. Although Li Ya-Lin and Lambert were confident of killing their way out, the mission seemed like a lost cause. "Oh right, didn't they give us some new equipment?" recalled Li Ya-Lin suddenly. She hastily retrieved a long black case from Lin Yao's bag and opened it to reveal a metallic mechanical arm. The lightweight mechanical arm. "How is this thing supposed to be used? Did you guys read the manual? Slide your left arm through it and activate it with your thumb," replied Lin Yao hastily. "I don't know if it will explode though. I mean, it is the research department. It was well known throughout Division 13 that anything the research department produced was risky to use. We don't have a choice." Li Ya-Lin gritted her teeth as she slid her hand into the mechanical arm. The mechanical arm started to whirl. "I'm fine," she rejoiced, a look of amazement on her face. She smashed the mechanical arm into the steel door and discovered to her surprise that it had caused a huge dent, so she continued to throw punches at it. 20 seconds later, right as the guards arrived, the door was blasted open. The trio hurriedly entered the room. That was close. Li Yao immediately got to work. Digital lockdown was 57% complete. If he were fast enough, he would not only be able to make a backup of the base's data, but also use its access to hack directly into Germinal Organization's vaults. With the room acting as a fort, Lin Ya-Lin and Lambert were able to put their fearsome combat abilities to full use. Li Yan-Lin glowed with a yellow aura as she swiftly and gracefully dispatched the invading guards with a metal baton on top of the lightweight mechanical arm. Her blows were so powerful that they shattered the guards' bones through their bulletproof armor. Meanwhile, Lambert was throwing his daggers out from inside the room. They rebounded to find their marks with frightening accuracy. The pair was causing a massive number of casualties. Although the guards numbered over 100, they were unable to do anything. Suddenly, the network access and power supply were cut off, and the whole place turned dark. "Charge out!" yelled Li Ya-Lin. Lambert and Lin Yao followed closely as they battled their way out. Screams filled the base. When they finally escaped, Lin Yao collapsed feebly to the ground, still shaking in fear. Li Ya-Lin and Lambert seemed accustomed to the sight. Li Ya-Lin fiddled around with the lightweight mechanic arm. She had grown fond of it. "I wonder who invented this mechanical arm. Could it be that Luo Zan?" she wondered aloud. "Who knows, but I did hear that he is slated to join covert ops." "It's possible," conjectured Lin Yao as Li Yan-Lin gazed lovingly upon it. Chapter 35. Han Xiao. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and it was Stardragon's most successful operation to date. Not only did they destroy an entire Germinal base, they also managed to collect large amounts of data. The top brass in Division 13 were pleased, and it wouldn't have been possible without Han Xiao's intel. However, Han Xiao's past in the Black Star issue remained a mystery as the information that Lin Yao had collected naturally had no mention of them. The Black Star message log was fabricated, while the Valkyrie experiments were top secret. Back at headquarters, Li Ya-Lin reluctantly returned the lightweight mechanical arm. "Was the mechanical arm useful?" her superior asked. Li Ya-Lin nodded. "It's all thanks to it that our mission was a success." "Who created it?" "That, I can't tell you." Ya-Lin's eyes sparkled. "That will depend on the higher-ups." Li Ya-Lin gave up with harassing her tight-lipped superior and headed to the logistics department to look for Luo Zan. The covert ops insignia on her chest ensured her smooth passage, ignoring the ongoing commotion caused by her very presence. Although all the departments in Division 13 were equal in status, the covert ops department was full of beautiful Womkoff-light agents, so they were looked up to by all the other departments. Li Ya-Lin suddenly turned around to the crowd following her and loudly declared, "I'm looking for Luo Zan." Everyone looked towards Luo Zhan enviously, singling him out. Is Secret Ops here to recruit me? He wondered. Suppressing his excitement, he answered, I am Luo Zhan. How should I address you? Li Ya Lin. What can I help you with? Asked Luo Zhan. Are you the one who invented that mechanical arm? Mechanical arm? Luo Zhan immediately thought of the lightweight mechanical arm that had caused him to lose face. Could it have malfunctioned? Luo Zhan celebrated inwardly. Was there some kind of problem? He asked with a straight face. Nothing like that. I just found it very useful. I want to make a personal order. Luo Zhan froze in embarrassment as snickers broke out in the crowd. He had been ranting loudly about how worthless he thought the mechanical arm was to the whole department. I didn't invent it, he replied with a forced smile. Then say so earlier. What a waste of my time. Luo Zhan's face darkened. Suddenly, Feng Jun, who had been passing by, came over and said, the inventor's identity is top secret. Please refrain from guessing or discussing it. Li Yanlin was startled. Top secret? As the crowd dispersed, all Luo Zhan could think about was the threat that this mysterious mechanic posed to him. I will not let him have a good time if he joins the logistics department. Elsewhere in a secret facility. Boss, Base 45 has been destroyed. By whom? Stardragon. How did they learn of our base? Not sure. The Germinal organization's bases were scattered all across the globe. However, only a few of them were situated within the territory of the Six Nations, and those key bases virtually hibernated all year round to prevent detection. How could they have discovered our base? Is there a spy amongst us? Only a handful of higher-ups in the organization knew the locations of their secret bases. It would be devastating if any of them turned traitor. The boss decided that he would have to conduct a purge. Of course, Han Xiao did come to his mind. However, he ruled him out as it didn't seem possible for Han Xiao to have accessed top-secret information as a lowly test subject. Still, the thought of Han Xiao caused his blood to boil. It had been a while since the bounty was issued, yet there was still no news of him. You sure can run fast, but I'll squash you sooner or later. Enjoy your remaining days while you can. The boss laughed coldly. Han Xiao has been missing for 3 days now. Where did he go? Lu Qian was anxiously pacing up and down. Did he lose his way? It's all my fault. I should have gotten him a mobile phone. You said he's a foreigner, right? He doesn't even know this place well. What should I do? Be optimistic. Maybe he just died, consoled Old Man Lu. Grandpa, why are you so biased against him? Old Man Lu continued picking his nose leisurely. An idea crossed Lu Qian's mind. Grandpa, help me ask someone to look for him. She pleaded. You wish, snorted her grandpa. Ha, when you stole my books, did you remember that I am your grandpa? That's not important at all. I'm sorry, forgive me? No way. You really won't help? I won't help. Suddenly, Lu Qian smiled shrewdly. Then I'll help you sell all the fine wine that you've been hiding underneath the floor in your bedroom. What are you talking about? Is your grandpa such a petty person? You just want to find him, right? I'll do it, I'll do it. Old Man Lu instantly changed his tune. Thank you, Grandpa, replied Lu Qian with the widest smile. Old Man Lu sighed. He proceeded to make a phone call to the tall, old man. Oi, old man, was Han Xiao taken away by you guys? You guessed? What did he do? He didn't do anything, we just want to work with him. If he didn't do anything, then let him go right now, or else my granddaughter is going to ruin my wine collection. I can't. It's against the rules. Cut the bullshit. You are the one who sets the rules. You still owe me one for the last time, remember? I don't care, just release Han Xiao now. The tall, old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. Alright, I got it. Old Man Lu unhappily put the phone down. Why do I have to help that bugger? He sighed, reminded of his own past. Chapter 36. New Blueprints and New Terms. Han Xiao had been living in a luxurious one-man cell for the past 3 days. He didn't seem the least bit worried about his situation. Instead, he was more concerned with getting stronger. He was currently consulting the interface. Having accumulated a total of 90,000 experience recently, he decided to level Basic Combat, LV 8, to LV 9 before redeeming the skill level up card. A glowing bronze card appeared in Han Xiao's hand. With a thought, it dissipated into countless light particles that entered his forehead. Han Xiao shuddered as a surge of energy welled up from within. When it stabilized, Han Xiao could feel that he had become stronger. Basic Combat LV 10, max, plus 10% damage, unarmed, +2, STR, +1, and many skills gave stat bonuses at certain levels. The level cap is just the beginning, Although Han Xiao's character level couldn't be increased any further for now, there were other ways to become stronger. Basic combat has been raised to max level. You have gained 1 talent point. Alright, I have 16 talent points now. Han Xiao also used some experience to raise basic shooting to LV 8, leaving him with 20,000 experience that he intended to gamble on blueprints. While blueprints could be sold to other players for money and experience back in the game, NPC trading was monopolized by unions and guilds due to quotas. Of course, that was not a problem for Han Xiao now, since he literally had no competitors. He intended to develop a large clientele, starting with Division 13. Proceed with talent fusion, basic weaponry plus basic assembly. YN. This combination will use 10,000 experience. Confirm. Congratulations. You have discovered foldable machete. Proceed with talent fusion. Basic weaponry plus basic material composition. YN. This combination will use 10,000 experience. Confirm. Congratulations. You have discovered high explosive gunpowder. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. High explosive gunpowder was one of the better discoveries possible. Not only were its applications manifold, it was not hard to craft at all with the required knowledge. It had been one of the most traded goods back in the game. The foldable machete, on the other hand, was a disappointing discovery. As its name suggested, it was simply a machete with a foldable blade. It was clearly a weapon for beginners, and Han Xiao could have easily come up with something like this even without the blueprint. If only I had discovered some long-range weapon instead of this. At least I got something decent. Nevertheless, as it was something new to Aquamarine, it was not completely worthless. Just because all mechanics learned the same knowledge did not mean that they would create the same things. Before Han Xiao had transmigrated, tons of discoveries and inventions were still being made on a regular basis. Granted, not all of them were practical, but they at least gave rise to possibilities. Han Xiao would have to make do and work with these 2 blueprints. During his time in the Germinal organization, he had managed to accumulate 60,000 experience. He would definitely be able to earn much more here in Stardragon after joining Division 13. Suddenly, the interface lit up. Class A mission. Fall of the Germinal. Progress rate, 1.6%. Looks like Division 13 has made their move. Han Xiao was surprised by the number. Logically speaking, with how massive and powerful the Germinal organization was, even destroying one of their bases shouldn't have that much an impact on them as a whole. In the game, the war between the Germinal organization and the Six Nations had mostly been a back and forth, with neither side being able to hold a clear advantage. There was, however, a point of time in which the Six Nations were able to corner the Germinal organization, and victory seemed all but assured. Yet, they were unable to end the war as the Germinal organization had a trump card up its sleeve, Protocol Doomsday. Hence, completing the mission would be impossible, unless Han Xiao could somehow shut the protocol down. The Doomsday Protocol was a last resort, and although it saved the organization from destruction, many Germinal members were disillusioned and swayed as a result. Most of the people who join the Germinal organization are people who hold a grudge against the Six Nations, and believe in the promise of a new government. However, none of them would truly want to see the world burn. If I could expose the truth. Han Xiao shook his head. It was way too early for him to be thinking of such things. A few moments later, Feng Jun finally returned. He brought Han Xiao back to the interrogation room where the intelligence minister came to talk with him again. The locations of the bases have been confirmed. We believe in your sincerity now. The higher-ups have decided to make you a member of Division 13. I did it. Inwardly, Han Xiao sighed in relief. Looks like getting on good terms with the tall oldie has paid off, he thought to himself. He knew that the tall old man definitely had a hand in this. And the department has decided that you will join covert ops. You will be assigned to a squad. What? Han Xiao's expression spoke of his grievances. The dawn of the new era had seen the loss of countless lives, resulting in a lack of manpower and talent. While this resulted in the Six Nations having to loosen their recruitment criteria across the board, the covert ops department could never be compromised. This definitely has to be the tall old man's doing, thought Han Xiao. Does he like me that much? Of course, being able to join covert ops was a good thing. Not only would Han Xiao be able to get to know stronger, more influential people, he would also be able to directly partake in key events that would occur in Stardragon. The interface lit up. You have unlocked reputation with a new faction. Your reputation with Stardragon Strategic Defense Division has increased by 300. Stardragon Strategic Defense Division, Division 13, Neutral, 301,000ths, Level 1 clearance. There were 8 levels of reputation: hated, hostile, opposed, unfriendly, neutral, friendly, honored, and revered. 300 reputation was natural. Most factions required a friendly reputation to access contribution benefits. Feng Jun passed a black mobile phone to Han Xiao as he coughed, saying, "From today onwards, I will be your liaison. Never turn this off." "Oh, okay, it's not actually important, right?" remarked Han Xiao aloofly. "Why are you always so unpleasant to talk to?" It was a plain-looking phone with a plain-looking interface, and was only capable of making calls and sending messages. Han Xiao played with the phone in his hands as he asked, "It's secure, right?" "Rest assured, it's encrypted." "One more thing," interjected the intelligence minister. "I hope that you can give us your machinery blueprints, including the ones for the lightweight mechanical arm and that rover you used." Although giving them the blueprints would earn him contribution points, it would also result in him losing monopoly over them. Division 13 would definitely mass-produce them. Han Xiao shook his head in refusal, and the minister simply shrugged. At the end of the day, what they truly valued was the intel that Han Xiao possessed. If he was unwilling to give them the blueprints, then so be it. "Oh right, what if an agent makes a private order with me?" he asked. "We have no rules against that," answered the minister, to Han Xiao's delight. Feng Jun proceeded to pull a black bag over Han Xiao's head once more. Chapter 37. Dirty Mind. The car stopped, and Han Xiao was pushed out with the black bag still over his head. When the car began to speed off, Han Xiao removed the black bag to find himself a few streets away from the workshop. When he looked up, he could see several glistening moons in the night sky. "Tisk, why all the secrecy?" he muttered to himself. Nevertheless, Han Xiao was feeling quite pleased for having accomplished his goal. He hummed merrily as he made his way back to the workshop. It was only when he reached the entrance that it dawned on him that going missing for 3 days would be hard to explain. Han Xiao stepped inside the workshop to see an anxious Lu Qian pacing back and forth. For some reason, she became enraged at the sight of him. "Why did you only come back now? Do you know how worried I've been? You're a foreigner. I thought something might have happened to you." Han Xiao put on his "did something happen?" expression and stared at her blankly. "What exactly were you doing?" "Taking a stroll. Can you at least try to come up with a better excuse?" "I thought, it's quite a good excuse. A gunfight at the junkyard was reported on the news yesterday. I thought you got caught in it or something in." Lu Qian began nagging. Being nagged at did not irritate Han Xiao at all. On the contrary, it gave him a warm and fuzzy feeling. However, Old Man Lu appeared to ruin the moment. "You came back alive? How disappointing. I'll get you a mobile phone over the next few days. The cost will be deducted from your salary," said Lu Qian. "There's no need. I already have one," replied Han Xiao as he whipped the black mobile phone out. Although they had told him not to share the number with anyone else, screw Division 13. When he saw the black phone, Old Man Lu gave a start. He pulled Han Xiao away to a corner. "This is a Division 13 phone. You joined Division 13? So you know what this is. HMPH. Since you've joined Division 13, get the hell out of my workshop. You can leave if you want to, I'm not leaving." "How dare you talk to me like that? Why would you even want to?" Old Man Lu suddenly paused. "Are you trying to woo my granddaughter?" He glowered. "No," Han Xiao hastily answered. Suddenly, however, Old Man Lu's expression grew strange. "Hey little Han, now that I think about it, my granddaughter is not that young anymore. What do you think about her?" Han Xiao immediately stiffened up. "Old Lu, as the saying goes, a stolen melon is not sweet. But at least you would have a melon. Besides, we need a boy to carry on the family name." Don't drag me into your family tree. Ha ha, strike while the iron is hot. There is only so much I can help you with," he added while patting Han Xiao on the shoulder before heading upstairs, leaving Han Xiao utterly bewildered. Old people who want descendants are scary. Han Xiao turned around, and to his horror, Lu Qian had been standing behind him the entire time. She stared at Han Xiao with big, bright eyes that seemed to be on the verge of tears. "This is a misunderstanding. J jerk. Lu Qian covered her blushing face and ran upstairs. It's not like that. For Luo Zan, the next few days were restless ones. He was afraid that Han Xiao would join the logistics department and steal the limelight from him. When it finally got to his head, he went to find a director to ask about Han Xiao. His information is classified, the big-bellied logistics director, who always wore a smile on his face, said when he asked. All I can tell you is that he's joined Division 13. Luo Zan's heart sank when he heard the news. Will he join logistics or research? The director shook his head. Neither. He's joined covert ops. He'll start in a few days. The news stunned Luo Zan. How could some unknown guy who popped out of nowhere be directly recruited into secret ops? I've worked my ass for so many years, yet I'm still in research? This is unfair. 1 week after the junkyard incident, the underworld bosses of the 6 other districts gathered together to discuss an important issue, the disappearance of Raccoon. Through piecing together bits of the puzzle, they were able to uncover that Division 13 had a hand in it, and this shocked all of them. What exactly did Raccoon do to incur the wrath of the mighty lion? Raccoon must have offended Division 13 somehow. He is probably dead already, declared the boss of District 2, who had initiated the meeting. All of the bosses present had grave expressions. Although they usually acted high and mighty in front of their subordinates, they all knew that Division 13 could easily wipe any one of them out. They were really just small-time hoodlums. After all, the western capital was the seat of the government, and they were just sewer rats hiding around. In fact, they could not even be compared to the intelligence and firearms brokers in the slums. At least those people had powerful backers. Who wants to take over District 7? Asked the District 2 boss. Everyone remained silent. No one? Although the bosses usually fought amongst one another for territory, none of them dared to take over District 7 without understanding why Division 13 had taken action. Fine, then we will leave it open to new blood. Now that Raccoon was removed from the picture, there would definitely be ambitious people in his gang rising up to seize power. Of course, it was not that they were willing to let a new rival emerge. Instead, as the situation in District 7 was still unclear, they were just waiting to see what would happen. It would not be too late to get rid of the new boss as soon as everything stabilized. Han Xiao's life in the workshop returned to normal. After a few days, he asked for an advance of his first month's pay to order some materials from Division 13. At present, he was examining a dark red bullet lying on his palm. It was carved with flame patterns. High explosive bullet, causes an explosion in a 3-meter radius upon hitting the target. Although it was a very simple description, it was actually extremely powerful. High explosive bullets incorporated extremely flammable incendiary gels and gases that could ignite far easier than traditional armor-piercing ammunition. They would explode immediately upon coming into contact with air, and the bullet itself would also be consumed in the explosion, leaving nothing behind. The method to craft the incendiary agents was described in detail in the blueprint, and although Han Xiao was not able to understand it well, as he had not learned basic chemistry yet, he was still able to craft it by following the instructions. From handgun bullets to sniper bullets, over the next few days, Han Xiao crafted dozens of high explosive bullets. He also used some good quality metal to craft a 2.5 kilograms, 0.65 meters foldable knife with 1319 damage. It was an entirely black knife with a triangular tipped edge, and while it was not really ideal for combat, it did have some practical uses. Han Xiao used the experience he gained from crafting the high explosives and the foldable knife to raise Machinery Affinity, Novice, to LV. 4. Machinery Affinity, Novice, had a level cap of 5, which would take Han Xiao 15,000 experience. His basic shooting was now LV. 8, and that would take another 45,000 experience to level up. In all, Han Xiao just needed 60,000 more experience to gain 2 more talent points. Each of the 6 nations possessed different types of advanced knowledge that they used to entice powerful people to work for them. On planet Aquamarine, there was only advanced knowledge for 3 of the 5 main classes: Pugilist, Mechanic, and Esper. While no beginner planet possessed advanced knowledge of all 5 main classes, newcomers were always sent to planets based on their inputted preferences. While Division 13 possessed advanced mechanic knowledge, it was only accessible to revered allies. There was still a long way to go before Han Xiao became revered with Division 13. Ever since the night that Han Xiao returned to the workshop, Lu Qian had not once looked at him directly in the eye, and would blush and run away from him after just a few sentences, making Han Xiao feel extremely irked. It did not help that old man Lu would pop up from time to time to give him knowing looks. As for Lu Qian herself, she actually had mixed feelings about Han Xiao. Of course, she did not hate Han Xiao. However, it was not like she liked him either. Instead, she was more worried that Han Xiao would pack up and leave if she rejected him. After all, where else would she able to find such a good, cheap employee? Suddenly, Han Xiao's mobile phone lit up. The message read, "The paperwork has been completed. Report today, Feng Jun." Finally, Chapter 38, Covert Ops Squad. Stardragon Tower was a top-secret government facility where the headquarters of Division 13 was located at. The inside of the tower was like a maze. Han Xiao followed Feng Jun through passageways and tunnels for half an hour before finally reaching the HQ. This time, he wasn't blindfolded. "This place is so damn hard to access," complained Han Xiao. "That's why it's safe," replied Feng Jun as he swiped his security pass over the sensor to unlock the giant automatic gate. Han Xiao stepped through the gate into an extremely spacious hall bustling with people. To his surprise, despite being underground, Division 13 HQ was both well lit and well ventilated. Feng Jun handed Han Xiao his security pass and a mouth mask. "It's better not to reveal your face to too many people. Wear this." Han Xiao was about to put it on when he noticed that there was a picture of a naked bodybuilder printed on it. He frowned and turned to see Feng Jun stifling his laughter. "Why are you looking at me? Put it on quickly." HMPH. Han Xiao suddenly yanked Feng Jun's arm to rip out a piece of fabric from his sleeve. "This thing suits you better," he casually said as he tied it over his face and threw the custom mask back at him. Feng Jun almost broke out into tears. "This is my newly issued uniform." Suddenly, Han Xiao felt someone watching him. He looked around to find an unfamiliar young man wearing a white coat glaring at him hatefully. "What's he so angry about?" asked Han Xiao, bewildered. Feng Jun laughed bitterly. Just ignore him." Luo Zhan had never seen Han Xiao's face before, but he knew for certain that the person beside Feng Jun was him. The Covert Ops department had a single floor all to themselves. It was noticeably less crowded than the other departments. Feng Jun brought Han Xiao to a meeting room before leaving. Han Xiao stepped through the door to see that there were already 3 people seated inside. They were none other than Li Yalin, Lambert, and Li Yao. "You're the logistics guy that the director gave special permission to join our team?" Li Yalin rose up to circle around Han Xiao as she examined him. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Special permission? Logistics guy?" Suddenly, he noticed that the woman who had spoken to him was not only slender and perky, but extremely pretty. In Han Xiao's books, she was easily up there with Hela. She was wearing a yellow sports-style jacket on top of black tights. "I am Han Xiao, a mechanic." Li Yao abruptly stood up, knocking his chair down in the process. Nice to meet you. I am Li Yao, the team's hacker," he introduced, stretching out a hand. "I am the sniper, Lambert," introduced Lambert plainly without getting up. Han Xiao shook Li Yao's hand and casually acknowledged Lambert with a nod. He was obviously the silent type. "Hey, why are you wearing a mask?" asked Li Yalin with big, bright, curious eyes as she reached out to pull Han Xiao's mask off. Han Xiao dodged. "Why are you hiding your face? Don't you trust us?" Li Yalin questioned unhappily. "My identity is top secret," Han Xiao replied. Although being assigned to this team would have to mean that these people were trustworthy, Han Xiao still felt that not revealing his face would save him some trouble. He could imagine the questions they would have for him after learning of his face. "Aren't you that wanted fugitive? Why would Division 13 want you? What did you do to the Germinal organization?" Answering all those questions would be a real headache. Besides, Han Xiao did not plan to stay in Division 13 for too long. "Your identity is top secret? Hold on." Li Yalin seemed to recall something, and she jumped in front of Han Xiao, asking, "Were you the one who made the lightweight mechanical arm?" Han Xiao gave a start. "How do you know? Ha ha, so it's you." Li Yalin jumped about excitedly before slinging an arm over Han Xiao's shoulder. "Make another one for me." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "It won't be free." Li Yalin laughed loudly before asking softly, "Can I have a discount?" "No, you miser. I still don't know your name." This overly friendly pretty lady was giving him quite a headache. Li Yalin, in charge of close combat, she reluctantly answered. "So the 4 of us are a team?" "No, there's still our leader." Where is he? He's not here. He's recovering from an injury. Even the leader gets injured. Covert ops must be some dangerous work, remarked Han Xiao. The trio exchanged awkward glances. The leader is sick from food poisoning, explained Li Yao. Han Xiao was speechless. Li Yao coughed dryly. The covert ops department takes on special high-difficulty missions. Each team contains 4-7 people, and other than completing the missions assigned to us each month, we are basically free to do whatever we want in our free time, he began to explain. Covert ops personnel are the cream of the crop. Some of us, like Uncle Lambert, are recruited from other organizations. He was recruited in from a special forces squad. Your designation is field support. You will be in charge of equipment, scheduling, and, during operations, gathering and organizing intel. You'll be our eyes and ears from now on. That's nice and all, thought Han Xiao, but I want to hunt monsters. Nevertheless, he could understand why Division 13 arranged things like this. They would rather not put a valuable asset like him in the face of danger. Well, at the end of the day, Han Xiao not only gained their protection, but also a platform to make some money, so he was satisfied. Mechanics were really too weak early on compared to pugilists or espers, so crafting was much more efficient for them to earn experience. Does our team have a name? Asked Han Xiao. Team name? What use would that have? Replied a still displeased Li Yalin. That's true, muttered Han Xiao. Suddenly, Li Yao interrupted. We were just issued a mission to take in Black Spider. Apparently, he's still hiding here in the western capital. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. The timing of the mission was too sudden. It was probably deliberately assigned by the higher-ups. Black Spider? Li Yalin wondered aloud. I know him. He's infamous for being a solo bounty hunter. The last time those field agents tried to bring him in, he blew up 2 whole streets. Why would he still hide here in the capital? When will we depart? Lambert asked. There's no rush. Since they've already confirmed his location, let's just act at night. Since this is your first mission, just familiarize yourself with the logistics preparation. Although it was their first meeting, the trio did not inquire too much about Han Xiao's identity. To be assigned to covert ops already meant that the higher-ups trusted him, and that was enough. You have triggered the Class E mission, Black Spider. Accept. Decline. Accept. Mission hint. Black Spider is a notorious murderer and bounty hunter. This is your first mission with the Covert Ops Department. Your responsibility is to help the team succeed. Mission requirement. Defeat Black Spider. Reward. 5,000 experience. Bonus reward. 40,000 experience or mind stabilizer. Chapter 39. First Operation, Part 1. Black Spider? Isn't that a mini-boss? Thought Han Xiao to himself. Black Spider was an esper who was regarded as one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. Normally, a mini-boss quest at Han Xiao's current level would be at least Class D, and reward way more experience. However, in Galaxy, quests' rewards were automatically adjusted according to character level and roles. Generally, in a party quest, players who contributed the most damage or healing would earn the most experience. It was a system that prevented experience leeching. I guess it's still better than nothing, Han Xiao consoled himself. From what Han Xiao knew about Black Spider, this mission would be a piece of cake for his team. However, the bonus reward was a different question. Han Xiao knew for sure that the condition for the bonus reward would be to take Black Spider in alive, but it could prove difficult to accomplish as Black Spider was in fact a superhuman, and his abilities made him much harder to catch than to defeat. As of now, only Han Xiao knew about the fact that he was a superhuman. In the game, it would only be revealed later on after launch. On the other hand, since Han Xiao had a complete understanding of the extent of Black Spider's abilities, it was still possible to catch him. How much will you charge me? Asked Li Yalin all of a sudden. She was clearly still hung up on the lightweight mecha arm. One lightweight mecha arm will cost 20,000. 10,000 upfront, plus materials, and I'll make you one in 2 days. Li Yalin pouted. Although it was almost a month of her wage, she was still bent on having it. Do you have anything else for now? Han Xiao pondered for a moment before whipping out what seemed to be a 10-centimeter black knife handle without a blade. What's this for? Asked Li Yalin uncertainly. Han Xiao chuckled and pressed a small switch on the handle. Instantly, a blade shot out from within it, transforming the stick into a 70-centimeter sharp knife. This is a retractable knife. For Li Yalin, it was love at first sight. The reason she favored her baton was due to its portability, and the retractable knife took it one step further. It was as concealable, yet stronger. Just as she was about to grab it out of Han Xiao's hands, Han Xiao dodged. 1,000 for one, he stated with a straight face. In truth, it had only costed him 300 to make. You stingy miser, money face, Li Yalin scolded as she forked out the money. As she started to play around with the knife, Lambert suddenly spoke. I want 10 but shorter. Around 30 centimeters. Han Xiao was overjoyed. No problem, I want them ready for tonight. As long as I have the materials. I want 1, 2. Lin Yao exclaimed, to Han Xiao's surprise. For some reason, this beginner weapon was turning out to be quite the hot item. What Han Xiao did not know was that innovation was stifled in Division 13 and it probably had something to do with the research department. Furthermore, the type of complex missions that Secret Ops typically performed restricted their choice of equipment. Most agents' preferred weapon of choice for close combat was the dagger, so Han Xiao's retractable knife was quite a game-changer. Imagine if, during a mission, your enemy whipped out his 10 centimeters dagger, and you whipped out your meter-long knife. Longer is always more impressive. After acquiring the materials from Lambert and Li Yao, Han Xiao headed over to the private workshop at the logistics department to get the knives crafted. In one afternoon, Han Xiao earned 11,000 aquamarine dollars and even earned quite a bit of experience in the process. 8,000 in total. Not bad at all. Looks like Division 13 will be the goldmine that I expected it to be. After getting suited up, the trio departed for the city to hunt Black Spider. Han Xiao, though, stayed behind in the HQ to provide support, intel, and instructions. Li Yalin, Lambert, and Li Yao all had cameras and mics attached to them, and their feeds were directly wired to Han Xiao. He could clearly see whatever they were seeing, and in some sense, his job was to act as a director of sorts. Of course, as Han Xiao was new to the squad, he did not expect them to fully trust his judgment. Furthermore, it was an easy mission that all of them knew the higher-ups meant as a trial. While they did not object to Han Xiao playing captain, whether they would listen to him was another matter. They would still follow their own judgment no matter what, and Han Xiao fully knew this. Nonetheless, Han Xiao was not only quite experienced as a captain, having led 50-men raids back in Galaxy, he was basically omniscient, and this alone made him the best person for the job. Night had fallen. 3 people arrived at the dirty, wet streets of District 8. As it was night, the streets were empty, and the streetlights flickered ominously. District 8 was vastly different from the other districts. The buildings here were shabby, and some did not even have proper roofs. Instead, metal sheets and cloth could be seen covering the houses. Laundry was hanging up all over the place, and the streets were uncleaned and full of litter. This was a place that could hardly be called safe. Drug dealers and the like all thrived in this district, and it was to no one's surprise that Black Spider would hide here. The trio were fully equipped. Even Li Yao. Although he was a hacker and also a coward, he was still able to wield a gun. Chapter 40, First Operation, Part 2. That apartment building ahead is Black Spider's hiding spot. He should be on the 3rd floor. We need to approach silently, said Li Yalin to Lambert and Li Yan. There's no point in acting stealthy, interrupted Han Xiao through the intercom. Black Spider has already discovered you all. How do you know? Li Yalin frowned. Suddenly, gunfire pierced the silence of the night as a storm of bullets rained upon the trio. They immediately jumped into the nearest alley to seek cover. The trio exchanged serious looks as they leaned against the wall. Since when did he notice us? While a simple ambush like that would never have been enough to do them in, they would not have been able to react so fast without Han Xiao's warning. Li Yalin put her game face on and clamped her earpiece tighter. There was a man standing on top of the tall building from where the shots had come from, smiling frenziedly upon the trio's location with an assault rifle in his hands. On the left side of his face was a tattoo of a black spider. With a wave of his hand, 10 masked men armed with guns suddenly jumped out of their hiding spots in the nearby streets and alleys to converge on the alley that the trio was in. Our intel was wrong. Wasn't he alone? Lin Yao's eyes were wide with disbelief. Li Yalin's heart sunk. Black Spider began to laugh coldly. Did you think that I would continue staying here if I was not prepared? You guys got me good the other time, but now that you have all kindly offered yourselves up, I shall have my revenge. Black Spider was widely known to be an independent bounty hunter, and his modus operandi was to set up traps before the battle even broke out. The trio were akin to prey stepping into a spider's web. Li Yalin suddenly turned to face the wall and, as her leg began to glow yellow, smashed it down with a powerful kick to obstruct the enemy's vision. Low-level pugilists relied mainly on their abnormally huge power. Li Yalin was a LV 25 E-class superhuman with over 300 ONA. Black Spider and his agents suppressed the trio with overwhelming gunfire as they converged onto the alleyway. Li Yalin and Lambert dragged Lin Yao with them as they made use of their surroundings to evade the gunfire. While they were able to dodge all the bullets, they soon found themselves cornered in a dead end. Black Spider and his men had sealed off the alley. Black Spider closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "My insects, you must be trembling with fear now," he said frenziedly. "Do you think you've won?" replied Li Yalin tauntingly as she shot a glance at Lambert. Black Spider turned around to face his men as he opened up his arms. "I just need to say give the order and you will become minced meat in an instant." "I do think I've won, don't you? Then what are you waiting for?" glowered Li Yalin. Black Spider waved a finger. "Killing you all will do me no good. I'll ransom you for a tidy sum," he proudly declared, knowing full well that Division 13 could hear him through the trio's intercom. "But only one of you is enough." He suddenly broke out in maniacal laughter. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, Li Yalin jumped onto the wall, and, as her legs began to glow yellow, she sprung forward, soaring in the air like a graceful swallow to close in on Black Spider and his men. "Kill her," Black Spider frantically ordered. His men began to fire at Li Yalin, and while a few bullets managed to find their mark despite her being fast to the point of becoming a blur, they simply flattened into metal pancakes upon hitting her clothes. Not only was the fabric of Li Yalin's bodysuit weaved with bulletproof ceramic fiber, her own body itself was tough enough to deflect bullets. From the start, the trio had only been fleeing to bait in Black Spider and all of his men. As Li Yalin distracted them, Lambert whipped out 2 knives with each hand and threw them out, killing 4 men instantly. Li Yalin drew the sheathed retractable knife from her waist and slashed at the nearest agent. The agent threw his head back slightly, thinking that it would be enough to dodge, but, suddenly, a 10 centimeters blade extended out to rip his throat open. "Excellent weapon," remarked Li Yalin with shining eyes. What happens when a gunman comes into the range of a pugilist goes without saying. 30 seconds later, there was blood splattered everywhere, and only Black Spider, with both hands chopped off, remained. Li Yalin exhaled as she sheathed the retractable knife. She clearly looked pleased with it. "Well done," praised Han Xiao. He had chosen to remain silent during the fight so as not to bother them. Thank you," Li Yao stammered. "Not you." Li Yao lowered his head in depression. He had truly not contributed anything at all during the fight. The heavily wounded Black Spider began to laugh hoarsely as he glared at Li Yalin without a single trace of fear in his eyes. "Little brat, you guys can't kill me," he taunted. Suddenly, Lambert whipped out his gun to shoot Black Spider in the head. Blood splattered across the floor as Black Spider's body collapsed to the ground. Li Yalin and Li Yao turned to look at him speechlessly. "Can't know until you try," he stated plainly. Whatever. They didn't tell us to take him in alive anyway," said Li Yalin as she lazily stretched her back. "I want to go back to take a shower. All of this blood is so smelly." Suddenly, however, Han Xiao spoke. "Don't let your guard down. He's not dead yet." Li Yalin almost stumbled backwards in her stretch. "How can he be alive?" She fumed as she pointed at what remained a Black Spider's head. "He is a superhuman with some tricky abilities. Unmask the corpse next to him. You will understand," replied Han Xiao calmly. "But there isn't any piece of news on the dark web that says Black Spider is a superhuman," hesitated Li Yao. "You might be mistaken." "Not might, he is definitely mistaken," added a disgruntled Li Yalin. "Hey, newbie, I know you want to earn some credit, but don't make these kind of things up." Han Xiao was speechless. Chapter 41. First Operation, Part 3. Just give it a try. Lambert cut Li Yalin off as he bent down to unmask the agent. To their alarm, the man did not have a face, or rather, he did not have any facial features. What is this?" Li Yao was horror-struck. They proceeded to unmask the remaining 9 men, and they were all faceless. Suddenly, a change occurred in the first man that Han Xiao had asked them to unmask. As the mark of a Black Spider slowly appeared on his face, facial features also began to form, and it soon became clear that it looked exactly like Black Spider's face. Next, the wounds on this person actually began to heal up, and after a while, this corpse's eyelids began to move. "Blow his brains up," Han Xiao instructed firmly. Lambert fired without hesitation. They proceeded to listen to Han Xiao and repeat the same procedure one by one on whichever faceless man the same signs next appeared on. Li Yalin and Li Yao were thoroughly shocked by what was happening, but they suppressed their doubts and carried out Han Xiao's instructions. Although they had no idea how Han Xiao knew of Black Spider's secret, he, without a doubt, knew his stuff. When there was only one faceless man left, Han Xiao stopped them. Don't kill him, just cripple him. When the mark of the Black Spider and Black Spider's face formed completely on the faceless man, he opened his eyes in horror and shouted, "How do you all know my superpowers?" The name of his ability was Parasitic Copy. It allowed him to create a faceless copy out of himself after a certain period of time. The copy did not possess intelligence and could only operate and follow simple instructions within a fixed radius of himself. Each copy that Black Spider had was like an extra life, and he could reincarnate indefinitely as long as a copy still existed. In this manner, he was virtually immortal. While this ability did not have any direct offensive use, what it did was alter Black Spider's very life form and free him from the restraints of flesh and blood, turning him into a force of consciousness that could reside in any of his copies. As long as a copy existed, he was invincible. It was his greatest secret, and one that he would never divulge to anyone. How could anyone have figured it out? Han Xiao laughed at the sight of Black Spider's dumbfounded and horrified face on the feed. If it had been some other mini-boss, he might not have been able to recall their abilities, but Black Spider had been a headache for countless players in the game, so he left a lasting impression. At present, Black Spider had actually not even mastered his power, making it the perfect time to deal with him. Nonetheless, it was a superpower with extremely high potential. Who knows what someone who had mastered it would be capable of? Not even Han Xiao knew, as Black Spider had died early in the game as well. Not this early though, of course. How did he die? Black Spider's power might have been tricky to deal with, but there were still ways to deal with it. Since he had transcended flesh to become purely soul, one could simply damage his soul directly to cripple his wings. Still, superhumans with soul-damaging abilities were far and few in Galaxy, so most players remained incapable of killing him easily. This was why he was considered one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. And of course, Black Spider considered himself so as well until he met Gila. Out of all the classes, Espers were the ones who possessed all sorts of extraordinary abilities. Unlike the other 4 superhuman classes, Espers only needed to consume gene awakening drugs instead of learning knowledge in order to unlock their abilities. Each character in Galaxy was given one chance to take the gene awakening drug, and if it failed, that character would never be able to switch classes to become an Esper again. The success rate would depend on the type of gene awakening drug used, and as you might have guessed, this was indeed a pay-to-win feature. Even the lowest grade gene awakening drugs went for as high as $398, and the ultra-perfect deluxe gene awakening elixir, the awakening drug with the highest success rate, was worth well over $5,000 despite it only having an 18% success rate without guarantees. It was truly a money spinner for the games company. Previously, Han Xiao had also tried his hand at switching to an Esper. Unfortunately, the only result that he arrived at was that Esper players were all filthy rich. Black Spider quickly calmed down and threatened, "I have unlimited copies. Even if you destroy this body, you won't be able to kill me. Mark my words. I will definitely hunt you down for the rest of your lives." Lambert was about to raise his gun when Han Xiao hurriedly stopped him. "Follow my instructions?" As Li Yalin listened to Han Xiao, she suddenly began to act high and all-knowing as she replied to Black Spider, "Unlimited copies? Stop trying to scare people. You can at most have 50 bodies. Apart from the 10 here, the rest are scattered across the globe." Black Spider's eyes grew wide with disbelief. Figuring out the nature of his powers was one thing, but to actually know such secret information? How was that possible? Black Spider's mind was racing. Someone knows everything about my powers. Who could it be? Could it be an Esper who can read minds? Li Yalin continued, "As long as we don't kill this copy of you, we can lock you up for as long as we want." Black Spider's face changed, and he immediately attempted to bite his own tongue off to avoid his impending fate. Unfortunately, Lambert was a step faster, and he managed to restrain him. Unable to even end his own life, Black Spider could only glare hatefully at Li Yalin. At this point in time, the trio had the same questions in their mind. Who exactly is Han Xiao? Why does Division 13 treat his identity with such secrecy? How does he possess such secretive information? A cleanup crew soon arrived to put a straitjacket over Black Spider and take him back. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was relaxing in the faraway base, received a mission completion notification. You have completed the E-Class mission, Black Spider, earning 5,000 experience. You have fulfilled the secret condition. Take Black Spider in alive, earning 40,000 experience or a soul stabilizer. The soul stabilizer had the effect of raising spiritual resistance, granting the user immunity to mental and spiritual attacks. It was a piece of equipment that was particularly useful against magic users. As there were no mages or psychics on Aquamarine, the soul stabilizer was not really of much use to Han Xiao for now, so he naturally selected the more practical reward of 40,000 experience. What about Gila, you ask? That would still be thinking too far ahead. Not bad at all. Han Xiao smiled to himself. The trio finally arrived back at the Secret Ops HQ. Li Yalin rushed into the room and asked Han Xiao with wide, curious eyes, "How did you know that Black Spider was a superhuman?" Han Xiao laughed enigmatically. "I'll tell you for $1 million, he offered, frustrating Li Yalin. "Whatever. Oh right, what are we going to do about him?" Li Yao shook his head. "I heard that the higher-ups want to send him to Death's Door Island and lock him up forever." Death's Door Island was a maximum security prison that the Six Nations established together. It was located in the middle of an ocean, making it impossible to escape from. Only those that the Six Nations deemed the most dangerous were sent there: evil individuals, warlords of the Wanderer's army, and other important figureheads. Death's Door Island was so named as a sentence to the island was essentially a death sentence, except that it was worse: a death would actually be an escape. Han Xiao was pleased with the arrangement, as there was truly no other way to keep him from coming after them for revenge. At the end of the day, the team's first operation together was a perfect success, and after tidying up, everyone made their own way home. Han Xiao, too, was about to leave when, suddenly, Feng Jun came up to him with a worried look. "Internal Affairs wants to ask you a few questions." "Haven't I proved my trustworthiness?" asked Han Xiao. The Internal Affairs Department appealed for a second interrogation. As it is within reason for them to do so, the higher-ups did not object. "As you know, your previous identity is a sensitive topic. The higher-ups are split in two on the matter of yourself," he added softly. "While departments like intelligence and logistics think a friendly relationship is more beneficial, the hardliners led by Internal Affairs think otherwise." Han Xiao sighed. "Where there is people there will be conflict." At Internal Affairs, Han Xiao had his height and weight taken again before being brought to an interrogation room, where a sole investigator awaited him. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. The veins on the investigator's temple bulged. Age: 30, no, I mean 31. Bang! The investigator slammed the table. "Stop playing a fool. Why ask all these pointless things? Can we just go straight to the point?" "Continue." Family relationships, the investigator continued through gritted teeth. "I'm an orphan. No relatives." "Where were you born?" "Mount Bujo." "Nonsense. We didn't find any record of your birth." "Go ask your superior," Han Xiao replied plainly. Obviously, the higher-ups would not divulge Han Xiao's information to a normal member of staff. This interrogation was simply the Internal Affairs Department's idea of giving him a warning. The investigator was being given instructions through his earpiece, and he suppressed his anger to proceed with the psychological assessment. The investigator gave Han Xiao a number of hypothetical scenarios for him to say what he would do in each of them. Han Xiao, however, was not cooperative and gave random answers. Finally, the interrogation ended. As the investigator sealed the compiled information in an envelope, he coldly told Han Xiao, "The Internal Affairs Department is always watching you. Pray we don't find anything on you." "So you mean you currently have nothing, and can't take any action against me?" taunted Han Xiao, before leaving the room in high spirits. The investigator's face instantly darkened, and his hands shook with fury as he clutched the envelope. Chapter 42. The Research Department's Greed. On his way back to the workshop, Han Xiao thought about how to go about starting his business in Division 13. The first thing he would need to do was to get his name out there. Pulling out his phone, he made a call to Li Yalin to ask for her help. After some negotiation, she agreed to help him out on the condition of a lifetime 20% discount. However, there was still a problem: the workshop was not well equipped for Han Xiao's plans, so he would not be able to carry out mass production. After thinking things through, he decided that he had no choice but to speak to Lu Qian directly. Sister Qian, I have something to say. Lu Qian shivered. It was unavoidable all along, she thought to herself, but now I am mentally prepared. There's something I want to tell you, continued Han Xiao. Actually, Lu Qian turned to face him and bowed resolutely. Sorry, but I have to reject you. Please don't get me wrong, you are a good person. The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. Although he actually did not even have any intention of wooing her, being rejected in such a manner still left a bad taste in his mouth. You misunderstand. I just want to refit the workshop and install an independent workroom for my own use. My friend has lent me the money. What do you think? It's like a small upgrade. Lu Qian gave a start and started to blush. She felt like she was about to die from embarrassment. Okay, fine. I agree, she replied before running upstairs. Ah, that was so embarrassing. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He suspected that she probably did not even hear him clearly. Han Xiao drew up a proposal for his upgrades and passed it to Feng Jun to get it approved by the higher-ups. As Division 13 valued Han Xiao highly, and it was a perfectly reasonable request, it was immediately passed, and construction workers soon arrived at the workshop. 2 days later, there was now a new mini-workshop right next to the main building. As Division 13 had fully paid for it, it would be more accurate to say that Han Xiao was borrowing it, and under his request, they had also built an underground space for his convenience. Over the next few days, Han Xiao received many orders for the retractable knife. Although all of his clients were Division 13 agents, Han Xiao preferred not to meet with any of them directly just in case. He instead relied on Li Yalin to act as a middleman. The materials were sent directly to Han Xiao's workshop, and he crafted dozens of retractable knives over the next few days, earning him quite a lot of experience, some of which he used to raise mechanic affinity to the highest level, thereby gaining another talent point. Back in Division 13, word that Li Yalin's team had acquired a mechanic named Han Xiaoan that he was open to private orders spread like wildfire. As a result, the amount of orders he received skyrocketed, and Han Xiao found himself barely able to meet the demand. Nonetheless, thanks to this, he was able to earn tons of experience each day. Unlike in his previous life, there were no competitors, so Han Xiao had the entire market to himself. Han Xiao only intended to take orders for both the retractable knife and high-explosive gunpowder, but he made an exception to craft a lightweight mecha arm for Li Yalin. While the retractable knife was indeed selling like hot pancakes, Han Xiao knew that its popularity would soon fizzle out. After all, most people were only buying it for its novelty. Moreover, as its design wasn't really that complex at all, it wouldn't be strange for imitations and similar products to appear in the near future. As such, Han Xiao had planned all along to only use it to earn a quick buck. Comparatively, the high-explosive gunpowder had more promising potential. Not only was it inexpensive, it was extremely useful, and being a consumable, clients would keep on returning for more. Furthermore, unlike the retractable knife, high-explosive gunpowder would not be easily replicated as soon as the bullet cap was opened. The gunpowder would react with air to combust and leave no trace. It was essentially impossible to craft without the blueprints and manufacturing process for the planet's current technology. Han Xiao used the money he earned from the retractable knife each day to purchase large quantities of materials for making high-explosive gunpowder. He only planned to push it out into the market after accumulating a stockpile. One day, when Old Lu and the tall old man were having one of their chess sessions, Han Xiao saw the tall old man and came up to him. Is the prosthetic good to use? He asked, smiling. Not bad, the tall old man laughed and rolled up his sleeve. The prosthetic arm had been fitted with a layer of artificial skin, making it seem extremely realistic. As long as you like it. If it needs maintenance, feel free to come to me. The tall old man nodded and asked, I heard from Old Lu that you joined Division 13? Yes, I did. What a promising young lad. Do your best for the country, he applauded. Han Xiao smirked inwardly. The tall old man did not know that he knew who he was. Working for Division 13 was not a huge secret to keep. After all, the division had a front cover. Ordinary people had heard of a Division 13, but they simply knew it as a company. As they conversed, Han Xiao wondered when the tall old man would come clean with him and if he should act surprised when he did. Suddenly, Feng Jun entered the workshop in a hurry and said to Han Xiao with a grave expression, Let's go outside for a talk. As Han Xiao's caretaker, Feng Jun always kept a small team around the compound to monitor the workshop, mainly to keep an eye out for any Germinal organization operatives. As they stepped outside, the tall old man wondered what had happened. The research department has their eyes on you. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? The research department is tasked with inventing new weapons and equipment. They have the power to perform risk assessment on any equipment we use. Using the claim that your retractable knife is dangerous to use, they are demanding that you cough up the blueprints. As they have the right to do so, the other departments are unable to interfere. So they want my blueprints. Risk assessment? What a joke. Han Xiao snorted coldly. If he handed them the blueprints for the retractable knife, they would immediately begin mass production of it. Feng Jun proceeded to enlighten Han Xiao on the internal strife in Division 13. The research department and internal affairs were both on the side of the hardliners, and essentially hostile towards him. As the research department had not produced many results over the past few years, their budget was continuously slashed every year. In Division 13, their standing was even lower than that of the logistics department, which was why they were now targeting Han Xiao's blueprints. They were truly desperate. And what if I refuse? You will be blacklisted by them, and it will reflect on your record. The good thing is that you are not an ordinary agent, and the division values your intel highly, so it should not cause you many problems. After all, the research department can't really force you due to your position. Then that's fine. I won't give them the blueprints, said Han Xiao as he shook his head. Feng Jun laughed bitterly. He had come knowing that Han Xiao would most likely refuse. Although the retractable knife would end up being oversaturated in the market, it was still earning him a lot for the time being. Naturally, Han Xiao would not give it up. The tall old man made a phone call to someone in Division 13. When he learned of what had transpired, his face darkened. A bunch of greedy imbeciles. All they do is stir up nonsense. That Han Xiao was able to achieve an amicable relationship with Division 13 was something that the tall old man had played a huge role in. Now, however, there were people within the division itself who were clumsily undermining his efforts. What if Han Xiao became averse to the division and decided to pack up and leave? Then, all of his thoughts and efforts would have been in vain. The gall of them. Chapter 43, Stealing Credit, Part 1. Unbelievable. Li Yalin was enraged to hear of the research department's plot, mainly because she was worried about her 20% discount. This is the higher-ups game, said Li Yao. We can't do anything about it. Might as well get rid of that research department head, suggested Lambert plainly as he polished his daggers. Li Yao gave a start. Uncle, don't say that kind of thing. Well, that seems like one way to solve things, mumbled Li Yalin in deep thought, sending Li Yao to the verge of tears. Even if you guys don't want to live, I still want to live. He thought to himself. Although Han Xiao had only joined them a few days ago, after the Black Spider operation, the trio had fully accepted him as their comrade. Naturally, they were displeased to hear of his predicament. Why not ask for his opinion directly? Asked Li Yao. His address is top secret, and his phone is always off, scowled Li Yalin. Who knows where he could be? Then what should we do? How can we just watch him suffer at the hands of the research department? Wait, Lambert abruptly interjected. Footsteps could be heard, and a few seconds later, a woman appeared at the door. Hey, Lin Lin, I heard that your new teammate is quite the troublemaker. The woman was short-haired, and a beauty in her own right. However, her voice was derisive, and she looked down on the trio antagonistically as she leaned against the door with folded arms. The woman's skin was extremely fair, and her lips were exceedingly red, as though the petals of a rose. She possessed a flirtatious temperament, and although she was tall, the strength of her aura did not seem to pale against Li Yalin's. Although Li Yalin was unquestionably prettier, the woman was, without a doubt, more of a head-turner than her. Li Yalin's face immediately darkened at the sight of her. Vixen Su, she growled through gritted teeth, are you looking for a fight? Di Su Su giggled tauntingly. If you dare. Di Su Su and Li Yalin were well known to be hated rivals. The bad blood between them could be traced all the way back to when they were fellow disciples of a dojo in their childhood. While Di Su Su always excelled in each of their tests and fights, Li Yalin's performance was always average, and she was always easily defeated by her. Even until this day, Li Yalin would sometimes be reminded of the way that she would put on a pretense in front of everyone and act nice to her despite them detesting each other. While everyone would praise Di Su Su and offer her guidance, Li Yalin's conversations with their master always end in a few sentences, and he would always just ask her to follow Di Su Su's example. Recalling those events always dampened Li Yalin's mood. Her master essentially treated her like an abandoned dog in the rain. The two would eventually both end up joining Division 13, but only for history to repeat itself. Di Susus always outperformed Li Yalin's team, and her team became the ace of secret ops. What Li Yalin hated most was how Di Susu would frequently come over to mock her, and the way she called her, Lin Ellen. Bitch, since when were we close? Di Susu was obviously doing it on purpose, and while Li Yalin knew this, it still got on her nerves. Hee hee, Di Susu laughed softly. I heard that you guys have a new addition, so I came specially to look for him. Where is he? He can't have gone to hide, right? He's not here, replied Li Yalin coldly. Get lost. Looks like I've made a wasted trip, but I guess that's understandable, since he's busy being destroyed by the research department. Li Yalin stared at her. Hurry up and get lost. How heartless. Di Susu pouted. We're childhood sweethearts, after all. She shot a look towards Li Yao before sauntering off. Li Yalin was already frustrated, but when she turned around to see Li Yao all intoxicated, her anger swelled. She stood up abruptly to grab Li Yao by his collar. Is this beautiful woman right beside you not enough? She yelled. Why are you looking at that vixen? BB but, stammered Li Yao. She smiled at me. You had better give me a good answer. Is she more beautiful or am I? She asked threateningly. For some reason, Li Yao still had to take a moment to think before he replied. I think that Sister Susu is gentler than you. Humph, Li Yao. I think that your brain needs some adjustment. Reverse avalanche bridge breaking suplex. As Lambert casually sipped on the cup of water in his hand, he picked his phone up to make a call. Get a doctor over here, a bone specialist, preferably. The research department had expected Han Xiao to refuse their demands. To mechanics, blueprints were like their lifeline. They did not care about Han Xiao's personal gain, or rather, that was to be expected, as the hardliners were hostile to him from the very start. In their eyes, giving Han Xiao the chance to cooperate was a soft move, and he should have been locked up and controlled instead. On the other hand, the conservatives thought exactly the opposite. They were willing to give Han Xiao the benefit of the doubt as he seemed trustworthy and was cooperative. Why cause unrest and animosity over a simple beginner equipment blueprint? What if he wasn't scared of torture? Division 13 had tried all sorts of methods on captured Germinal members before, but torture seldom worked, and 9 out of 10 would give false intel that was harmful instead of beneficial. Besides, Han Xiao was a truly unique case. As such, the conservatives, too, were outraged at the pressure that the hardliners were trying to put on Han Xiao. They saw them as a bunch of outdated, old farts. Times had changed, and talent was in high demand. Division 13 should have been treasuring him, not pressuring him. Weren't there other mechanics in the division too? Stealing Han Xiao's work would reflect poorly on the division. What year was it? All the talk about loyalty and whatnot would only serve to chase away prospects and talents seeking refuge. Don't forget that the Six Nations was the main culprit for the destruction of all the other countries. It would not be surprising if these foreign talents just up and rebelled. Unfortunately, as Division 13 was extremely compartmentalized, only the top brass would be able to interfere with the research department's actions, but they seemed to only be interested in continuing to observe for now. The research department was offering high amounts of cash to the agents for the retractable knives that they had bought from Han Xiao, which everyone saw through as a low move. As most of the agents did not know of Han Xiao's special status, most felt that it was unreasonable to bully an ordinary mechanic so, and they decided not to turn in the knives. Doing so would also be, in some sense, disrespectful to Han Xiao. However, there were still some who turned them in for the money. Koret was the first agent to strike a deal with the research department. He asked for $30,000, 30 times more than the opening offer, and the research department relented. His reasoning was simple: it was simply worth the money. While most of the agents held on to their morals, he laughed at them for being fools to pass up the opportunity. It's just a small-time mechanic anyway, who even cares? Just wait till the research department mass produces it if you really want it. In the research department, Luo Zhan and the head secretary were examining the retractable knife. Luo Zhan, can you reproduce it? Chapter 44, Stealing Credit, Part 1. Piece of cake. This thing isn't even well made, plus, it's not encrypted. Then I'll leave it to you. If you can figure out the blueprints, I'll pull you over into our department. Of course, your position will be higher. Luo Zhan's eyes lit up. Since his debacle over the mecha arm, he had started to feel that he did not have a future in logistics. If he could gain the favor of the higher-ups again, he would definitely be able to surpass that blasted Han Xiao. Back at the workshop, Han Xiao had moved into the new building for convenience sake. The arrangement brought Lu Qian some relief as things were still awkward between the pair. Whoosh! Hot steam gushed out as Han Xiao, who was wearing a heat-resistant suit, opened the furnace lid. He proceeded to use a pair of iron tongs to pick up a piece of glowing hot metal from within. For now, there were two options available to Han Xiao for making the retractable knives: molding or stamping. While both methods had their own advantages, the latter allowed for mass production with a higher success rate, so Han Xiao favored it. The selling point of the retractable knife was its concealability. Since practicality was more important than the quality of craftsmanship, Han Xiao did not bother to put much detail into making them. The metal sheets that he used for stamping were provided by Division 13, so they were top grade. Han Xiao had polished the metal sheet with a chemical spray before putting it into the furnace. After taking it out of the furnace, he set it under the stamping machine. Of course, he still had to carry out a few more steps before the knives were complete. Each retractable knife gave him 100,200 experience, and the level of the blueprint itself had been increased to LV2, giving the final product a slightly higher quality. When he was done, Han Xiao stepped out of the heat-resistant suit and wiped the sweat off his brow. After examining the newly made knives, he proceeded to work on some workshop orders. Midway, Han Xiao's phone rang. He picked up his phone to see that it was Li Yalin. Something bad has happened. All the agents want to cancel their orders. What happened? Han Xiao was shocked by the news. The research department has reverse-engineered the retractable knife, and they announced that they will proceed with mass production very soon and make it available to everyone. Although everyone could see how blatantly underhanded the research department was being, since they were going to be provided with free retractable knives, it was only natural for them to want to cancel their orders with Han Xiao. The retractable knife's profitability had run its course. Han Xiao sat in deep thought. He had not expected the research department to be so brazen. Although Han Xiao had already known that something like this would happen, he did not expect them to take action so fast. While giving up the blueprints voluntarily would earn him some faction reputation, he would not be able to earn any experience. In any case, they were putting a dent in Han Xiao's plans to get stronger. Han Xiao picked up his phone to make a call to Feng Jun. "I assume you've heard?" he asked in a low voice. Feng Jun sighed. The research department is really too much. The higher-ups haven't even given them permission, and they've already leaked that they will mass-produce the retractable knife. Han Xiao frowned. "Fill me in on the details." Feng Jun proceeded to tell Han Xiao about Korit and Luozan. "Has the research department given an official statement?" "Not yet." Han Xiao's face darkened. Looks like the research department did not even intend to give him an explanation. How the research department dared to act was one thing, but the higher-ups definitely understood exactly what was going on. Han Xiao speculated that the reason they had not granted or denied the research department permission yet was to test how he would react. If he let the research department trample over him, it could be the green light for them to stop playing nice with him. Of course, that was an extreme line of thought. The top brass definitely won't side with either faction. As long as I don't push things too far, they will have to act accordingly and compensate me. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Xiao. This could be my chance to obtain advancement knowledge. However, as advancement knowledge was top secret, it would not be so simple to just mention it casually. A plan began to formulate in Han Xiao's mind. Rob me in broad daylight? I'll teach you all that I'm not that easy to bully. In the research department. Ha ha. Well done, well done. The research department's head secretary was full of praise for Luozan. Luozan smiled plainly, but in truth he was suppressing his delight. The department head thinks highly of you. We've already requested all the necessary information and documents from the logistics department. You can already be counted as our staff. What about the promotion? The department head specifically instructed that you will lead your own team. Your clearance will also be raised. Keep up the good work and there will be nothing to worry about. Luozan's smile widened. I heard that Han Xiao is valued highly by the higher-ups. Will there be any problem? He asked. Relax, I have inside information. There is nothing he can do. Chapter 45. The Last Laugh. News of the conflict between the research department and Han Xiao spread throughout Division 13 like wildfire. As everyone thought Han Xiao to be an ordinary mechanic, the outcome seemed obvious. Over the next few days, Han Xiao showed no signs of action, so it became apparent that he had, as expected, decided to swallow it. Nonetheless, it still remained a mystery as to why the research department would pick on a normal staff member so much. Li Yalin also suffered from the incident due to her involvement with Han Xiao, and while she kept on trying to call Han Xiao to speak to him, the line always failed to get through. Of course, Han Xiao was not going to let things end like that. While he had not made his move yet, that was because his preparations were not complete. Han Xiao had previously made about $100,000 from selling the retractable knives, $30,000 of which was used to purchase materials for high-explosive gunpowder. Over the last few days, he had used another $30,000 of materials to make a huge batch of retractable knives, 100 in total. That should be enough. Han Xiao had just finished with the 100th knife, and he went to look for a crate to store them all in before leaving Division 13. As the threat of war loomed, guns were heavily regulated in the Six Nations. It was in fact illegal for civilians to possess any, which was why Han Xiao had gotten rid of his guns before entering the city. Nonetheless, there were illegal arms dealers situated all across the Six Nations. Neutral vendors such as these were implemented in Galaxy as a way for players to purchase equipment and intel as they carried out infiltration and assassination missions in enemy nations. Naturally, Han Xiao knew exactly where these vendors were located. Han Xiao was headed to District 8 to look for an arms dealer named Ma Shusi. Ma Shusi was an operative for the Fabian Company, a global powerhouse in the arms market who sold everything from guns to jets. Under the table, they even did business with the Six Nations themselves and the Revolutionary Army. Han Xiao easily found Ma Shusi, who was more than happy to entertain him when Han Xiao opened up the crate of retractable knives before him and began to explain their usage. Ma Shusi was experienced in the black market, so he instantly recognized the retractable knife's worth. While conventional melee weapons were not much a money spinner, the retractable knife's concealability and element of surprise would definitely be favored by many. Han Xiao expressed his wish to sell the whole crate. "Can you supply them long-term?" asked Ma Shusi. Han Xiao chuckled. "Would you be interested in the blueprint?" Ma Shusi's eyes widened. Blueprints were extremely important items to mechanics. They essentially gave their owners monopoly over their inventions. It was extremely rare that a mechanic would offer to sell one of his blueprints, so Ma Shusi was not only shocked but overjoyed. As he was a veteran salesman, however, he suppressed the excitement boiling within. "Name your price," he asked casually. "There's 100 here, 5,000 each, and I'll sell you the blueprint for $1 million. Ma Shusi gasped lightly. 5,000 each? $1 million for the blueprint? Just rob me, will you? No bargaining. Han Xiao was confident that Ma Shusi would agree to his terms. Ma Shusi frowned, but after a while of contemplation, he relented. Deal. Being able to obtain the blueprint was far too lucrative a chance to miss. As the banks of each of the Six Nations were not connected to one another, dark web banking was the primary method of transaction in the underworld. Not only was it accessible worldwide, it was also extremely secure. Han Xiao performed fingerprint verification for the account on the spot. "I look forward to doing more business with you. This is a VIP card." Han Xiao took the card from Ma Shusi and kept it. Fostering good relations with these arms dealers would prove useful in the long run as he did not plan to stay in Division 13 forever. Back in Division 13, the research director encountered the intelligence director in the hallway. "Looks like you guys have chosen to support a good-for-nothing," mocked the research director. He caved in so easily to a little bit of pressure. "Take my advice, stop playing nice with him." For some reason, the intelligence director was not enraged by his words. He simply smiled back. "Good luck," he replied plainly as he patted the research director on the shoulder. The research director was confused. "Good luck? What do you mean?" Suddenly, his phone rang. The division chief was looking for him. He hastily bumbled his way to the chief's office. "Chief, you called? Your plans were approved yesterday. The retractable knife will be credited to your department." The research director was overjoyed to hear the news. "Thank you for your trust, Chief." The chief chuckled. "Don't be happy so soon." The research director furrowed his brows. "What happened? If it's about Han Xiao, there won't be a problem. There's nothing he can do." "Oh, you think so?" questioned the chief. The research director nodded. "Good." Suddenly, the chief picked up a folder and threw it in the research director's face. "To think that you would abuse your power to sell the division's technology for personal gain. How disappointing. What? Chapter 46. Settlement. The research director was flustered. He hastily scrambled to pick up the document on the floor, and as he went through it, he began to tremble. The report stated that the blueprint for the retractable knife had been leaked, and that, naturally, the inventor of the retractable knife would have to take responsibility for it. This is not my fault, he cried out. It must be that brat, Han Xiao. He is obviously trying to frame me. Everyone knows that the blueprint belonged to him. Please help me clear my name, Chief. The report clearly states that the research department invented the retractable knife, replied the chief coolly. It is your responsibility. The research director felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly realized what was going on. The top brass had chosen to back up Han Xiao. The reason why the verdict on their proposal was delayed for so long was simply that the higher-ups wanted to wait and see what Han Xiao would do. And Han Xiao had managed to play everyone. By leaking the blueprint, he was asking the higher-ups, here is the excuse you need. Do you want to help me or not? While they had not expected Han Xiao to come up with such a brilliant comeback to frame the research department, they were more than willing to help him out to appease him. After all, they did want to continue having his cooperation. Originally, Han Xiao's retractable knife would have been exclusive to Division 13, even if it meant that he himself had the monopoly over it, but thanks to the research department's greed, the retractable knife would now appear in the hands of others too. While Han Xiao's actions might have been a little bit extreme, the higher-ups were willing to overlook it. The blueprint was rightfully his anyway. Of course, if it had been a normal agent, they would without a doubt send him to court-martial and expel him from Division 13. It was Han Xiao's unique identity that stopped them from doing so. The intel he possessed was truly far too valuable. In any case, he had not stepped entirely out of line yet. Furthermore, it was important to display the division's fairness to everyone. At this point, the research director's face had turned completely pale. He deeply regretted having tried to pick on Han Xiao. While the crime itself was not grave to the point of a death sentence, his career was essentially over. Han Xiao, you bastard! He screamed inwardly. When news of the research director being charged with selling weapons illegally broke out, all the agents in Division 13 were filled with disbelief. The fact that he was not immediately sentenced heavily hinted that there was more to the entire incident than met the eye. It did not take long for the agents to put two and two together and arrive at the unbelievable conclusion that Han Xiao had orchestrated it all. Previously, they thought that Han Xiao had kept quiet due to caving in, but in retrospect, it was simply the calm before the storm. Did he actually frame the research director? The gall of him. But doesn't that mean that the higher-ups are supporting him? What everyone found hardest to believe was that Han Xiao actually got off scot-free. This caused a lot of speculation regarding his true identity to arise. And the person happiest to hear the news was none other than Li Yalin, who was vindicated from all the odd looks that people had been giving here due to her connection to Han Xiao. The first thing that she did was look for Di Su Su and gloat in front of her. However, Di Su Su was not the least angered by her. Instead, she was more preoccupied with her newly found interest in Han Xiao. Who exactly is Lin Lin's new teammate? The research director was only given a strict warning for now, and, unable to touch Han Xiao, his men suffered the brunt of his rage. Of course, Luo Zhan was not spared. Instead of his promised promotion, what he earned was a demotion to the position of an ordinary staff member. Damn it, cursed Luo Zhan. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have obediently continued on in the logistics department. It was also now too late, as the logistics director was not even willing to grant him an audience. This is unfair. Why do they want to protect Han Xiao? How is he better than me? Luo Zhan was blinded with rage. The next day, Han Xiao received word from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wanted to discuss the matter of settlement with him. Finally, the chance for Han Xiao to negotiate had come. Han Xiao knew that in the future, the hardliners would not carelessly take action against him again, so it was probably the one time that he would be able to acquire advancement knowledge. Han Xiao arrived at the HQ with his mask on as usual to meet with Feng Jun. Feng Jun led him to the chief's office where three people waited: the chief himself, the research director, and an old man who was faced against the glass window. Ji Yuwei, Stardragon Strategic Defense Chief, introduced the chief. Han Xiao squinted. It was a familiar name, but he could not recall where he had heard it. Someone wants to see you, Ji Yuwei continued in a low voice. The old man turned around and smiled at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's acting skills immediately kicked in. Tall, old man. The tall old man chuckled. It must be quite a surprise. Who exactly are you? Asked Han Xiao as he nodded blankly, similar to how he had once acted back in the Germinal organization. All you need to know is that I have some power in Division 13. Hey, don't be so nervous. I've already noticed you from back then. You gave me quite a favorable impression. Mission accomplished. As Han Xiao wiped the confusion off his face, the tall old man scrutinized him for a second before slowly saying, Tell me, how do you want this matter resolved? Chapter 47, Sore Loser. I just want some compensation, Han Xiao stated calmly. Isn't the money you earned from selling the blueprint enough compensation? The research director could not resist shooting his mouth off. Han Xiao shot a look at him. If not for you trying to steal my blueprint, I would have been able to make even more money. And if you had even tried asking nicely, I might have even sold it to the division. But ask yourself, did you? The research director could not retort. What kind of compensation do you want? Asked Ji Wei. Han Xiao faked a sigh and pretended to contemplate for a moment before replying. I don't want something like this to happen again. That's for sure. In any case, even if Han Xiao only chose to sell his goods privately, he would still only be selling to Division 13's own agents. While the quantity would not be as much as if they were mass-produced, they still only benefited the division. Furthermore, what if more valuable blueprints ended up leaking? And, continued Han Xiao as he rubbed his chin, I want to have a look at advanced mechanic knowledge. The tall old man furrowed his brows. Was it a coincidence, or had Han Xiao planned to ask for it from the very start? Advanced mechanic knowledge was top secret in Star Dragon, and only accessible with a level 5 or higher clearance. In Galaxy, the equivalent requirement was an honored reputation. Each of the 6 nations and the Germinal organization possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, but only the most trusted and deserving would have a chance to obtain them. Although Han Xiao appeared calm and firm on the outside, he was actually extremely nervous. Such a request would normally be impossible to ask of. Now, it all depended on the tall, old man. Why advanced knowledge? Just curious. After 5 minutes of tense silence, the tall old man made up his mind. As he looked deeply into Han Xiao's eyes, he slowly spoke, Fine, I will allow it. Han Xiao was instantly overcome with relief and joy, but he suppressed his emotions. Suddenly, the research director interrupted, Hold on. Advanced knowledge requires a level 5 clearance. This is against the rules. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. If this bastard dares to spoil my plans, I'll beat him into a pulp. What do you suggest then? Ji Wei asked unhappily. Rules are rules. Although you, senior, are okay with it, I hardly think that the others will agree. The tall old man smirked. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare, answered the research director matter-of-factly. There were 2 levels of hierarchy in Division 13. Besides the 13 section heads, there existed a higher committee comprised of the chief himself and other high-ranking officials who wielded enormous influence in Star Dragon. The tall, old man was none other than one of the higher-ranking members, and he was the leader of the conservatives. Naturally, the hardliners had an equally powerful backer, which was why the research head dared to speak up. My word alone will suffice, declared the tall old man plainly. The research head gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then, I suggest granting him only half an hour of browsing. He doesn't even have the proper clearance anyway. Ji Wei and the tall old man exchanged looks. This was a fair suggestion. Besides, Han Xiao himself had only asked to take a look. We'll give you 1 hour, declared Ji Wei. The research head rejoiced secretly. Even an hour would not be enough time to look through a third of the advanced knowledge. Deep down, however, Han Xiao was laughing. 1 hour? Watch me take 1 minute with my talent points. He had to bite his lip to stop himself from grinning. Calm down, calm down. The advanced knowledge was protected with an extremely secure multi-layered encryption. The code to unlocking it was a combined series of over 148-digit strings that were refreshed constantly. The contents itself were only able to be browsed by using a special terminal. Han Xiao was brought by Ji Wei to take an elevator to a secret basement. When the lift doors opened, Han Xiao was greeted by the sight of a brightly lit metallic hallway lined throughout with surveillance cameras on either side. While there were no guards, the corridor was full of metal detectors and red lasers, and there were guns concealed behind the walls. They would activate automatically upon unauthorized entry. It was a fortress in its own right. How much did you guys spend on this corridor? A few billion, Ji Wei calmly answered. Han Xiao let out a soft snort. The terminal was Stardragon's most advanced computer. The amount of data that it could process in just 1 second alone could overload a regular computer. It contained all of the nation's top secrets. Han Xiao guessed that even if he maxed his computing talent, it would not be enough to hack through the terminal's firewall. It took an entire 5 minutes to walk across the entire stretch of the hallway, and, as they approached the end, a spherical room appeared in Han Xiao's view. A transparent passageway connected the hallway to the center of the sphere where a screen could be seen. There was also a panel connected with a mouse and a keyboard. This was the interface of the terminal. As they stepped into the room, Han Xiao noticed that there were actually countless optical fibers and advanced-looking computer parts laid inside the glass. The entire room was actually the terminal. Han Xiao, however, was not impressed. Why is the air here so stale? Did you guys forget the ventilation or something? Ji Hui's eye twitched. He calmed himself down and replied, "That is the interface. The preparations have been made. You will not be able to access any other information apart from the advanced knowledge. For the sake of protocol, I will remind you that we will be watching, and you had better not try anything funny." "Got it, I won't make you laugh." Han Xiao nodded and proceeded to walk to the panel. The terminal prompted him for a search input, so he typed in advancement knowledge, and several results appeared on the screen. Esper advanced knowledge, DNA strengthened energy level. Esper advanced knowledge, DNA strengthened control. Pugilist advanced knowledge, shockwave burst. Pugilist advanced knowledge, wave control. Chapter 48, Advancement. In Galaxy, talent trees were named slightly different for each class. Machinery knowledge tree for mechanics, Chi mastery tree for pugilists, DNA tree for espers, spell knowledge tree for mages, and psychic ability tree for psychics. Pugilists focused on strength and combat, and they practiced the art of Qi. Some of their skills included energy burst, which is self-explanatory, and wave dash, which allowed instantaneous dodging of attacks. Although pugilists across the universe practiced and employed different kinds of teachings and techniques, all of them were centered around the use of Qi. Espers were far more unique, as each of them possessed different kinds of supernatural powers. An Esper's strength was determined by their DNA growth. Through leveling up their talents, their control over their powers would increase: power, speed, control, etc. For example, Magneto, when he was young, could only exert control over small objects like coins. However, as his powers developed, he became able to move entire stadiums and ultimately even control the very Earth's magnetic field. With sufficient time, an Esper's potential could be said to be unlimited. Of course, two Espers with the same superpower might not necessarily use them in the same ways. For example, not all electricity users would be able to emulate each other's feats and applications of electricity manipulation. To some extent, in Galaxy, each player had to choose to specialize. The screen before Han Xiao lit up. Mechanic advanced knowledge, advanced material composition. This is weaponry knowledge. Although it appeared that there was only one piece of advanced knowledge suited for mechanics available, Han Xiao was happy enough to have it. Now, no one in Stardragon will be able to stop me. Han Xiao pressed enter without hesitation. Immediately, columns of texts and complex diagrams flashed across on the screen. Advanced knowledge detected. Advanced material composition. Use 2 talent points to learn. Yes. Han Xiao began to grow dizzy as all the knowledge on the screen started to transmit into his brain. Learning in progress, do not cancel. 1%, 12%, 37%. Although the entire process only took a few seconds, it felt much longer to Han Xiao. Suddenly, Han Xiao flung his head back. The upload had been completed successfully. Success! You have learned advanced material composition, unlocking advanced weaponry talents. LV 20 Novice Mechanic Advancement Mission complete. You may now choose one of the following 3 advancements: Cannon Master, Technician, or War Machine. These were the 3 paths available to mechanics, and choosing one was an irreversible decision. Cannon Masters specialized in long-range bombardment and heavy artillery. At higher levels, they possessed frightening firepower. It was commonly known in Galaxy that the key to winning or losing against Cannon Masters lay in range. If the enemy Cannon Master is within 100 meters, don't hesitate, charge him down. However, if he is over 1,000 meters away, it would be wise to proceed with caution. And if he is 3,000 meters away, well, that won't be the end of the world just yet, but any further and good luck, buddy. War machines, on the other hand, employed technologically advanced combat weapons to fight at close range. From bio-armor to mobile suits, there were many ways for war machines to quench their thirst for melee combat. Yet, when compared to the technician, both of these paths steered away from the true essence of a mechanic invention. Over 80% of blueprints were exclusive to technicians, so choosing either path would mean forfeiting the ability to create many higher-level gear and machines. The trade-off was that they were superior to technicians in combat and, to most, more fun to play. After all, most people considered manufacturing classes to be boring. Technicians were always the least popular class, until version 3.0. In Galaxy, Han Xiao had mained a technician, preferring them to the other two paths, so he had already set his mind on the technician path from the very start. Congratulations! You have succeeded in class advancement. Han Xiao could feel an invisible, mysterious power wrapping around his body. You are now a technician, LV, 1. Plus 30 STR, plus 1, Dex, plus 1, End, plus 3, Int. 3 attribute points gained, 1 talent point gained. You have completed the first advancement. Endurance stat boost has increased. 1 endurance equals 15 max HP. 1 endurance equals 18 stamina. Although from start to end nothing appeared to have happened in the eyes of Ji Wei and the others, incredible changes had taken place within Han Xiao's body. At present, the mysterious power enveloping him was not only granting him new power, it was awakening the dormant energy lying within his very cells, causing it to resonate. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have gained energy affinity, metal. You have acquired a new ability, presence of mind. You have learned energy training technique. You have learned intermediate mechanic affinity. You have learned blueprint, special platinum alloy. When the process ended, Han Xiao felt as though his body had been entirely remodeled. He could now see with stunning clarity the tiny specks of dust on the keyboard, and even the previously unnoticeable buzz of the current running throughout the glass sphere room was now clearly audible to him. I did it. Han Xiao brought up the character information tab. Name: Han Xiao. Race: human, carbon-based. Model: NPC. Launch countdown: 138 days, 3 hours and 51 minutes. Level: 21. Experience: 181,000. Main class: LV. 10 novice mechanic, LV. 1 apprentice technician, 0.50 thousandths. Health: 670/670ths. Stamina: 854 854ths. Attributes: 31 STR, 18 Dex, 38 End, 32 Int, 1 MYS, 5 Cha, 1 Luck. Unassigned stat points: 3. Energy: 160/160ths, LV, 3. New energy type: magnetic, gives a bonus to machinery affinity. LV, 1, 10 energy, STR plus 1, Dex, plus 1, End plus 1, Int plus 1. Max stamina plus 20. Damage, machinery, plus 1%, crafting speed plus 1%. LV, 2, 50 energy, STR plus 3, Dex, plus 2, End plus 3, Int plus 1. Max stamina plus 50. Damage, machinery, plus 2%, crafting speed plus 2%. LV, 3, 100 energy, STR plus 3, Dex, plus 3, End plus 5, Int plus 2. Max stamina plus 100. Damage, machinery, plus 3%, crafting speed plus 3%. Energy level, 98,104. Grade: Class E Superhuman. You have finally taken the first step of transcendence. Don't get too full of yourself, there is still a long way to go. Specializations: high focus, lesser mental resistance, hard worker. New, presence of mind, plus 5, Int. Class abilities: basic machinery affinity LV.5, basic maintenance LV, 10, basic enhancement LV, 10, basic refining LV, 1, overload LV, 1, blueprint, sky swallow gliders LV, 1, blueprint, prosthetic limb LV, 1, blueprint, lightweight mechanical arm LV, 1, blueprint, rover LV, 1, blueprint, high explosive LV.3, blueprint, retractable knife LV, 2, new, Intermediate mechanic affinity LV. 1 plus 2% production quantity plus 2% production speed. No. Strafe LV. 1. Cost. 3 energy, 15 stamina. Cooldown. 12s. For 2 seconds, enables instantaneous movement within a 3-meter radius. Grants 15% bonus firing speed for the duration of the skill. Can only be used when equipped with a gun. This skill can be activated even if you are on your last bullet. No. Blueprint. Platinum alloy. Grade. Green. This material is made with advanced technology. It has high ductility and is suitable for making armor and various machines. Crafting requirement. Basic refining LV. 5. Other abilities. Basic combat LV. 10 plus 10% damage, barehanded, plus 2, STR, plus 1 end. Basic shooting LV. 8 plus 8% accuracy, ranged. Grappling LV. 5 plus 7% counter, melee, plus 10% damage, barehanded. Precise aim LV. 1 plus 3% accuracy, ranged, plus 2% critical rate, ranged. Special ops combat LV. 1 plus 6% critical rate, melee, plus 4% damage, barehanded. Stealing LV. 1. No. Energy training technique plus 10 energy 0/80th times. Each use costs 800 experience and 500 stamina. Talent points. 16. Class talent tree. Weaponry. Basic assembly LV. 1. 0/1. Basic mechanical engineering LV. 2. 0/1. Basic bionics LV. 2. 0/1. Basic weaponry knowledge LV. 1. 0/1. Basic material knowledge LV. 1. 0/1. No. Advanced material composition LV. 1. 0/2. 14 talents not learnt. Energy. 20 talents not learnt. Manipulation. 20 talents not learnt. Reputations. Germinal organization hated. 1000. Stardragon SDI, Division 13, Neutral, 301,000ths, Clearance Level 1. Legend. 0. Chapter 49, Squad Leaders Return. 180,000 experience, 45,000 from the Black Spider mission, and the rest mostly accumulated from Han Xiao's efforts in tirelessly crafting retractable knives and highly explosive gunpowder. Currently, both blueprints were at LV 2 and LV 3 respectively. As they were cheap and easy to craft, they were much easier to level up in contrast to other blueprints like the lightweight mecha arm, or the rover. A month had passed since Han Xiao arrived at the western capital. Since then, Han Xiao had earned an overall amount of 200,000 experience, which was equal to a third of what he had earned back in his 6-month stint with the Germinal organization. Now, with over $1,500,000 in his possession, finances were the least of Han Xiao's concern. The first-class advancement was the biggest game-changer as it granted the player an energy attribute. Han Xiao lightly pressed his thumb towards his index finger. As soon as he did so, his index was enveloped by a sort of invisible air. It felt similar to a weak current, and Han Xiao could discern that it was magnetism. Magnetism was one of the attributes that a mechanic could specialize in. Combat-wise, it was not as powerful as the destructive attributes of fire or lightning. Instead, its main use was in strengthening the machinery affinity of a mechanic. It would eventually allow for automated crafting. Energy attributes were not limited to just the natural elements. Instead, they could be thought of more as concepts of how each class uses energy. For example, the energy attribute for psychics is spirit. Furthermore, energy attributes could also be nurtured and changed. For example, a pugilist who cultivated various techniques would be able to grasp the speed of wind, power of fire, or hardness of iron, etc. Abstract thinking and intermediate machinery affinity were self-explanatory, while strafe was an active defensive skill. If Han Xiao had chosen the path of Cannon Master, he would have gained 3 new skills. However, he only gained 1, strafe, a defensive skill. Han Xiao was by no means a coward who did not dare to face the enemy head-on, but he did indeed prefer a dual-natured skill like this that could be used both offensively and defensively to other flashy and high-damage ones. Furthermore, gaining unlimited ammo, even if temporary, could prove to be useful. Energy training technique was a common skill acquired after the first advancement. It was a special type of growth skill that did not have a level system. Instead, its effects could be improved through repeated usage, practice that expended experience, and each use increased the character's energy, up until the skill's set usage limit. The user's energy attribute played an important part in the training effectiveness. Most energy-related training techniques utilized such a growth system. Energy was indeed an integral part of superhumans. It largely decided a character's grade and power level. The early levels of energy stages are as follows. LV, 110. LV, 250. LV, 3100. LV, 4200. LV, 5400. LV, 1000. Not only did reaching the next energy level give each player bonus stats, there were also extra benefits that could be unlocked upon reaching certain levels. LV 1 was the bare benchmark, and while Gila was only LV 30, her energy level had already reached 500 Ona, roughly 5 times more than Han Xiao's. One of the reasons for this was the energy training technique system. Platinum alloy was a new material type blueprint acquired through advanced material composition. The alloy itself was green in color, and it was well suited for making armor due to its sturdiness. Its crafting requirement was LV 5 novice refining. Of the 180,000 experience at hand, Han Xiao decided to spend 25,000 to reach LV 10 agent. This gave him a number of stats, +2 STR, +2 Dex, +3 End, +1 Cha, as well as 1 talent point and 1 assignable stat point. Advancement detected. Delete, civilian, class? YN. The civilian class was simply one of the default starting classes for new characters. It functioned as a tutorial class that could be deleted upon the first advancement. The experience that a player put into the civilian class would be refunded upon deletion, unless the unknowing player had maxed it out. Delete, I guess, mumbled Han Xiao to himself. There was nothing to lose from deleting it. The civilian class subsequently disappeared from the information window, leaving it to reflect only a max level, agent, as well as Han Xiao's character level of 21. Next, Han Xiao inputted another 45,000 experience points to raise basic shooting to LV 10, which gave him 10% accuracy, +2 Dex, and another talent point. In short, Han Xiao had just spent 70,000 experience points, but he still needed to save 64,000 for the energy training technique, leaving him with, yup, give me a second. 47,000 more experience points. I'll keep them for now, muttered Han Xiao, lamenting how quickly the experience points vanished. Fortunately for him, there was still the high explosive gunpowder that he had been stocking up on. It would ensure a steady stream of experience ahead. When the time was up, Ji Yuwei promptly escorted Han Xiao back upstairs, where Feng Jun had been waiting. Suddenly, Han Xiao remembered something. Oh right, I heard that it was a guy called Korit who stirred up this incident. Help me get word out that I won't be selling anything to this person. Feng Jun grimaced. Do you think I'm a messenger or something? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you? Feng Jun opened his mouth, but no words came out. Fine, he groaned. He says he's blacklisted me? Korit laughed coldly, seemingly unfazed. All along, he had only been concerned with personal gain, and he did not see how Han Xiao could ever pose a threat to him. With the resolution of the incident, Han Xiao returned to the workshop, where 3 days went by peacefully. Having just advanced, Han Xiao spent the time adjusting to his newly upgraded body. With his past life's experience, he quickly got in sync and began to train with the energy training technique. Each training expended experience points, as well as stamina. As stamina recovery rate was limited, and Han Xiao had to continue with manufacturing, he could only train up to 2 times a day. You have trained with energy training technique once. Mastery 81%. Stamina +3. Training effectiveness depended on the main stat of one's class. The main stat for mechanics was int, so he devoted 4 unassigned points into int, raising its total to 36. Previously, Han Xiao had needed to put quite a few points into STR and End, but that was only for the purpose of escaping the germinal facility. From now on, he could focus solely on int. The effectiveness of energy training technique was divided into 3 stages. +1 stamina for lower than 40% mastery, +2 stamina for 40% 80% mastery, +3 stamina for 80% and above mastery. Han Xiao was right on stage 3. As Han Xiao had no other outlet to sell the retractable knife for now, and a few days had already gone by. He felt that it was about time to release the gunpowder. By now, he had produced thousands of bullets. He was just about to ring Li Yalin up when she beat him to it. Leader is out of the hospital. He's called us up. Han Xiao found himself the last to arrive at the secret ops team meeting room, where, other than the trio, was another man. The man's face was extremely square, and he seemed both righteous and stern. He looked extremely reliable and currently had his lips pursed. So, you are Han Xiao? The team leader's eyes were filled with both unhappiness and caution as he examined Han Xiao. Han Xiao was caught off guard by him. Suddenly, Li Yao tugged on his sleeve and muttered to him, "He has the final say in who can join secret ops, but since your case was special, and you had the approval from the higher-ups without going through him, he's a bit too happy. But don't worry, leader might be strict, but he's not a bad person." That explained things. Han Xiao was given a second shock when he turned to look at Li Yao. Li Yao's entire body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked very much like a giant rice dumpling, with only his eyes and mouth revealed. It was an extremely pitiful state. "Who beat you up?" asked a bewildered Han Xiao. Suddenly, Li Yalin coughed. Li Yao looked as though he was about to say something but changed his words. I fell down." Han Xiao gave him a weird look. His injuries were so serious, if he really fell, he must have done the "fall 100 times if you're a man" challenge. "Let me introduce myself," interrupted the leader. "I am the team's leader, Zhang Wei," he introduced, shocking Han Xiao a third time. "How casual is your parents' naming sense? I think only Yi Chu or Yi Fan could be worse." Han Xiao's response, for some reason, caused Zhang Wei to look confused. "You know Yi Fan from Haisha's military affairs? Middlecoff, I mean, I worked with him a few times back in the hostel." Heavens, there really exists someone with such a godly name? That guy's rank must be S+. Anyway, continued Zhang Wei sternly. "With your inclusion, our team is back to being a 5-man cell. Although your position is in the backline, I still have to say this. As your background is a complete mystery, and I don't trust your ability yet, I will continue to observe you for now. I don't care if it's some high-level agent who assigned you here. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will kick you out of the squad." Chapter 50, Rescue Mission, Part 1. Han Xiao's eyelid twitched. Trust did indeed take time to be established. Zhang Wei might have been blunt, but he was, without a doubt, simply acting the part of a responsible leader. Naturally, Han Xiao was not offended at all. However, the chances of him being kicked out were non-existent after all. The top brass had decided things. Zhang Wei himself understood this fact, but, as the leader of a squad, he could not just instantly accept someone whose background was a complete mystery. Higher-ups had not provided him with any information regarding Han Xiao. Furthermore, in his eyes, Han Xiao was still new, and it remained to be seen if he was truly capable. In their field of work, the slightest mistake could result in the gravest of consequences, so being assigned a new guy all of a sudden was not a laughing matter. Of course, it was not that Zhang Wei looked down on newbies. However, he believed that any new agent should have to go through 2 or 3 years of training before earning the right to even be considered for secret ops. Who the hell threw this guy to us? Do they think that we're babysitters? They're taking this far too lightly. Damn you all. As Zhang Wei continued to examine Han Xiao, he made up his mind to ignore the repercussions and kick Han Xiao to another team if he proved unable to gel with the squad. Meanwhile, Han Xiao did not know what was going through his mind, but he found that Zhang Wei's eyes were slowly filling up with animosity. Suddenly, Li Yao's laptop flashed, prompting him to turn his neck around with much effort. His expression changed as he yelled, "There's an urgent mission. They want us to depart now." "Details?" asked Zhang Wei sternly. Ma Qingyang's team was ambushed during their mission to assault a Germinal base. The higher-ups want us to provide assistance immediately. They'll fill us in on the plane. Assaulting a Germinal base? Wondered Han Xiao. He could guess roughly what had occurred, having previously given Division 13 info on 3 of their bases. All 3 bases were situated within Stardragon territory, which was why Stardragon had been able to immediately mobilize its troops to destroy 2 of them. The destruction of these 2 bases had increased Han Xiao's achievement progress rate to 2.0%. However, the Germinal were no fools and had clearly anticipated that the 3rd base would be attacked as well. They had clearly set up a trap. Zhang Wei promptly headed for the door. When he passed Han Xiao, he paused for a moment and frowned before instructing, "Li Yao, you will stay behind to provide support." Han Xiao, you are new, so this is a good chance for you. Stay with Li Yao and learn well if you want to become useful. Li Yao was about to say something, but he hesitated. Han Xiao smiled and simply replied, fine. As Zhang Wei did not participate in the Black Spider mission and had only received a flowery description of events from Li Yalin, he did not trust in Han Xiao's ability yet. Han Xiao sighed inwardly. He understood this well. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before holding Li Yalin back to pass her 4 magazines of high explosive ammo. Consider it a gift from a friend. Li Yalin's eyes lit up upon seeing them. Is this your new invention? Han Xiao chuckled. Don't squander them, they can start quite a fire. You have triggered the E-class mission, rescue. Mission description. Provide assistance to the secret ops team being chased by the enemy. Your role is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Mission requirement. Successfully rescue Ma Qingyang squad. Mission rewards. 8,000 experience. Bonus rewards. None. 8,000 experience only, lamented Han Xiao. Fitting for a backline support, I guess. Brother Han, said Li Yao. Leader isn't particularly against you or anything like that, so don't worry about it. I know, replied Han Xiao casually, which eased Li Yao's worries. He then swiftly popped up 3 laptops and worked away at them to adjust the video and audio feeds. From the first-person footage on the screen, they could see that the trio had already boarded the aircraft. Beneath HQ was a special railway used to quickly transport agents and staff to a landing site. On the jet followed another team of 12 secret ops agents, and on the way, Han Xiao, Li Yalin, and Li Yao made small talk, while Zhang Wei and Lambert closed their eyes in rest. An hour later, the jet arrived at their destination. It was a cold desert filled with long stretches of dunes, and a bright, scorching sun was hanging in the azure sky, the intense heat of which caused the air to shimmer and the ground to simmer. Upon contact with the sand, the agent's boots instantly gave off a burnt smell. We have arrived, reported Zhang Wei in a deep voice. The trio were fully equipped. Li Yalin, still with that yellow hoodie and black bodysuit, had a retractable knife by her waist, and a black bag over her back that contained the lightweight mecha arm. Lambert carried 10 modified retractable daggers and a huge, large-caliber rifle, and Zhang Wei, whose equipment gave even Han Xiao a shock. It was a powered armor suit. Zhang Wei's entire body was covered inside a sturdy, grayish suit of armor that spotted a few scars of battle. The helmet would have fit right in with the Middle Ages, and only had openings for vision, but the arms were modified and fitted 2 thick-barreled machine guns. The ammo belt was concealed within the armor, but the reload chamber was located near the thighs. On the back of the suit hung a hexagon shield of steel, reminiscent of a tortoise, and overall, the suit made Zhang Wei look like an incomparably heavy, giant clunk of iron that was designed for show. It spurred Han Xiao's interest. This is the prototype for the combatant armored suit, one of the few suits available back in version 1.0. As the 6 nations each possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, the suits that they engineered differed from one another. Theseus was the nation that initiated development of the armored suit, and, sometime after the game's launch, they made the combatant armored suit, a mini-modular mobile suit, the first of its kind on planet Aquamarine. At present, it was probably still under development, but although what Zhang Wei was wearing was just a prototype, Han Xiao wondered how Division 13 were able to acquire Theseusian technology. In Galaxy, players who were exalted with Theseus could purchase the combatant armored suit from them. They were extremely pricey, and even routine maintenance and repairs cost well over tens of thousands. It was not something that most players could afford. As a backline support, Han Xiao's duty included maintenance of equipment, so Zhang Wei's armored suit would probably fall into his charge as well. Without encryption measures in place, technicians were able to reverse engineer blueprints. If the technician already possessed the required knowledge, it would make the process faster, but even without any, it was still possible to reverse engineer a piece of machinery or technology, just that it would take much more time and require astronomically larger amounts of experience. Furthermore, the results would often come out as incomplete. The required knowledge for crafting the combatant armored suit was an advanced weaponry knowledge possessed by Theseus. Han Xiao bit his finger. If he could reverse engineer the blueprints of the armored suit, then even if incomplete, they would still provide him with a new means of combat and boost his combat power. However, when he thought of how he could better spend the experience on the other more valuable and useful blueprints in his memory, he gave up the idea. Li Yao spoke into the intercom. Ma Qingyang's squad is about 13 kilometers away. There are 15 armored cars and 1 Black Harrier helicopter in pursuit. The meeting point is set on a hill 3 kilometers away. The objective will be to slow down the enemy and link up with the Ma Qingyang squad. Do not engage the enemy excessively. I have already sent them the coordinates. Now, get ready. His instructions were clear, as befitting of a backline supporter, functioning as a third eye to provide precise coordination and tactical advice. The trio and the field team swiftly arrived at the hill, where they lay in wait for the enemy. Soon after, the sound of engines began to approach, and on the vast desert plains appeared a single vehicle being chased by over a dozen others. The sound of gunfire was incessant, and behind the fleeing car was a continuous trail of smoke and blasts. Aboard were none other than Ma Qingyang's squad. "Ready," ordered Zhang Wei sternly as he closely waited for the Germinal vehicles to come in range. "Fire!" Suddenly, from behind the hill, a rain of metal dense enough to cover the sky descended upon the surprised Germinal agents. Bullets rang and clattered non-stop as they hit the armored vehicles. Upon the sudden ambush, the leading Germinal vehicle immediately spun around to avoid direct hits, almost overturning as it skidded.